Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter's bloodline broke wizarding norms. Here is short summary. Harry Potter's world is shaken when his own son is born a squib, challenging centuries of wizarding traditions and forcing him to confront the deep-rooted biases of magical society. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. As Ron and Harry apparated at the Hall of Black Manor, a huge and elegant Victorian building that had been in the possession of the family Black since the end of the 19th century, Sirius ran down the stairs to meet them, with a rather desperate expression. "At last you've arrived. Come on." He grabbed the sleeve of Harry's robes and started dragging him upstairs, not stopping talking for a single second. "I thought you'd got lost again. Ron was looking for you for such a long time, but thanks God, you're here. You are the father, after all, you help her with the delivery." "What?" Harry's eyes widened. "Help her with what?" "The delivery, Harry, the delivery," Sirius said. "Why me? Why not take her to St. Mungo?" "Because there's no time for it. Everything started so suddenly and there's really no time to take her to the hospital. We cannot make her sit on a broom now, can we? And you know that apparating is extremely dangerous for pregnant women, they can splinch the child. Portkeys aren't preferable in her condition, either." I know, but where's Hermione? She could help Ginny. She got an urgent owl from Russia and had to go. She won't come back till tomorrow, and the baby isn't likely to wait for her to return." "Then, Mrs. Weasley, I could go to her and ask her to come, and..." "No, she can't. Bill and Fleur's child has been taken ill and she is with her at St. Mungo, right Ron?" "Yeah," Ron nodded. "She sent an owl in the morning saying that something was very wrong with Yvette. Mum is at the hospital with her. She couldn't even notify Bill and Fleur, who the hell knows where they are now. France, maybe, or Peru." "That leaves Dinky," Harry said. "She's a female elf. She could..." He didn't finish the sentence when seeing both Ron and Sirius madly shaking their heads. "What happened to her, too?" he groaned. "Left for Hogwarts 2 hours ago. Visiting Dobby. They're cousins, you know." Ron shrugged. "Oh, no," Harry sighed. "That leaves the three of us." Sirius nodded nervously. "At least Ron's an expert, aren't you, Ron?" "Ron?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "Me?" Ron blinked. "Yeah, you," Sirius said. "You said you were there when Lily was born." "That's true, but I wasn't actually looking, you know, I was just encouraging Ginny." "Then do the same now, and Harry'll do the rest," Sirius concluded, opening a door and shoving Harry into the room. "At last you deign to put in an appearance." A furious Mrs. Potter yelled at Harry, who tripped over the curb and fell face down onto the floor. Ginny, dear," Harry, on all fours, said, lifting his head to meet her glance. "You all right?" "Oh, sure, all right, never felt better." Ginny spat, leaning to the window frame, squeezing her eyes shut as a contraction hit her. "Oh, my, can I help somehow?" Harry approached her. "If you can speed up time and get this over with, or just magic the baby out of me," she replied, letting him pull her into his arms and carry her over to the bed. "Sorry, darling, even a wizard has his limits." Harry tried to smile at her, but only managed a smirk. "Don't you grin like that, Harry Potter. You got me into this condition, for the second time." She leaned back into the pillows. "I don't even understand why I let you do it again, ouch." "Heavens, aren't the pains coming a bit too frequently, sweetheart?" Harry frowned. "A bit too frequently, huh? They come in every minute now. Your son seems to be a bit impatient." "He's your son, too." Harry smiled. "Like I wouldn't remember." She gritted her teeth in pain. "Ron." "Sirius." Harry hopped up and ran to the door. "What the hell are you doing out there, when human lives are at stake in here?" "Human lives." Ron blanched. "You don't want to tell that Ginny's in peril again?" "Not her. Me. She is close to killing me." Harry shouted with such a terror on his face that Sirius had to laugh. "You were laughing at me." Harry gaped. No, not really. Sirius tried to hide his smile. Good. Then get hot water, and towels, and, what the heck is used in the delivery wards? The young father-to-be was about to freak out. Dunno. Never been a midwife, Ron said. Then go and clean yourself, 'cause I won't let you near my wife in this big heap of dirt. Harry yelled and slammed the door shut at his friend and godfather's face. A bit nervous, isn't he? Ron grimaced. I don't even want to imagine how he would have behaved, had he been there when Lily was born. I think he'd have driven Madame Pomfrey crazy. Yeah, could be. Black nodded. I guess I'll get that water before he puts a curse on me. Okay, and all, Ron began, but couldn't finish when they heard a child cry. Lily's awake. I'll go and get her. You just go and, oh, bloody hell, do whatever you want. And he ran off towards Lily Potter's room. It's okay, Ginny, it's okay. Harry cast a cooling charm on his profusely sweating wife. No, it's not okay. She moaned. Rub my back, Harry, it'll help. He started massaging her with such fervor that he also started sweating. Now I guess I also could do with a cooling charm. He grinned. Harry, change my nightgown, it's all soaked. She breathed, wiping her forehead. He ran to the wardrobe. Nightgown, where's a bloody nightgown? He started flinging things out of the wardrobe. Socks, a bra, I don't know what this is, a shirt, oh, here it is. He hurried back to his wife and helped her out of her beeps, then helped her into the dry night dress. Phew, giving birth is more tiring than I thought. He wheezed, dropping himself down on a chair. Water, I need water, I'm dying of thirst, Ginny yelled. Harry jumped up, ran into the adjacent bathroom, then hurried back to her with a glass of water. Lily's calmed down at last. Ron entered. I fed her and lulled her into sleep, now she won't. He couldn't finish the sentence, because the little girl started crying again. Oh, no, what's the matter with her again? Maybe, Ginny gasped for breath, you forgot to change her diaper. Go and do it. Ron made a wry face and left. The cooling charms aren't enough, Harry, she said after a couple of minutes. I need a wet pack on my forehead. Captain. Harry dragged himself to his feet and left for the bathroom again. When he returned with the wet towel, he saw Ginny's face contort in pain. Oh, Harry, I guess, she breathed, oh, he's most definitely coming. What? Harry jumped to her, having no idea what to do. There was blood everywhere, he barely heard the door creak and Ron come in. Just in time, Ron, I guess I'll faint, he said and blacked out. Harry, Ginny screamed and tried to sit up, but simply couldn't. Don't care for him, he's all right. Ron hurried up to her. Oh, my gosh, very close, aren't we? Seems so. Help, Ron. His sister whimpered. But I have no idea how, he began, only to be silenced by Ginny clamping her hand on his mouth. Just do it, she growled. Ooh, what happened? Harry sat up slowly, rubbing his head. Nothing yet, but it will, soon. Ron commented, seeing that his friend was close to fainting again. Oh, come on, Harry, be a man. I'll try. Oh, sod off, Abu. Harry yelled at the monkey who happened to jump through the open window. Abu gave him an infuriated series of squeals and disappeared the way he had come. Blimey, I've hurt his feelings. Harry pouted. For heaven's sake, man. Ron howled, care for Ginny now. Oh. Harry nodded and stumbled to Ginny. What do I do? Hold her hand. Ron grunted. That's all you can do, as it seems. All right. Harry reached out for his wife's right hand. Just squeeze it, if you want to. She did. Harry thought at least 2 of his fingers had broken. Sorry. Never mind, just squeeze, he said. And push, Ron added. She did both. Sirius was about to enter the room with a basin full of steaming water when he heard a baby's cry. It wasn't Lily this time. Where have you been with that water? Ron demanded, while pointing his wand to the umbilical cord, cutting it with a severing charm. Got to heat it, Sirius mumbled. How are you? Well, apart from having a couple of broken fingers, Harry massaged his hand. Not you, Ginny, his godfather said, Fine, thanks. She smiled, watching as Ron washed the baby in the basin Sirius had brought. It wasn't that terrible after all. It would have gone much easier if you had helped me quicker, guys. Harry and Ron exchanged sour looks. As Ron handed the baby to his mother, Fred and George Weasley burst through the door, heavily panting. "Ginny!" they cried. "Hello, boys." The young mother greeted them with a radiant smile. "Just got to know. Met Neville, told us that the baby was comin'," George gabbled. "And he has arrived, as I see," Fred commented, ogling the small bundle in the crook of Ginny's arm. "Ah, how cute. You know what, little one? When Mommy and Daddy won't have time, Uncles Fred and George will take care of you. And train you to become the greatest magical mischief maker Hogwarts has ever seen," George added. "Don't you dare," Ginny knitted her eyebrows. "My son won't be running around the corridors alone at the dead of night, making mischief." "Course he won't go alone, he'll go with your daughter." George grinned. "Do you hear that, Harry? They are already planning to corrupt our children." "I don't really mind," Harry replied. He still remembered Lupin's words at the end of third year. James would have been highly disappointed if his son had never found any of the secret passages out of the castle. Somehow Harry felt the same. He felt he'd be disappointed if his son wouldn't be as big a troublemaker as he and Ron had been. "I really don't mind." "And what's the name of this handsome young wizard?" Fred asked. Harry looked down at his newborn son. He had agreed with Ginny that he would name the baby, since Ginny had named Lily. Though he was a bit premature, the baby looked totally healthy and had a strong voice. "I guess we'll have to give up sleeping for a while. With this volume of voice he surely won't let us have a minute of peace, just like a little roaring lion cub. His star sign is also Leo." His glance met that of Fred and a big smile spread on his face. "It's Daniel Leonard Potter. The 31st of July. How many people?" Harry pulled back the curtain and peered down at the garden. "About 50, I guess," Ginny replied. But I told you that I wanted a small celebration. Only the family and the closest friends." "I know, but Sirius couldn't be convinced. This is the first birthday party held at Black Manor for 20 years. Harry nodded. "Sirius told me they celebrated Father's birthday here only 3 months before he died." His voice trailed off. Ginny took his hands into hers and squeezed them reassuringly. "Ouch," he hissed and tore his right hand out of his wife's grip. "Sorry," she apologized. "Does it still hurt very much?" "My ring finger has broken and 2 others suffered serious bruises," Harry replied. "Next time we'll have children, I'll cast an anti-break charm on my hands." "You sound pretty sure that I'll let you do that to me again." She tried to look serious but didn't manage. "Just the usual Potter self-confidence." He grinned and pulled her into a hug. "Okay, Mr. Self-Confident, it's time for you to descend into the circle of lesser people who are anxiously waiting to see you blow away 19 candles." "Oh, all right, I'll do it. But just for Sirius." He sighed and headed for the door. "Wait a minute, I've almost forgotten something," she called after him. "What, your present?" She gave him a charming smile. "My present?" He raised an eyebrow with an impish smile. "But I thought it was recommended to refrain from it for at least 1 month after giving birth." "Not that, you dupe," she giggled. "You'll get that present in time. This is something else." She opened the wardrobe and started looking for something. "Now where it is," Harry heard her say, as well saw her flinging things out of the wardrobe. Robes, pointed hats, a broom servicing kit, a sneakoscope, a monkey sawed off, Abu. "Ah, there you are." She pulled something huge, wrapped in yellow paper, out from under a box of wizard chess. "Happy birthday, dearest." Harry took the package and felt it. Something soft and cuddly. "Let me guess, a teddy bear." Ginny shook her head. "Keep guessing." "A pillow." "Nay, let's see. It feels furry." "A yeti." "That would be bigger," she remarked. "You can't be sure. Ever seen a yeti?" "No, have you?" "No, but I had the honor of playing one in Lockhart's class. The yeti had a cold, so I needed to sneeze, not a yeti, then." "No," she smiled. "Go ahead, open it." Harry unwrapped his present to see something he really hadn't expected. A fur coat. Do you like it? Ah, yeah, it might come in handy. In about half a year, he saw disappointment spread all over Ginny's face. I mean, it is really useful. Sybil Trelawney promised snow for tomorrow, so after all. You don't like it, she observed. But I do, Harry replied hastily. It's a very nice coat of Pogreben fur. What? He blinked. Pogreben. Haven't you paid attention at Care of Magical Creatures? She furrowed her brow. Well, Ron and I used to spend the time talking to Hagrid instead of caring for the creatures, he shrugged. There was only one exception, the Scroots, he shuddered. Hagrid's favorite, self-bred little pets. Oh, did I say little? Ginny shook her head. What? Harry wondered, seeing his wife's unreadable expression. Harry Potter, you are such a big child. She replied, sometimes you can be so wise that it scares me, but other times, like now, you are like Ron. He finished her sentence. No, Fred and George. She smirked. That's not a nice thing to speak about my shortcomings on my birthday. He scowled like a stubborn 5-year-old. He looked so endearing that Ginny couldn't resist the temptation and pulled him into a long key. As they parted, she spoke up. Number 1. You are like a big baby sometimes, but I don't mind, since most of my family are so. Number 2. You do have your shortcomings, but I've got used to them. Number 3. You are a terrible liar, and you know it as well as I know. Number 4. Pogrebens are Russian demons with lots of fur. That's all. Is that all? Really? No, there's one more thing. She smiled. I love you. And I love you back. He keyed her once more. And I'm sure I'll grow to like that coat, too. You'd better, she replied. You might need it earlier than you thought. Ice Age is coming, right? He laid the coat on the bed. Could be. She laughed. But first your birthday party is coming. Come on, let's go down. As they exited the house, a dozen of filibusters no heat, wet start fireworks exploded in the garden, 10 of them rocketing into the skies, the remaining 2 setting an old, gnarly oak tree on fire. Freed, came Mrs. Weasley's exasperated voice. What did you do again? It wasn't Fred, it was me. George yelled back, casting an extinguishing spell on the oak tree. Nice start for a party. Harry grinned as everyone surrounded him, shouting and singing happy birthday. I've baked the cake, Hagrid asserted proudly, not noticing the sheer terror that fell over the guests' faces. Harry took a deep breath and blew away the 19 candles on the cake, that had the following script on it, Harry Birthday. Go on, slice it. Hagrid gave Harry an encouraging smile, handing him a huge knife. To Harry's surprise, the cake wasn't as hard as a rock. Olymp's recipe, the half-giant added. Ah, I see, Harry smirked. Getting along well, you two. Never better, pal, never better. Hagrid beamed. Nice to be a married man, really. Course it is. Harry cast a sideways glance at Ginny. It's wonderful. Just wait until your first child is born, Hagrid. The giant turned ruby red and chuckled into his beard. That might've come sometime too, but Olymp's been quite busy with Beauxbatons during the school year. And as we know, it takes 2 people, right? Harry laughed. Well, it's summer now, she's free from her school duties. Hey, have you seen your presents yet? Sirius walked up to them. Harry shook his head no, and let his godfather lead him up to a long table decked with packages of all sizes and colors. My gosh, the young man breathed. Have you people mistaken me for Dudley? It's more than 39 presents. More, I counted only 38. Came a familiar voice from behind Harry's back. He turned to see his cousin, holding hands with his wife, Millicent Dursley. I invited them, Ginny whispered into her husband's ears. I hope you don't mind. No, until he leaves some food for the other guests, he whispered back. Hello, Dudley, Millicent, nice to see you. Nice to be here. Young Dursley stretched out his pudgy hand and Harry shook it. Happy birthday, by the way. Thanks. How are you doing nowadays? Very well, thanks. I'm working at Grunnings with Dad. Pretty boring if you ask me, but Dad loves it, Dudley shrugged. And how are Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia? Haven't seen them for 2 years. Harry asked politely. Not that he was a bit interested in them, though. Mom and Dad, Well, Dudley drawled, could be better. Mom's near to a nervous breakdown and Dad is also very jittery. Why? Asked Ginny. You know, funny things happen at home, with my brother, David. Funny things. Harry shot a meaningful look at Ginny, whose mouth tucked into a smirk. What funny things? Oh, for example, one day Mom wanted to nurse Davy, when she thought he had enough and wanted to stop B***east feeding him. He just wouldn't come off her B***east. Like he had been glued there or something. Harry's grin grew wider. And there was another case. Mom was listening to some Mozart music on Classic FM. Davy was crying, and then suddenly the radio switched over to Pure 1215 that broadcast rap and Davy stopped crying. Dad called a spiritualist, but he didn't find ghosts in the house. Strange, huh? Do you think we should tell them? Harry whispered to Ginny. Well, they'd get to know it sooner or later, anyway, she shrugged. I wish I could tell it directly to Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia. Harry sighed. But lacking a chance, Dudley will do. He winked at his wife and turned to his cousin. Listen, Dudley, there's something you need to know about David. What? Dudley swallowed a huge chunk of cake. He's a wizard. Dudley made a choking noise. At first Harry and Ginny thought he was only laughing, but then it became obvious that he was really choking. Hey, Harry started to pat him on the back, trying to help him spit out the crumb that went down the wrong way, to no avail. Ginny conjured a glass of water and forced it down Dudley's throat, on to worsen his condition. Oh, do something, Millicent screamed, casting a fanning charm on her hubby, whose head had turned strawberry. He's going to die, help. Stay back, I'll save him. Gilderoy Lockhart made an elegant swish with his wand, causing a loud bang. Oops, sorry. As the smoke lifted, they saw that Dudley wasn't choking anymore. He only stood there with a bluish face, slim. I'm gonna throw up. He groaned and stumbled into a bush. Geez, it wasn't deliberate, Lockhart apologized. I'm terribly sorry, No cakes, never again. Dudley emerged from the bush, his face still blue, his suit hanging on him like his beeps did on Harry years earlier. Oh, Duddy, dear, are you all right? Millicent cooed, gathering him into her arms. What did you do to him, you raving maniac? She glowered at Gilderoy. Lockhart stuttered. He saved your husband's life and spared him a terrible and painstaking diet. ANCK son Almond, Gilderoy's fiancée declared. Come on, Gildy, you have to drink something, you're so scared. She led him away from the little group. I have to admit that our friend's clumsiness was to your advantage. Harry said, sizing up his cousin who had lost at least 70 kilos in a couple of seconds. Gilderoy could include this quick diet program into the services of his beauty salon. Don't you think, dear? Ginny nodded. You look good, Dudley. Really? The slim Dudley blinked, unbelievingly touching parts of his body. Really? Ginny replied. Doesn't he, Millicent? I don't know. I like the old Dudders, he was so soft. Now there's nothing to grope on him, the fat girl pouted. I could get fat again, if you want me to. Dudley suggested eagerly. You've just said you'd never eat a cake again. Harry reminded him. I still could eat ice creams, whipped cream, bacon and, Dudley's voice trailed off. Oh my, is Davy really a wizard? By sunset each one of Harry's presents had been opened. He got lots of useless stuff like 3 new cages for Hedwig, 4 collapsible cribs for Daniel and 5 wand polishing kits. From Ron he received a Rocket 4000 broomstick. Ron was satisfied with his Rocket 3000, but wanted to surprise his best friend with the most top-of-the-class broom. Now that he had lots of money he was happy to be able to buy his best friend expensive presents. He had always felt awkward when he had got presents from Harry but he wasn't in the position to reciprocate. Even Oliver Wood sent Harry a gift. A set of Puddlemere United Quidditch robes, navy blue with the sign Sedge. A card was enclosed. You'll need it soon. Can't wait to play in the same team with you, Oliver. Neither can I, Harry smiled. At 9 o'clock Professor McGonagall arrived. After shortly greeting Harry, she gave Hermione a meaningful look and asked her to show the garden. Nice party, Harry, Neville said, sipping his butter beer. Watching Hagrid and Olympe, the latter still went by the name Madame Maxime because she thought that Olympe Hagrid sounded silly, Fred and Angelina, and George and Katie dance. Congratulations on the birth of your son. Can I see him? Later, when the crowd has left. I don't want too many people swarming around him, he's just 10 days old, after all. He is sleeping up in the kids' room with Lily and Yvette. Yvette, Neville blinked. Who's Yvette? Bill and Fleur's daughter. You know, those two are always abroad. Poor Yvette got ill and needed Fleur so much but she wasn't around. Disappointing. He shook his head in disgust. I heard Vilas never made good mothers. Neville added, is the child okay now? Yeah, fortunately. Dinky takes good care of her and of my children, too. Dinky, our house elf. She's Dobby's cousin. Second cousin, I guess, but you may never know family relations when house elves are concerned. Is Dinky a South * Avenue or is she working for money? Do you think I'd dare keep a house elf as a South * Avenue with Hermione as my sister-in-law? No. Longbottom shook his head. Dumbledore's arrived. Ron came up to them. With his girlfriend. His what? Asked Harry and Neville in unison. You know, Mrs. Fig. Ron smirked. Oh. Neville nodded. Harry looked confused from one to the other, not understanding. Did I miss something? Well, there was a nice article from Rita Skeeter revealing the secret love life of the headmaster, but if my memory serves me well, you were quite lost at that time. How came you never told me? Harry demanded. You never asked. Ron shrugged. Good evening, Professor. Harry shook Dumbledore's hand. Pity you couldn't come earlier. There's nothing left of the cake. But I hope there's some Ogden's Fire whiskey left, or at least a bit of pumpkin fizz. Albus winked at him, but strangely his cheerfulness didn't seem real. Harry couldn't put a finger on it, but didn't even want to. Plenty. He replied with a smile. Ah, I see Professor McGonagall has also arrived. The headmaster looked over Harry's shoulder. Very good, we need to announce something. Announce? What? The reason why Ms. Granger, Mrs. Weasley spent a couple of days at Russia. You were really secretive, Professor. Harry said, but Albus only gave him an impish smile. As soon as everyone in the garden fell silent, Albus Dumbledore spoke up. First of all, let me wish our young friend a very happy 19th birthday. This is a special day for our Harry, and I'd like to make it even more special for him by handing over this letter. The headmaster gave Harry an envelope that he opened immediately. An invitation. For me. His eyes widened as he read the text. To be a judge in the Triwizard Tournament held at Durmstrang. He shot an incredulous look at the old wizard. Why me? Why? Albus smiled. I thought it was obvious. You are Harry Potter, the boy who lived, winner of the previous Triwizard Tournament, winner of the Moon Run, Order of Merlin, first class. Your involvement in bringing about the end of Voldemort's tyranny is also well known. Durmstrang's new headmaster said he'd be honored if you would kindly accept to be one of the judges. Durmstrang's new headmaster? Ron asked. Who's that? An acquaintance of yours, Mr. Weasley. Albus replied. Victor Krum. Krum. Some of the guests murmured. They had always known Krum as the famous Bulgarian Quidditch player. No one would have thought that he'd give up on Quidditch to overtake the duties of running Durmstrang. But at least now they all knew where Victor had disappeared about a year ago and why he wasn't seen at any matches anymore. Isn't it wonderful, dearest? Ginny asked. You are going to be a judge. You knew it, Harry declared. You knew it, that's why you bought me that fur coat. Exactly. She nodded. But how did you know? From Hermione. Hermione. Ron raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at her wife who was animatedly talking with McGonagall. How did she know about it? Remember the day Daniel was born? Ginny asked. Hermione received an owl from Russia that morning. A letter from Victor Krum. Professor Dumbledore and Krum had a meeting in St. Petersburg to discuss the details of the tournament. But why Hermione? What does she have to do with this whole tournament thingy? Ron furrowed his brow. She can answer that herself. Ginny replied as her sister-in-law and Professor McGonagall stepped to them. What can I explain? Hermione asked. Your visit of Victor Krum. Ron glowered at her. Ah, that one. She waved. Well, I was asked by Professor McGonagall to accompany her to Durmstrang, since she will be the judge of Hogwarts this year, not Professor Dumbledore. Not you, Professor? Harry asked. Why? I thought the headmasters were to represent their schools at the tournament. That is really so, Harry, Dumbledore answered, but nowadays I'm really busy at Hogwarts, so I asked Minerva to deputize for me and she accepted, with one proviso, that a young teacher should escort her to Durmstrang. We thought of Hermione at once, knowing her friendship with Mr. Krum. Friendship? Ron crossed his arms. And what exactly does it mean that you'll be escorting Professor McGonagall? I hope it doesn't mean. I'm sorry, Ron. His wife took his hand. I'm going to stay there until the tournament ends, but I'll come home for Christmas and Easter of course. Ron tore his hand out of Hermione's. How could you agree to be away from me for a whole school year? His face was as red as his hair. We've just got married and you are already leaving me. Oh, don't be such a prat, Ron. It won't last that long, and just to remind you, Hagrid and Madame Maxime are also newlyweds and they also have to part for a while. I don't care for Hagrid and Madame Maxime. Ron bellowed, turned on his heels and ran away. Ron, Hermione yelled after him. Leave him. Harry placed his hand on Hermione's shoulder. He'll calm down. Just give him time. Anyway, does being a judge mean that I'll also have to spend the whole school year at Durmstrang? Of course not. She shook her head. You'll only come for the tasks. You are the guest of honor, remember. I see. Harry smiled. Glad to hear that I don't have to leave my family here. He pulled Ginny into a hug. Speaking of family, Dumbledore interjected, could I see the youngest Potter? Oh, of course, come, this way, Harry said, and hand in hand with Ginny he went upstairs, followed by Albus and Minerva. Wonder why Professor Dumbledore didn't want to go to Durmstrang. Fred told George. What will make him so busy that he had to send McGonagall? What? I'd rather say, who? George smirked. And the answer is Arabella Figg. Dumbledore, that old scoundrel. Fred grinned back at his twin. Oh, so here he is. Albus approached the crib. Little Daniel Potter was peacefully sleeping in it. You couldn't even deny being the father, Harry. He looks exactly like you did when you were born. Everyone says the same. Harry smiled proudly. They say he's a spitting image of me at this age. Aren't you, Danny? He reached out to adjust the baby's quilt. Isn't he adorable, Professor McGonagall? Ginny asked with a brilliant smile. Minerva forced herself to return the young mother's smile. He is really handsome. Just like his father, Ginny replied. It runs in the family. Harry added with a wink, looking at the headmaster, who suddenly seemed troubled again. Are you all right, Professor Dumbledore? Albus cast a meaningful look at Minerva, who nodded. There's something we need to tell you, he said finally. We didn't want to tell this on your birthday, Harry, but you'd get to know it sooner or later. You scare me, Ginny breathed, clutching her husband's hand. What you want to tell, is it in connection with Daniel? Harry asked. Yes, it is. The headmaster nodded, looking at McGonagall. Albus received your owl about the birth of your son on the 22nd of July. Minerva said. The same day I checked the Hogwarts parchment book to see whom I had to send letters this year. She paused for a bit, heaving a deep sigh. Your son, Daniel, was not in the book. Ginny gasped and squeezed Harry's still too sensitive fingers. This time he didn't exclaim in pain. Didn't even budge, as though he had been petrified. You know what this means, don't you, Harry? Dumbledore looked worriedly at him. Harry nodded. It means my son is a squib. Petunia Dursley, at 4 Privet Drive, was deeply immersed in making a pink icing on the cake she'd baked for her Ickle Dudlikins, who was going to visit them at last. Looks good. Her husband reached out to nip a bit of whipped cream from the cake's top. No, you don't. Petunia slapped his hand with a wooden spoon. It's for Dudders. But Petunia, dear, you are exaggerating the importance of all this, Vernon started reasoning. You are behaving as though you hadn't seen your son for ages. And that's exactly the point. I haven't seen my Dudders for 3 weeks, Vernon. You get to see him every weekday at Grunnings, but I don't. Now, dear, Her husband shook his head with an amused smile. "Don't you dare touch the icing, Vernon Dursley," she shouted. "Go and change Davy's diaper, I hear he needs it." "Me again," Vernon groaned, hearing their baby son cry. "I have already changed his diaper. Once, 2 months ago," she pointed out. "Go and take care of him, I need to prepare everything for my Dudley's arrival. Everything has to be perfect, though I fear with that woman along nothing can be perfect," she sighed. "I seriously hope he isn't bringing her." "You're talking about our daughter-in-law, Petunia," Vernon reminded her. "Like I didn't know." She wrinkled her nose. As her husband left the kitchen, the doorbell rang. "He's here." Petunia clasped her hands and rushed to open the door. "Oh, you," she spat with contempt, seeing Millicent Bulstrode Dursley standing at the doorframe. "Yes, it's me. How are you, dear mother-in-law?" "I've been fine, up till now." Petunia wiped her floury hands on her apron. "May we come in at all?" Millicent asked. "We? Why are you talking in plural? And where did you leave my Dudlikins?" "I'm here, Mum." A voice came from behind Millicent's back. "Where?" Petunia gasped. Have you magicked him to become invisible?" she bawled at her daughter-in-law. "What? No." Then, Petunia stood with arms akimbo, glaring at her. "Where's he?" "Here, Mum," said a voice, and a bag of bones guy in tight-fitting jeans stepped out from behind Millicent. Mrs. Dursley clutched her chest and fainted. "Hey, Mum, wake up." Dudley fanned her with a copy of Sunday Times. "No use, she isn't reacting. Must have been a real shock." "Stand back, I'll wake her," Millicent said, flipping her wand. "Enervate. What do you think you are doing in my house?" Vernon Dursley, who had just arrived at the living room, yelled at his daughter-in-law. "Just trying to bring her around," Dudley answered. "Still, no one's allowed to do magic." Vernon's voice faltered as his glance fell upon his son. "Bugger, what have you done to my son, you little bitch?" He was about to lunge at Millicent, when Dudley, slim, thus fast, jumped between the two of them. "No, Dad, it wasn't Millie. She has nothing to do with this." "Really? Nothing?" Vernon's face contorted with fury. "And you expect me to believe it?" "Yes, I do," Dudley replied, trying to conceal his wife behind his back, which, in his current state, was quite impossible, Millicent being twice as wide as he was. Don't you believe them, Vernon?" Petunia sat up, with an incredibly suffering expression. "She's one of them, never forget. One of those lunatics." "She's no lunatic, just a witch," Dudley protested. "Bad enough," Vernon snorted. "Okay, I won't have more of this. If all you can do is insult my wife, then I might as well leave." "Come on, Millicent." Dudley turned on his heels and headed for the door. "No." Petunia hopped up from the sofa and hurried after them. I didn't mean it, sweetums. Just don't leave yet, please." She put her hands together. "K." Dudley sighed and led his wife back into the living room. "But no more insulting Millicent." "No way, my dear." Petunia shook her head. "Come, both of you, have a seat. I'm going to bring the cake I've baked just for you, sweetums. I see you need it." A minute later Mrs. Dursley appeared again, balancing a huge cake with pink icing and lots of whipped cream on a silver tray. "There, take 2 slices, Dudders. Or rather 3, you seem to have been made to starve, Pumpkin." "No, I wasn't, don't worry, Mum." Dudley stuffed a huge chunk of cake into his mouth. He seemed to have forgotten about his vow that he'd never again eat a cake. "Then, how?" Petunia furrowed her brow. 3 weeks ago you seemed totally normal, and now, you look like that bag of bones cousin of yours." "Harry," Dudley grinned. "Well, actually it all happened at Harry's party." "What party?" Vernon interjected. "His birthday party, Dad. Not that you know when he was born, do you?" "Should we?" Vernon grunted. Dudley shrugged. "Never mind. So Millie and I were invited to his party. A real magic party, you know." "Don't even try describe it, please," Petunia said. "I need to so that you'll understand what happened." So, suddenly Vernon's plate slipped out of his hand and started floating in midair, then zoomed in the direction of the staircase. "What?" Mr. Dursley hopped up, chasing his slice of cake. Come back, you, he looked at his daughter-in-law. Do you think this is funny? Well, I don't. Give me my cake back. But I wasn't doing anything, Mr. Dursley. Millicent retorted. Who was it, then? Petunia raised an eyebrow, suspiciously glaring at Millicent. Mr. Dursley gave up chasing his cake and reached for another slice, taking place on the sofa, next to his wife. Let me continue the story. Dudley said hastily. So, I happened to choke on a slice of Harry's birthday cake. In that instant the tray with the remaining slice of the cake rose up into the air. I choked on a slice of cake, Dudley tried to continue, but didn't manage. Now enough is enough. Vernon bawled at Millicent. Either you stop that or leave my house at once, you filthy little. All right, I'm leaving. She stood up. And I'll never come back again. Good. Petunia and Vernon replied in unison. If she leaves, then I also leave. Dudley stood up, too. And you'll never see me again. But Dudley, this woman, bewitched you. His mother breathed. I'm sure she put a charm on you and is controlling whatever you do. I'd never ever control him, Mrs. Dursley. Millicent declared with such dignity that no one supposed she had in her. Not controlling him, Vernon growled. Then how do you explain his behavior? There's no use thinking that she's bewitched me, Dad. Dudley replied. Or maybe yes. Both his parents gasped. She did bewitch me, at the first minute I saw her. And yes, she's keeping me under her control, by the love I feel for her. Yes, she keeps me spellbound. But that isn't bad, Dad. It's wonderful. He slipped an arm around his wife. I love her, Mum. Ooh, my little Dudlikins. Petunia burst into tears and gathered both her son and daughter-in-law into a firm embrace. Hey, Petunia, you're stifling them. Vernon pulled her away from the young couple. Let's go back, shall we? Millicent. Dudley looked at his wife with a look pleading her to give his parents one last chance. All right. She nodded, accepting his offered hand. As they all sat back down to the table, the silver tray returned, empty. Is it that dog again? Petunia looked at Vernon. I've told the neighbor 1,000 times not to let his damned dog wander around. It has come into the house at least 4 times now. What an insatiable furball. I'll go and give him a kick. Vernon stood up and went looking for the dog that must have eaten all the cake. So, where was I? Dudley asked. The party and the cake. His wife replied. Oh, yeah, so, there was I, choking on a cake when that guy appeared, Gideon or what was his name. There's no dog in here, Petunia. Vernon came back. Butch is tied in the neighbor's back garden. He can't have been. The ghosts again. Petunia blanched. Ghosts. Dudley furrowed his brow. I thought you called a spiritualist who told you that there were no ghosts in whole little whinging. That's right, but your mother keeps imagining things. Mr. Dursley replied, reaching out for a bottle of orange juice. Anyone? He asked. I'd like to have some, please. Millicent said, raising her glass. Just when Vernon had half filled her glass, it had zoomed out of her hand, making Mr. Dursley spill at least 2 deciliters on the floor. Damn, he yelled, as the glass, half filled, disappeared into hall. Enough is enough. No one can say that I'm an impatient man, but everyone has a point when he reaches the end of his tether, and for me it's now. He bellowed. What the hell do you think of yourself, girl? Do you think you can play with us as you please? It wasn't me. Millicent rose to her feet. Yes, it wasn't her. Dudley followed suit. Not her, not her. Petunia joined in with a shrieking voice. Don't you take us for complete fools. But you are. Dudley cried with clenched fists. Don't you see the obvious? What? That your abnormal little wife is playing tricks on us? His mother asked. Are you really that blind? Dudley gaped. I thought you had more sense, but I was wrong. Harry was right when seeing you for what you are. Short-sighted, old-fashioned and absolutely unbearable. What? Petunia clutched at her heart. Dudders. You are pathetic. Dudley shook his head. I'm ashamed of being a muggle like you. Son. Vernon breathed. You don't know what you are saying. You must be ill. No, I'm not ill, just slim. He retorted. Having lost 70 kilos seems to have caused me to lose my hostile attitude towards magic. It seems to have opened my eyes and now I see clearly. See what idiots I have for parents. Dudley, take it back. How dare you insult us after having brought you up, given you everything you ever wanted. I'll take it back as soon as you also take back what you said about my wife. Your wife? Vernon's eyes became slits as he looked at his daughter-in-law. Your wife got what she deserved. A low-down, abnormal, hocus-pocus-using little tramp. Just as low-down and abnormal as your son. Millicent asked. What? Petunia blinked. Dudley was never abnormal. Exactly. Vernon nodded. It's not about me. Have you really never realized why so many funny things have been happening around here? Especially around David? Dudley asked. Petunia started. Just, continued Vernon. Thought there were ghosts. Petunia finished. Ha, ghosts. Millicent smirked. Look at your ghost. She pointed at something behind the Dursley couple. Petunia and Vernon turned around to see David, toddling in their direction with whipped cream smeared face. Holy heavens, Petunia breathed. He's standing, Vernon. Walking. And eating a cake. At the age of 7 months, Vernon whispered. And it's not everything. Dudley added. No. His parents breathed, knowing the worst was to come. No. He's a wizard. The 4th of November. How long until we get there, Hermione? I mean, Professor Weasley. Dennis Creevy asked, looking at the snowy landscape beneath their transport. Just call me Hermione, Dennis. She smiled. I'm only 3 years older than you. But you're a professor. The boy reasoned, rubbing his arms. Are you cold? Hermione asked. I'll tell the driver to turn on the heat. Really, Minerva, where are we now? Somewhere above Bielorussia, I guess. It's definitely getting colder by the minute. I don't even want to imagine what temperature will greet us at our destination. Our destination? Really, where exactly is it? Asked Graham Pritchard, a burly Slytherin. As you all know, Mr. Pritchard, the teachers of Hogwarts and Beauxbatons had to sign a statement of secrecy concerning the location of Durmstrang. Thus we are forbidden to tell anyone about it. Not even you, children. But it's in Russia, isn't it? The Hufflepuff Eleanor Branstone wanted to know. Of course it's in Russia, murmured Malcolm Baddock, of Slytherin. That's why it's so cold. That's why we had to bring such thick fur coats. Though no one of us has such a cool coat like Mr. Potter's. He smirked at the boy who didn't hear his remark. Actually, the boy who lived now was the boy who grieved. He did not grieve death or loss. Still he felt that a part of him was lost, a part of him had died. He was standing at the very end of the flying, red, double-decker bus, looking at the plane beneath the Hogwarts transport. They couldn't use the Hogwarts Express to accomplish a journey from Great Britain to Russia. He felt his heart was as cold as the snow-covered lands of Bielorussia. The last 2 months were a pure torment for him, a torment that started on his birthday. It means my son is a squib. He breathed, slowly lifting his gaze to meet that of Professor Dumbledore, as if waiting for him to say, "No, Harry, I was just kidding." But the old headmaster only nodded. Right, he is a squib. Ginny let out a squeal. I'm sorry, Harry. McGonagall put her hand on Harry's shoulder. But it can't be true. The young mother yelled hysterically. You're mistaken. That must be a mistake. Minerva shook her head. I'm truly sorry, Ginny. Why? Harry asked. And how? I don't know the answer for the why, Harry. Dumbledore replied. No one knows. How? Well, it just happens. It might happen in any wizarding family. Even in those with the longest line of witches and wizards, just like, Mr. Filch. Don't compare my son to that. Ginny burst into tears and buried her face into Harry's shoulder. Can anything be done? Harry asked. Is there a way to? But he already knew the answer. If there was no magic in someone, then he could never become a wizard. The son of Harry Potter was destined to be a common muggle. You don't mean it. Ron gaped at his wife. Daniel Potter. Squib. He uttered the word, squib, with such disgust that it surprised even himself. Is it possible that Dumbledore and McGonagall were wrong? No. Hermione shook her head. McGonagall told me about the Hogwarts parchment book. You know how it functions, don't you? Ron nodded. McGonagall checked the book one day after Danny's birth, and he wasn't in there. There was a note of the 20th of July with the name of a young witch, then the next note was of the 22nd of July with the name of 2 newborn wizards. But Dan was born on the 21st. The magic quill simply skipped the 21st of July. No magical child in Great Britain was born that day. I can't believe it, Ron scowled. I mean, Harry is the boy who lived. He defeated you-know-who at the age of 1. Then he and Ginny defeated you-know-who last year again, and for good. Their child cannot be non-magic. Unfortunately he can, Hermione replied. I'm a Muggle-born witch. He is a wizard-born Muggle. But we'll still love him, won't we, dear? She shot a demanding glance at Ron. Course we will. He's my nephew. After all, he sighed. But it's so terrible that it had to happen to Harry and Ginny, my best friend and my only sister. Having a squib for a child is the greatest shame a wizard could suffer. Listen, Gin, it's not the end of the world. Harry took his wife's hand and squeezed it encouragingly. It's not so terrible being a Muggle. Not in the Muggle world, you mean, she whispered. She didn't even have the strength to speak aloud. Since the 31st of July, for 2 weeks, she had been lying in her bed, not eating, not wanting to see anyone. But in the wizarding world it'll be hell for him, Harry. Seeing all the magic that he can't perform. He could have other talents, her husband said. Like, for music, or sports, or science. He won't be a Hogwarts student. His sister will go to Hogwarts but he never will. Can you imagine how it'll hurt him? She was close to crying again. No, he won't be a Hogwarts student. He nodded. But I'm rich, we can afford to. He can study at St. Paul's, Harrow or Winchester, either of the Clarendon 9, even at Eton. Then he could continue his studies at Oxford or Cambridge and become a barrister, a Queen's Counsel, or even a Prime Minister. I'd rather see him as Minister for Magic, she smiled sadly. You are so sweet, dear, trying to cheer me up, but you cannot. Then at least let me talk you into eating something, he suggested. You have to regain your strength to be able to get up and fulfill your duties as a housewife and mother. Mother, she sighed. Mother of a squib. Ginny, please, don't start that again. But Ginny didn't listen to him. Her condition got worse and worse. As summer turned into autumn, she seemed to gain a bit of strength, but only physically. Psychically she was still fragile. More fragile than ever. The few times she left her room she headed for Lily's room. All her pride and happiness was the little girl, her little witch. No one could say she was a bad mother, for she loved her daughter above all. Still, everyone could say she was a terrible mother, for she absolutely abandoned her son. As though she didn't have a son at all. She didn't care to be *Eastfeed him anymore, so her milk ebbed. Molly suggested Harry to bring Daniel to Fleur, who had returned to England with Bill on the 1st of August. Fleur still had lots of milk for 2, and the little boy was left at the burrow. Harry visited him every single day but never told Ginny about him, because he knew it would only hurt her and deepen her depression. The psychiatrist at St. Mungo advised Harry and all the Weasleys to avoid mentioning Daniel to his mother for a while. She needed lots of time to come to terms with the situation, and seeing the child every day wouldn't help the process, it would only slow it down. Harry didn't oppose. He started to live a double life, one at home, the Black Manor, and the other at the burrow. He spent every morning with his son and every afternoon with his wife and daughter. Ginny, by the end of September, developed an attitude of excluding reality and had built up imaginary walls around herself, walls to separate her from what was outside. She simply repressed her negative feelings, thus she started to get cheerful again, greeting Harry every day with joyous kisses and playing a lot with Lily. Their marriage returned to the same it had used to be before Daniel's birth, with one exception. They didn't have carnal relations. Ginny seemed to have forgotten that there was something called and Harry didn't press her. He knew she needed time. He was positive that as time passed, she'd heal psychically as well. One day they decided to go shopping presents for the 29th wedding anniversary of Arthur and Molly. They walked from shop to shop at Diagon Alley, trying to find the ideal present for the Weasley couple. Finally they entered a nice shop called Mobiles, maker of luxury furniture since 503 A.D. Do you think they'd appreciate new kitchen furniture? Harry turned to Ginny. Well, the old one is quite shabby. She shrugged. I think they'd definitely like this one. She pointed at a set of pale blue kitchen furniture. Now that the Weasleys have become wealthy, they got bored of their crappy old things, right? They heard a drawling voice coming from behind their backs. Malfoy. Harry crossed his arms. Either you got too poor to be shopping in a luxury shop. Or have you just come in to feast your eyes on things you'll never be able to buy? Ha ha, Draco sneered. You aren't even original, copying my style, Potter. Anyway, don't ever think that I've become poor. I might have less money than I used to, but there are still some reserves. And maybe you should consider starting to work. Harry added. Work? A Malfoy. Draco sounded incredulous. Why aren't you working, Potter? You have so much money that you don't need to. I will start working next summer. Harry replied coolly. At Puddlemere United. Draco commented. I'm a Ballycastle Bats supporter. Puddlemere beeps. Say whatever you want, Malfoy. Harry rolled his eyes. Come on, Ginny, let's order this kitchen furniture and leave. I've had enough. Oh, I haven't even noticed you, Mrs. Potter. Draco lied. Is it true that you abandoned your son just because he's a squib? Ginny blanched. Shut up, Malfoy. Harry clenched his fists. Why would I shut up? I want to tell you my opinion. Draco retorted, turning to Ginny. I want to tell you that I despise your behavior. A mother leaving her child. Ha, as you'd have the right to judge anyone's behavior. Harry yelled back. Don't think you're any better. I never said I was. Malfoy said. I just wanted to draw you attention to the gossips that you might not know about. What gossips? Harry demanded. Well, people say things. Some say your son is dead. Some say you gave him away to a muggle couple to raise. Some say your wife's gone crazy and should be put into the lunatic ward of St. Mungo. She isn't crazy and we didn't give our son away to some muggles. Harry shouted. But you did give him away to the Weasleys at the Burrow. Draco replied. You did give him away. By that time Ginny was shaking, as white as a sheet. Malfoy's words had brought up memories and feelings she had deliberately suppressed. Emotions that now exploded out of her. You bastard, she cried. How dare you accuse us of having abandoned our son? She clutched at Harry's arm, tugging it madly. Harry, I want my son back. I want him back. Her voice faltered and she collapsed into arms. You can be very proud of yourself now, Malfoy. Harry growled. Proud? Draco's eyes twinkled with mirth. You should be proud of being the father to the next Hogwarts caretaker. The mirth suddenly disappeared from his face as Harry's right fist met with his left eye. You haven't become any better, Malfoy. It was stupid from me to believe you could change to the better. Not even your father's temporary madness managed to teach you a lesson. Harry spat, lifting the unconscious Ginny and leaving the shop without having ordered the present for Molly and Arthur. After the incident at Mobile's furniture shop, everything changed in the Potter's life. Ginny had come back to reality and suddenly got desperate to get her baby back. She didn't seem to care for his being a squib anymore. All that counted was that Danny was her little son. Harry couldn't thank God enough for giving him his beloved wife back. They brought their baby back from the Burrow, to Sirius. Great happiness. He was not only Harry's godfather but Lily's and Daniel's, too. The rest of October seemed like a fairy tale. The Potter family was together in the old black manor filled with laughter again. Little Lily had learned to walk, even wanted to try a broomstick ride, but her parents didn't let her, and managed to utter her first word. Harry. No, her first word wasn't Mum or Dad, since she had always heard Sirius address her daddy as Harry. Lily's next word was Innie, which stood for Ginny. I can't wait to hear her utter my name, too. Sirius laughed as the little witch ran up to him. So, when will you say, Irius, my dear? Lily didn't seem to care for her stupid godfather and decided rather to go and have a look at that cute dark-haired thingy that Harry and Innie always referred to as Danny. So, Peace and harmony returned to Black Manor and lasted for about 3 weeks. During these weeks Ron and Hermione visited the Potters on weekends. Harry was glad to see that there was no grudge between his two best friends anymore about Viktor Krum. Ron seemed to have acquiesced in the fact that his wife was leaving soon for Russia, and also seemed confident that no Vicky Krum could make Hermione run away with him as long as she had a Weasley for a husband. It was agreed that Mrs. Figg would take on Hermione's subject, arithmancy, for the duration of the tournament, and Dumbledore would go back teaching Transfiguration as he had done decades earlier. Harry wasn't sure anymore whether to accept the job of a judge at the tournament. He felt his family needed him the most at these times. He decided to write a letter to the Russian Ministry of Magic, politely turning down their offer. "I'm still wondering where exactly this Durmstrang is," Ginny said one night, right after Ron and Hermione had departed. "Yay, I'm also curious to know," Harry shrugged, pulling on his pajama shirt. "But as you know, there are very few people who actually know where it is." "Well, Hermione, McGonagall, and the driver." "Driver?" She cast an inquiring look at him while brushing her long, red hair, sitting in front of her vanity table. The driver of the school bus." Harry nodded. "School bus?" Ginny turned around. "I never knew Hogwarts had a school bus." "Of course you didn't, since the bus is brand new." Harry stepped to her, taking her brush and continuing combing her hair. "Hermione told me about it yesterday. The Ministry of Magic gallantly bought a school bus for Hogwarts to have something to fly to Durmstrang with." "Wow, I thought the ministry was much meaner. How came they've become this charitable at once?" "Simple. They want to show off." Harry grinned. "Remember the transports of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang 5 years ago? Our dear ministry thought Hogwarts needed something fashionable, something absolutely British. So they bought a double-decker London bus and asked your dad to make it fly and invisible for Muggles." "Dad?" Ginny stood up, her face radiating pure curiosity. "Exactly. They knew that Arthur was professional at making Muggle transports fly." He smiled at the memory of his and Ron's adventure with the Ford Anglia in second year. Ginny giggled. "I hope the bus will last longer than the Ford, or the Hogwarts students may find themselves drowned in the La Manche." "Oh, Ginny," he cupped her face. "What?" She looked into his emerald eyes. "I'm so happy that you are back to normal," he replied, caressing her cheeks with his thumbs. "I have my Ginny back." He leaned in to place a small key on her lips and she melted into his embrace willingly. As he started to fumble with undoing the buttons of her night dress, she suddenly recoiled. "No, Harry." She pushed his hands away. "Why not?" He frowned. "I thought we were a normal couple again." "We are, but I need time. More time. We haven't, since March." "I know." She turned her back on him, hastily doing up the buttons of her gown. "Ginny," he gently placed a hand on her shoulder, only to be shaken off. "I'm not ready, Harry." She turned around to face him, her eyes full of tears. "This is because of Daniel, isn't it?" he asked. "You're afraid." "I'm not afraid," she yelled at him. "But you are." He stepped to her, firmly gripping her arms and holding her in place. "You are afraid of giving birth to another squib. That's why you are turning me down." Yes, I admit it," she cried. "Now what? Will you beat me?" Harry released Ginny's arms as though he'd touched something hot, and stepped back. How in the world could you think of that?" he croaked. "For heaven's sake, I love you. I love you with all my heart and would never do anything to hurt you. You know it as well as I do, don't you?" She couldn't stand his gaze, so cast her eyes down, sobbing and quivering. "Forgive me, Harry," she whispered. Harry wanted to walk back to her, to gather her into his arms and comfort her, but she didn't give him a chance to do so. "Forgive me, and go away." Ginny lifted her glance to meet his. "Go away, Harry, please. Don't bring me into temptation, just go." He wasn't sure he had heard her well, he was dumbstruck. All he could do was nod and pick up his pillow and blanket. As Ginny heard the door close behind her back, she flung herself on the bed and just cried and cried. Harry dropped himself into the armchair before the fireplace in the living room, stuffing the pillow behind his back, tucking himself in with the blanket. He tried to sleep, but couldn't even close his eyes. He gazed into the crackling flames, too tired to think, but too awake to sleep. Suddenly he heard someone come downstairs. He jumped up, hoping to see an apologizing Ginny, but it was only Sirius. "Ah, hello, Sirius," he said and sat back into the chair, pulling up his legs. "What are you doing here at midnight?" "I could be asking the same, young man." His godfather took place in the opposite armchair. "Dinky woke me up, nervously squeaking that Master Harry and Mistress Ginny were yelling at each other and I should come before something terrible happened." "You shouldn't have bothered coming down." "Nothing happened," Harry replied, looking into the flames again. "And that is what bothers you, isn't it?" Sirius asked. "What?" Harry blinked. "That nothing happened," the older man said. "Nothing has happened for months now." "Right. I never knew you've been giving this great attention to my Sayual life." Harry furrowed his brow. "How did you know?" "It was obvious." Sirius shrugged. "It is recommended to avoid Sayual activity at least for a month after a child's birth." That month ended on the 21st of August, but by then you had got to know about Daniel's problem and Ginny wasn't in either the physical or psychical condition to fulfill her duties as a wife. After that incident with Malfoy she began to heal, but, hey, I know what a guy looks like after a satisfying night, and you haven't looked like that for quite a while. "It seems my life is an open book to you," Harry said, bending his chin on his knees. "You sometimes scare me, Sirius." "Do I?" Sirius laughed. "Oh, maybe. I remember you falling off your broomstick when seeing me in my dog form." "That was 6 years ago," Harry pointed out, "but sometimes you still scare me. You're starting to be like Dumbledore, wise and everything." "Don't tell me I'm getting old enough to be wise." His godfather pretended to be shocked, making Harry's lips tuck into a small smile. "Don't worry, Sirius, you look good for your age." "Thanks." His godfather smirked. "And now tell me, what were you two shouting at each other?" "Not much, I mean, nothing interesting. She told me to go away because I was too much of a temptation to her," Harry replied bitterly. "Nah, what are you telling there? I wish a woman called me temptation, at last. But no, I haven't had." "Oh, forget it." "Haven't had it for how many years?" Harry looked up. "You'd only laugh at me." Sirius shook his head. "I promise I won't." "For 18 years, tomorrow will be the 18th anniversary." "Wow, you have a good memory," Harry commented. "Who was the fortunate girl?" "Girl? Oh, no, it wasn't a girl." "What?" Harry gasped. "You can't be serious. Tell me you aren't." Sirius started to laugh so hard that he almost fell off his chair. "You didn't let me finish the sentence, Harry. I wanted to say that it wasn't a girl, it was a woman. Some years older than me, very pretty." Harry let out a relieved sigh. "You really scared me, Sirius. Who was that woman?" "Well, I just called her Rosie." "Rosie. You know her as Madame Rosmerta." Sirius grinned. "What, you shagged the landlady of the Three Broomsticks?" Harry gaped. "Yeah, she said she liked my broomstick." Sirius winked. "I see." Harry grinned. "Still, Madame Rosmerta, weird." "I can imagine that." Sirius nodded. "But now, back to you, young man. So, Ginny said you were a temptation for her, but why is she upset about that? I thought you two had no problems in that area." "Of course we didn't, we are quite compatible in that area, and since I spent 3 months in India," he suddenly stopped. "Huh, what about you spending 3 months there?" Sirius asked with an arrested look. "Ah, well," Harry diverted his eyes, "I learnt a bit of Hindi and I accidentally dipped into Kama Sutra." Sirius burst out laughing, seeing his godson's furiously blushing face. "Then you definitely cannot have any problems in that area," he stated. "No, really not that way, that is." Harry sighed. "But in another way, we do. Ginny's scared to death that she'd conceive again, that she'd conceive another squib." Sirius shook his head in disbelief. "Haven't you thought of protection?" "Of course we did. Actually we were using the anti-conceptus charm and a certain birth control potion last year before the wedding. She still got pregnant with Dan. We thought we might have forgotten it once, just for one occasion. I got really curious to know when we had forgotten it," so I cast a memory-sharpening spell on myself." He looked away from Sirius, into the flames. "There was no occasion when we forgot it. The potion didn't work, neither the anti-conceptus charm. Neither in Lily's, nor Danny's case. Well, in Lily's case Ginny performed that spell a bit late, that's true. It seems Ginny and I cannot have say without making a baby. And now she sacked me. Pleaded me. Go away, Harry. Please, just go. Now be wise and tell me, what should I do, Sirius?" "Well, go, huh." Sirius reached into the pocket of his dressing gown, pulling out a piece of paper. Harry took it and unfolded it. It was the letter Harry had written weeks earlier to turn down the request of the Russian Ministry of Magic. "But, I've posted this letter a week ago," he mumbled. Let's say the letter got intercepted," Sirius replied. "What have you done to my Hedwig?" Harry demanded. Well, his godfather avoided his glance. She actually met a very handsome male owl called Henry and is occupied. "You set my Hedwig up with an unknown owl." Harry jumped up. Hey, sit down and calm down." Sirius chuckled. "Believe me, she really likes Henry. But we don't even know that Henry." Harry scowled. "What is so funny?" Sirius was laughing so hard again that his ribs threatened to break. You know, Harry." He wiped away the tears of laughter. "You totally sounded like a father now. As though Hedwig was your daughter. I don't dare imagine what you'll behave like when Lily will have a boyfriend. Maybe you'd better send her into a cloister or something." "Ha ha." Harry crossed his arms. "Really very funny. So tell me, why did you intercept my letter?" "Because I saw something like this coming and thought you might need a break from home. Have a bit of fun, see the world, forget your problems. They'll wait for you until you come back, or even get solved by then. But it's me who has to solve these problems. It's not right to wait for them to solve themselves. My family needs me." "Okay." Sirius heaved a deep sigh. "Let's start this from the beginning. Daniel is only 3 months old. The only person he needs now is his mother. Lily might be in a problematic age, but it's nothing Ginny, me and the whole Weasley family cannot handle together. And Ginny has just sacked you. Period. Forgot anything?" "No," Harry replied, looking at the letter in his hand. With a flourish he dropped it into the flames. "Russia, beware, here I come." "Hey, are you all right?" Hermione asked, shaking Harry out of his reveries of the past 2 months. "Huh," he shuddered. "We're almost there. Time to get your packages." "Oh, okay, I'll get them." He walked upstairs, grabbed his crate and walked back downstairs. "Ah, look at that." Eleanor Branstone pushed her nose to the window pane, gazing mesmerized at the sight under the bus. "Looks cool," Dennis Creevy added, "just like the Beast's castle in Disney's Beauty and the Beast." "Who's what?" Graham Pritchard frowned. "Never mind. Muggle stuff." Dennis shrugged. The double-decker descended into the snow-covered valley, where a formidable-looking castle stood, nestled among mountains. "Welcome to Durmstrang," Harry whispered to himself. With a thump the double-decker bus touched down onto the snow. "Welcome to Durmstrang, Terminus. Please, don't forget to put on your coats before getting off, it's damn cold out there." The driver's magically enhanced voice came over the microphone. Professor McGonagall was the first to get off, followed by the dozen students and Harry, all of them carrying their luggage. Hermione was struggling with her own suitcase. "Hey, give it to me, I'll help," Harry offered, and she willingly accepted his help. "Holy snitch, Herm, what have you brought in this?" "Bricks." "Oh, no, just my favorite books." She smiled at him and stepped down into the snow. "Let me guess. Beautiful Bill's biography, volumes IV." Harry grimaced. "Exactly." She nodded. "I heard Durmstrang's library wasn't too big, and though they weren't likely to have any books from my favorite writer. See, there's Victor." Harry turned around to see 2 Durmstrang teachers walking up to meet them. "Professor McGonagall." Crumb bowed slightly, keying Minerva's hand. "A pleasure seeing you here." "Has Beauxbatons arrived yet?" McGonagall asked. "Yes, actually Madame Maxime and her students are already sitting in the hall, warming up." He turned to the Hogwarts students. "Welcome to Durmstrang. Let me introduce my deputy, Professor Dmitri Ivanovich." He teaches charms. The charms teacher gave the newcomers a smile. Would you please follow him into the castle? It is quite cold out here. Of course. McGonagall and the students started for the castle, led by Professor Ivanovich. Oh, wow, look at that. Dennis Creevy yelled, pointed his index finger at a huge form that came into view as they approached the entrance of the building. A Ukrainian Ironbelly. Graham Pritchard clasped his hands in delight. Beautiful, isn't he? A.N. For reference on the Ukrainian Ironbelly, see Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. It seems the kids like Vladdy. Krum smiled at Hermione, then bent to key her hand. Good afternoon, Hermione. Hello, Victor. She replied with a rather surprised expression. You have learnt English perfectly. I've been practicing, Hermione. I used to love the name you were calling me, she grinned. Did you, Hermione? He smiled back at her. Vladdy, Harry interjected before Victor could melt from Hermione's smile. Yeah, that's his name. Victor pointed at the Ironbelly. Vladimir, Durmstrang's pet dragon. He's extremely old, barely has any teeth left and cannot hurt anyone. In Karkaroff's time we used to have 13 vicious dragons guarding the castle, but they aren't needed now. Since your wife rid the world of you-know-who, we don't need to worry anymore that he might find the school. What? Harry gaped. I thought, Durmstrang. You mean Durmstrang was infamous for turning out dark wizards and you automatically associated our students with you-know-who's followers. Right. Sorry. Stupid prejudice. Harry shook his head. Never mind. It's over now. Krum stretched out his hand. Thank you for coming, Harry. Thank you for inviting me, he replied, shaking Victor's hand. This way, please. Krum held out his arm to Hermione, who took it without hesitation. So, it seems I'll be carrying the suitcase. Harry made another attempt of lifting it, but it was beyond his capabilities. Finally he simply whispered, Wingardium Leviosa. As they entered the castle, the first thing to catch their eyes was a huge statue of a woman, filling the whole space between floor and ceiling. That's the founder of Durmstrang, Natasha Yanska. Krum informed the guests. So, Durmstrang only has one founder, huh? Harry asked. Yes. This way we don't have houses like you do at Hogwarts. There are only 600 students, mainly children of Slavic wizarding families. They come from the Czech Republic, Slovakia, Slovenia, Croatia, Bulgaria, Ukraine and of course Russia. You may not think our castle is as comfortable as your Hogwarts, neither as warm, but I still hope you'll have a great time here. Krum carried on rambling while leading them into the hall where about 100 small, round tables were standing, 6 students to each of them. At the middle of the hall, surrounded by the small, round tables, stood a long table for the teachers. Harry saw that Madame Maxime was already sitting there, looking rather unpleased by the prehistoric conditions of Durmstrang Castle. She, being the headmistress of the distinguished Beauxbatons, was used to elegant Baroque castles with lots of embellishments and fairy lights illuminating the corridors and halls. Even Hogwarts was a substandard place for her folk, but now she and her students seemed to be downright disgusted by the circumstances that greeted them here. It was so cold in the hall that all the guests were sitting with their coats on. The Durmstrang students, of course, had already got used to the cold. Krum led Hermione and Harry up to the staff table and showed them their places. Krum sat at the head of the table, Madame Maxime opposite him. Durmstrang favored French seating arrangements. On Krum's right sat Professor McGonagall and on his left Hermione. On Madame Maxime's right was a place reserved for Harry, on her left there was an empty seat. Further alongside the table took place the other Durmstrang teachers, of whom Harry knew only one, the charms professor, Dmitri Ivanovich. Before Harry took his place, his glance met with that of a female teacher, sitting on McGonagall's right. For a second he thought he had seen her somewhere before, but couldn't tell where. The dozen Hogwarts and Beauxbatons students sat down to the 4 round tables that were closest to the teacher's table. They were animatedly discussing the poor conditions of the castle when Victor Krum stood up, silencing them all. First of all, he said, let me welcome our guests from Beauxbatons Academy of Magic and Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. As you all know, it is a tradition that Beauxbatons, Hogwarts and Durmstrang organize the Triwizard Tournament every 5 years. Last time the tournament took place at Hogwarts and ended with a tragedy, the death of one of Hogwarts' champions. The winner was the other Hogwarts champion, who is now sitting among us, Harry Potter. A loud murmur ran down the hall. Most students hadn't realized that it was Harry who entered the room with the headmaster. Now all eyes were fixed on him, eyes of students with their mouths agape. Harry, after all these years of fame, still felt a bit uneasy when given this huge deal of attention. Hermione gave him an encouraging smile. "Looks like you cannot go anywhere without people gaping at you," she said. "And this particularly concerns the females." "Hermione," he frowned. "Just kidding," she whispered. As the murmur died away, Victor Crumb continued his speech. "Mr. Potter kindly accepted to be one of the 5 judges during the tournament. As you know, Madame Maxime is going to be the second judge, Minerva McGonagall, deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, will be our 3rd judge, and I will be the 4th. Now he looked around, a bit nervous. Has anyone seen the 5th judge?" All students and teachers shook their heads. Harry supposed that the empty seat on Olympe's left had been reserved for the 5th judge, who didn't deign to put in an appearance. "Oh, well, I don't even know why I'm surprised by this." Victor turned to Harry. "He is always late, rather eccentric guy, hopefully he'll arrive soon, at least for the feast. He'd never miss a good opportunity to have a rich meal. Reminds me of someone," Hermione murmured, and Harry stifled a laugh. Hermione simply loved teasing her husband about always thinking with his stomach. Victor Crumb, however, didn't bother to find out who she was referring to. He turned to the students again. "Back to the tournament. The Goblet of Fire is going to select the 3 champions Saturday evening, and the first task will take place a month later, on the 6th of December. The set datum for the second task is the 20th of March, for the third one, the 20th of June. Having learnt from the last tournament, where Mr. Potter was accidentally selected champion at the age of 14, we have decided to lower the minimal age from 17 to 16. If a 14-year-old managed to cope with the tasks, then hopefully 16-year-olds will also be able to. The Ministry, with the active help of our 5th judge, has prepared all tasks with great care, making sure that this time no one dies. The tasks will be dangerous, but accomplishable, and of course the judges will be around to help you, should you get into serious trouble. Until we wait for the 5th judge, we might as well eat." He clapped twice with his hands, and food appeared before them on roughly carved wooden plates. "Tuck in." Harry was ravenous and helped himself to a huge heap of pirog pasta with meat and cabbage, while Hermione cautiously took a sip of a strange-smelling drink, and spit it out a second later, coughing madly. "Hey, Hermione, you all right?" Harry patted her back. "What was that?" she croaked, wiping her mouth with a napkin. "Quaws," Crumb replied. "Local soft drink, soofed," she groaned. "What is this quaff made of?" "Quaws. It's made of fermented bread and water. Very popular here." "I bet it is." Hermione grimaced and reached out for a samovar. "Tea couldn't do any harm, could it?" As she delightedly sipped her tea, Crumb turned to them, between 2 chunks of pirog. "And, Harry, Hermione ninny, what is it like to be married, huh?" "Very nice," the young woman replied. "Ron loves me and I love him. That's so simple." Harry thought he saw an expression of annoyance appear on Crumb's face, but even if it was there, it had gone before anyone could notice it. "And you, Harry, I heard you had a daughter." The headmaster carried on with the small talk. "Yes, actually I have a daughter." Harry nodded. "Her name is Lily. And he has a son, too," Hermione interjected. Harry stiffened for a moment but nodded with a forced smile. "Yes, he is only 3.5 months old, though. I bet you are very proud of your children." Crumb smiled benignly. "I wish I also had 1 or 2. But first I have to find the appropriate mother for them." He cast a side glance at Hermione, who just waved. "Oh, come on, Victor, don't tell me it's so hard for you to find a wife. You're famous. I'm sure all girls would love to marry you." Maybe." Crumb reached out for his glass of vodka and took a huge swig. Before Harry could ask him about the tasks of the tournament, a dozen ghosts, all wearing fur caps, glided into the hall through the walls. Madame Maxime got so scared by their sudden appearance, that she spilt vodka all over her fine mink coat. What is these, Monsieur Crumb? She demanded. The folk dance group I hired for tonight. Crumb shrugged. 10 of them are professionals, but 2 of them are our ghosts. See that one with the tiny mustache? Olymp nodded. Well, he is Yevgeny Onegin. And that one on the right is Ivan Ilyich. The latter died a terrible death. Better not talk about it, let the show begin. He clapped once and 2 small creatures with thick fur ran into the hall, carrying balalaikas. Pogrebins. Crumb informed the guests. Local demons. Some of them strangely have some artistic sense. A.N. For reference on pogrebins, see Fantastic Beasts and where to find them. The demons started playing on their instruments and the ghosts began dancing to Kalinka, a famous Russian folklore melody. Too bad the ghosts cannot eat or drink. Crumb whispered to Hermione. Dancing Kalinka is usually accompanied by a vodka drinking contest, but these ones here, once I heard some of them invisibly visited the royal ball of Tsar Michael II, and started drinking vodka. No one of the muggles there understood how the floor got slippery with alcohol. No one admitted having spilt the drinks all over the dance floor and they never found out it were ghosts trying to drink. You know, the drinks simply ran through them. Must have been fun for the ghosts, huh? Harry smirked. Hermione enjoyed the ghosts' performance so much that she stood up at the end, clapping enthusiastically. Harry didn't want to show lesser enthusiasm, so he also stood up, applauding. Suddenly the music stopped. At first no one understood why the musicians dropped their balalaikas and why they headed for the staff table. No one understood it either, why they lunged at Harry, knocking him off his feet. Hey, what's going on here? Hermione yelped as Crumb and another male teacher ripped the pogrebins off Harry's chest. Why did you attack him? Crumb growled. The 2 demons started babbling something and kept frantically pointing at Harry. What are they saying? Harry asked, standing up. Your coat, Victor replied. What? You were wearing their cousin and uncle. What? Harry blinked. Your coat is made of the fur of their relatives. They got a bit nervous when they saw it on you. Oh, I'm sorry. Harry apologized. This was my birthday present from my wife. No idea where she bought it, but tell the demons that they can be sure that neither my wife nor I killed their father-in-law. Cousin and uncle, but never mind. Harry, Hermione spoke up. I fear I'm the culprit. Young Potter looked at his sister-in-law with great interest. I mean, I bought that coat when I spent a day at St. Petersburg during the summer. Ginny told me she had no idea at all what to give you for your birthday, so I thought she'd be happy if I brought this coat. Oh, well, I guess we cannot give these folks their relatives back, can we? Harry mused. No green flame torch this time. Hermione shook her head. Never mind, Harry, Crumb said. They'll calm down, hopefully, but in the future I'd really watch my step if I were you. What do you mean? Harry and Hermione asked in unison. Vindictive creatures, pogrebins. You have a death wish, mate. Oh, cool. Harry grimaced, watching as Professor Ivanovich and 2 other teachers carried the demons out of the room. After the ghosts departed, the guests finished their meals, still without the 5th judge. I think there's no use waiting for him any longer, the headmaster told Olymp, Maxime and McGonagall. I suggest you go to bed now. Must have had a tiring day behind yourselves. Oh, very much so, Monsieur Crumb. Madame Maxime nodded. My students need sleep in and a nice warm bed. I cannot guarantee the warmth, only the bed, I fear, but I promise that we'll do everything in our power to make your stay enjoyable. Crumb bowed slightly in Olympé's direction. Let me show you to your rooms, ladies. McGonagall and Maxime stood up to follow Victor. Professor Latayev, our flying teacher, here will show your students their dormitories. Oh, Hermione Ninny, Harry, would you also follow me, please? As they walked past the staff table, Harry felt the stare of that woman on himself again. He decided not to show that he had noticed her gazing at him, but as they exited the hall, he turned to Crumb, who was that female teacher with the long black hair and pointed purple hat. Professor Tatiana Fyodorovna, potions teacher, the best at potions making, if you ask me. She could easily beat your Professor Snape. Snape, Harry and Hermione replied in unison. Whatever. Victor waved. Professor Ivanovich hurried past them with the 2 pogrebins in the hand. He opened the door of the entrance hall and kicked the demons out into the snow. "Hey, that's rude," Harry said. "They didn't do anything bad. After all, I'd also be mad if I saw someone wearing Sirius' scalp, for example." The two demons landing in the snow was indicated by two muffled thuds. Suddenly a louder thump followed, accompanied by the ringing of sleigh bells. Harry and Hermione exchanged surprised looks when the door of the entrance hall burst open, admitting a figure covered with snow. "Bloody reindeers," he cursed. "That Rudolph couldn't wait a single day to catch a cold. No, he had to fall ill today. On the day of the great feast. That's my ill luck." He dusted snow off his ruby-red coat and white beard. Strangely to Harry, he was cursing in English, with a rather unmistakable British accent. The Santa-looking guy, after having wiped his coat clean, hurried up to Victor Crumb. "I'm sorry for being late. Is anything left of the food, at least in the kitchen?" His voice sounded hopeful, his blue eyes glinted impishly. If he had been a bit slimmer, he would have been a spitting image of Dumbledore. Harry whispered. The old chap must have had very good hearing, since he looked at the young man with a broad smile. "Harry Potter, right." He shook Harry's hand with such a fervor that Harry feared he'd rip it off. "Splendid, just splendid. I heard a lot about you. Harry Potter this, Harry Potter that, but I guess you deserved your fame, young man. Well done, a real hero, eh? And you," he turned to Professor McGonagall, "must be the charming Minerva." He gripped McGonagall's hand and pressed a smacking key on it. "If the rumors are true, you are just as clever as pretty." He winked at her and turned his attention to Madame Maxime, while Minerva wiped her hand on her robes with a rather disgusted look on her face. Who is this man?" Hermione whispered to Victor while the enthusiastic fellow was wooing a limp. "Yes, Mr. Crumb, who is this man?" McGonagall asked. "He strangely resembles Professor Dumbledore," Harry commented. "No wonder he does." Crumb shrugged. "They are brothers. This is Aberforth Dumbledore." Harry couldn't believe that there could be two brothers so alike and so different at the same time. He hadn't had time to really get to know Aberforth Dumbledore that night, but the first impression suggested that Aberforth was just as eccentric as Albus, but in an annoying way. After having improvised Madame Maxime a self-written poem about her beauty, Aberforth deigned to give some attention to Crumb as well, but his attention only concerned asking Victor about his room and dinner. Finally he noticed Hermione, too, and that was the point when Harry felt that he'd either yell at him that, "Enough is enough," or start rolling on the floor laughing. Aberforth, namely, dropped to his knees, grabbed Hermione's hand and proposed to her. She blushed and muttered that she already had a husband, only making Aberforth stand up, wink at her and say, "Shame that polyandry isn't exercised in civilized worlds, my dear." McGonagall rolled her eyes, her lips silently moving. Harry assumed she was praying to God to rid them of this lunatic. They got to their rooms shortly before midnight. Harry, Hermione, McGonagall and Aberforth's rooms were on the same floor. Madame Maxime's was one floor under them. Harry was very grateful to the Durmstrang house elves or whomever who looked after the castle that there was a workable fireplace in his room. At last he could take off his fur coat before hanging it into the wardrobe. He looked around to make sure that no pogrebins were lurking in his room. When he was totally certain that he was alone, he dropped himself into the bed and fell immediately asleep. It was about 5 in the morning when he was awoken by someone loudly singing, "Good morning, sunshine." He groped around for his glasses, put them on and, still half asleep, stumbled to the door. Barely had he opened it when a ruddy face appeared in the door frame. "Quadruple Aberforth," Harry yawned. "That's right, kid." The old man slapped him on the shoulder so hard that he almost fell. "Just been out for a nice run." "Run?" Harry blinked. "Yes, nothing like a run in the snow before sunrise, barefoot." Dumbledore's brother replied. "Barefoot." Harry suddenly felt very awake, his gaze wandering down to Aberforth's feet. He really wasn't wearing any type of shoes or boots. Exactly. Makes a man healthy and resilient to all diseases. Well, of course at first you have to count with a couple of flus, pneumonia, even frequent visits to the bathroom, but believe me, it's worth it. My reindeers earlier catch a cold than me. Aberforth, do you really travel by a flying sledge?" Harry asked. Well, actually I do. And, may I ask what you are doing here in Russia? I thought you lived in Great Britain. I used to live there, kid, but that was decades and decades ago. You know, something unpleasant happened and I decided to leave. Oh, the inappropriate charms on a goat. Harry nodded. Goat. Dumbledore laughed. You know, the journalists pretty eagerly packed the papers with articles on me and the goat. That's true, but I never really cared for it. The real reason, well, Albus and I had a row. That crazy old scoundrel, why do you think he didn't want to come and represent Hogwarts? He knew I'd be here. Oh, never mind. He sighed. So, after the row I left the country and made a journey around the world. I visited all places you could think of, from the Easter Islands to Las Vegas, and finally I came to live in Russia. A couple of years ago I happened to save the Minister for Magic from a pair of rampaging Graphorns. To show how grateful he was, he gave me this sledge with 8 reindeers and now he asked me to be one of the judges, which I gladly accepted. That's my story, boy. Shall we go down to the kitchens and nick some pre-breakfast food and talk? I hope I can count with your help in the organization of the tournament. Oh, of course you can. That's why I'm here, Harry replied. No, actually you're here because you've been invited as the guest of honor. But I don't want to be just that. I'd like to help you. I want to be useful. Don't like idleness, do you? Aberforth grinned at him. I know the feeling. Well, dress up and we'll discuss the first task, okay? Okay. See you at breakfast, Harry replied. Harry closed the door and heard Aberforth singing a Tyroler yodel. 5 seconds later he heard a door creak open and the screeching voice of an infuriated McGonagall shriek. Are you crazy, man? It's 5 in the morning. How can you think of yodeling? Oh, extremely sorry, charming lady. Dumbledore's voice sounded apologetic. I never wanted to disrupt your sleep, madam. Still you did, she spat. Should I sing you a lullaby so that you can go back to sleep? Aberforth suggested. Lullaby? Do you think I'm a baby or what? Well, if you insist I could call you, baby, Minerva. You impudent brute. Minerva shouted and banged the door closed. Harry couldn't go back to sleep after the incident at dawn. It was still dark out there, but he lit a candle and started writing a letter to Ginny. My dearest Ginny, we've arrived at Durmstrang without any difficulties. The castle is a bit smaller than Hogwarts and much creepier. Not to mention how cold it is. Without the fur coat you gave me, I'd surely catch a cold. Oh, imagine, I almost got killed because of that coat. Remember telling me about the Pogrebins? Well, 2 of them recognized my coat as their uncle and cousin's fur. We have seen ghosts dancing kalinka and drunk vodka. I think I'd rather stick to butterbeer. The greatest sensation, or should I say disaster, of the day was the arrival of the 5th judge, who, you won't believe me, is Dumbledore's brother, Aberforth. He is rather strange. If I didn't know Albus Dumbledore, I'd think his brother is totally crazy, but knowing Albus I can only say that Aberforth is only a bit stranger than him. Anyway, he can sing wonderfully. I can't wait for the Goblet of Fire to select the champions, and I'm also very excited about the tasks. I guess Aberforth will tell me about them today, and I'll help him and Victor with the arrangements. I hope you and the children are all right. Give my regards to Sirius. Love, your Harry. Breakfast would have been pretty uneventful, had it not been disrupted by a loud bang coming from outside. Every student ran to the windows to peer down into the park and started to giggle in chorus. Harry and Hermione also got curious and hurried to the windows, followed by Victor Crumb. Oh, no, Crumb groaned, slapping his forehead. What happened? Professor McGonagall, with her always strict face, asked. Better see it for yourself, the headmaster replied. McGonagall gazed down into the park, then took off her rectangular glasses, cleaned them and put them back on. She blinked, took them off again, knitting her eyebrows. In the garden before Durmstrang Castle, there was Vladimir the Dragon standing, wearing a bowler hat, bow tie and tuxedo. He was holding a huge bouquet of roses in one of his small front paws. In his other hand there was a huge board with the words, I beg your pardon, Minerva, written on it. The snow around Vladdy was molten and smoking. Aberforth Dumbledore was standing next to the dragon, waving frantically as he saw McGonagall appear in the window. This man should be put into a lunatic asylum. Minerva shook her head and turned away from the sight. Bet Aberforth likes her, Harry whispered to Hermione. I have to tell this to Ginny. He hurried up into his room to add a postscript. After having finished the letter, he tried to find his way to the Ollery to find an owl to carry it to England. He didn't have Hedwig with himself, since Sirius had set her up with a male owl called Henry, without asking for Harry's consent. It took Harry half an hour to find the Ollery, but on his way back he hopelessly got lost. On a corner he bumped into, or rather walked through, Yevgeny Onegin's ghost, who only snapped, "How impolite," at him and glided away. 3 floors and 16 staircases later he asked Catherine the Great, the inhabitant of a large painting on the 3rd floor, how he could find his way back to the hall or his room. Catherine, who was deeply immersed in brushing her long brown hair, seemed rather reluctant to give him instructions. She placed a diadem on her head and told him that one of her lovers was waiting for her at a ground-floor painting, so she had to hurry. And with that, she left. "Lost, Mr. Potter," came a voice from behind his back. He turned around to see the same woman who had been watching him during previous evening's feast. "I fear so," Harry nodded. "Professor Fyodrovna, if my memory serves me well." "Exactly, Mr. Potter." She smiled at him, a cold smile it was. "Just to inform you, here in Russia no one calls anyone professor. Call me Tatiana Fyodrovna. Could I help you find your way back to your room?" "Yes, that would be nice. Or rather, I'll take you to the 2nd floor where the headmaster is right now giving the grand tour to the other guests. You missed the beginning. Follow me." Harry let the woman lead him through a maze of corridors. She didn't seem to be a talkative person, but Harry tried to start a conversation, no matter what. Professor Tatiana Fyodrovna, the headmaster mentioned to me that you were teaching potions." "That's true." She nodded, barely looking back at him. "He also told me you were a wonderful teacher. My potions teacher wasn't. I mean, I'd never question his competence in the area of potion making, but he is just not the teacher type. A teacher who hates children should never teach, in my opinion. Had my headmaster shared your opinion, I would have been fired long ago," she replied coldly. "There, you can already see them." She pointed at the group of Krum, Hermione, McGonagall, Olymp and the Hogwarts and Beauxbaton students. "Thanks," Harry said, but she had vanished. "Oh, Harry, you're here at last." Hermione beckoned him to the group of guests. "Victor has just showed us the staff room and now we are going up into the astronomy tower that is combined with the Ollery." "What? I've just come down from there." Harry groaned. "Oh, well, let's go." And they went. In the astronomy tower they got to know Professor Zvezda, astronomy teacher, who couldn't be older than 20. She cast a curious glance at the newcomers, and her eyes finally stopped on a young bee-owned man from Beauxbatons. She let out a dreamy sigh. The young man looked good. Way too good. However, the young man didn't care for her. He, as all the guests, only cared for the view. From the tower they had a wonderful view of the Durmstrang grounds. "I see Vladdy," Dennis yelled. "Hey, Vladdy." The students started to wave at the dragon. "No use, kids, he is almost deaf," Krum said. "I see you also have a lake," Harry perceived, looking at a small round lake near the edge of the pine forest. "Yes, actually we do. The ice layer is thick enough to skate on it, so I suggest we try it tomorrow. It'll be Saturday, after all." "All right, I haven't skated yet and always wanted to try." Harry nodded, then stepped closer to Victor, whispering, "But only if Aberforth doesn't come. He is dangerous enough without skating shoes on." "I share Harry's opinion," Hermione smiled. "And Victor," she said with an almost inaudible voice, "convince Madame Maxime not to try to skate with us. I believe the ice is thick, but not that thick." The rest of the day dragged by and everybody had the feeling that someone had deliberately slowed down time. Everyone was on tenterhooks to get to know the names of the 3 champions. The only persons enjoying themselves were Harry and Aberforth, who spent hours talking about the tasks. Harry told the old man his own experience with the tournament, that, in Aberforth's opinion, was very useful, especially concerning security. This time there could be no dangerous portkeys and no traitorous teachers. The two men drew sketches of the 3 places where the tasks were to be accomplished and drew signs on the map, indicating the places where security charms needed to be implemented. Harry, this time not being participant but organizer of the tournament, enjoyed thinking up all the security measurements. He hoped that the 3 champions wouldn't get into trouble this time. The Triwizard tournament needed to be exciting, but not dangerous. Next morning the dozen students of Hogwarts, Beauxbatons and all volunteering Durmstrang pupils who had already reached the age of 16, placed their names into the Goblet of Fire. Krum took a leaf out of Professor Dumbledore's book, drawing an age line around the goblet, and this time no one needed to be thrown out of it. Durmstrang didn't have any Fred and George Weasleys, after all. Aberforth couldn't be seen during the morning, to everyone's great satisfaction. Harry enjoyed skating thoroughly, although he slipped and fell a couple of times. He expected his knees to be blue and green with bruises by the evening. Hermione decided not to skate, so she rather built a snowman with Natalie MacDonald and Eleanor Branstone. The snowman got a nice carrot for a nose, a shabby old, pointed wizard hat and an old, useless broomstick that didn't have enough magic in it to fly anymore. The snowman got the name Ronnikins. Next to Ronnikins, Olymp also built a snowman, a 12 feet high one, named Ruby, after Rubius. Ruby even got a beard of wood shavings. "Come on, Professor McGonagall," Harry yelled to Minerva, who was standing on the shore of the lake, shivering in her thick coat. "Come onto the ice and skate a bit. It'll warm you up very nicely." "But Mr. Potter," Minerva shook her head, "I couldn't imagine myself on those ridiculously thin pieces of metal. No, I'm old for this." "Old?" Krum laughed. "You are young and fit, Professor. Prove us." "I bet she's chickened out," came a voice from behind her. She turned around to see Aberforth, wearing skating shoes and a wicked smile. "I haven't chickened out." She put up her nose, and tapped her boots with her wand. Her boots immediately turned into skating shoes, and she almost fell. Somehow she managed to balance herself and stumbled onto the ice. "Who's chickened out, Mr. Dumbledore?" She snapped and found herself on her butt in the next instant. Aberforth slipped to her, elegantly stopped and offered a hand to pull her up. She didn't take it. "I can get up alone, if I want to, Mr. Dumbledore." She gritted her teeth and stood up, wiping snow off her coat. "Are you sure you don't want to go off ice? It seems to be rather dangerous for an old lady." He put an emphasis on the word, old. "Who's old?" she hissed. "Albus told me his brother was 20 years younger than him, so you must be about 140. And you dare call me old? Now, sister," he smiled. "Sister," she cried, "I'd truly feel compassion for any woman related to you. Aren't we a bit premature with these assertions, dear Minerva?" He grinned. "You might become my relative, after all. I have no idea what you are talking about, you crazy old brute." She retorted and turned on her heels to glide off the ice, only to find herself on her butt again. "Skating is clearly not your sport," Aberforth perceived. "Maybe you should try something else, say, chess. I bet I'm much better at chess than you are, Mr. Dumbledore." She spat and tried to stand up. "May I help you?" Aberforth asked. "No. May I help you?" Harry asked. "Yes, thank you." McGonagall accepted Harry's offered hand and let him lead her off the frozen surface of the lake. As McGonagall headed for the castle, Harry's glance fell upon a window of the western tower. A dark shadow, that had been standing at the window, now vanished. Nevertheless, Harry was sure whom the shadow belonged to. "Hey, what are you looking at like that?" Krum asked. "I just thought I saw Professor Fyodrovna." Harry shrugged. Is she always so bitter?" "Quinine couldn't be bitterer than that ugly old rook," came the unasked comment of Aberforth. "But, she isn't old at all," Harry said. "Neither ugly." "Well, maybe not that ugly." Dumbledore shrugged. "But still, there's something creepy about her. I've been trying to persuade our friend, Victor, to sack her, but he insists that she's a very competent teacher. Codswallop. I tell you, kid, women of this sort never do good to anyone. Dangerous beasts. I only wonder why she became so cold." Harry replied. "Cold, grave understatement. She's so frigid that polar bears start to shiver at the pure sight of her. Not to mention that blood freezes in my veins whenever she looks at me. I tell ya, nothing but a good key could warm up this icicle of a woman. But who the hell would key her? Yeah, who'd key her? Harry echoed Aberforth's words. Tatiana Fyodrovna furrowed her brow, looking at her crystal orb. One of them has to be the one, she whispered, seeing the orb glow. This is the sign, the Sphera Inferi cannot be wrong. It started to glow when the Hogwarts guests arrived. One of them will help me, finally, the time has come. She stepped back to the window, looking once more at the cheery crowd on the lake's surface. I just hope that the one is a male. If it's a female, then I can't do anything. Please, let it be a male. As Harry and the others entered the castle, they saw a pudgy little man madly swinging his wand, fervently cleaning everything in the entrance hall. That's Andrei Alexeyevich Stahanov, our caretaker. Crumb replied. A bit over-enthusiastic guy, but at least he's not a squib like your Filch. Harry flinched and hoped that Crumb didn't notice it. There's a squib in the castle. He helps the house elves in the kitchen and takes care of Aberforth's reindeers in the stalls, Victor carried on. Come on, let's go up and change. Hermione cut in to stop Victor rambling about squibs. It was hard enough for Harry without having to hear it every day. She squeezed Harry's arm with a benign smile and he felt grateful to Hermione for her encouragement. She always knew how to cheer him and Ron up, just this one thing, his son being a squib, and always being reminded of it, was a problem that not even Hermione could solve. Andrei Alexeyevich Stahanov must have done a thorough work, because the great hall looked perfectly clean, much cleaner than it looked on the evening of their arrival. Dinner, Selodka fish, potatoes and pickled gherkins, was delicious, and Harry didn't even mind drinking vodka. He started to get used to it. Hermione, on the other hand, insisted on drinking tea. Finally the great moment had come. The remains of dinner had vanished from the plates and everyone's eyes fixed on the goblet of fire, waiting with bated breath. Crumb spoke up. In a couple of minutes the goblet will choose the 3, and this time I hope really only 3, champions. I ask the chosen ones to kindly gather in the adjacent room where they'll get their instructions about the first task. Harry cast a side glance at McGonagall, who was wringing her hands in nervousness. The goblet's flames turned red, and the first parchment flipped out of it. Crumb caught the parchment in midair, cleared his throat and read aloud. The champion of Beauxbatons is Guillaume Etienne Pierre Louis, my, what a name, Louis Eugen de Locre. Everyone clapped politely and Harry saw that Madame Maxime looked very satisfied. As Guillaume Etienne Pierre Louis Eugen de Locre rose to his feet, Harry gasped. He hadn't given much attention to this boy before, but now he did, for the Beauxbatons champion looked a spitting image of Gilderoy Lockhart. Hermione, he whispered. Yes, she whispered back. Does the Lockhart family have relatives in France? Don't know. She shrugged. Could be, the French champion's name resembles Lockhart a lot. Maybe the two families have common roots. Maybe. Harry nodded and directed his attention back to the goblet that spat out the second parchment, the name of the Hogwarts student. Dennis Creevey. Crumb read out. Dennis jumped up. Amidst the thunderous applause of his schoolmates, McGonagall, Harry and Hermione, only the Slytherins weren't applauding. As he passed the staff table, Harry gave him the thumbs-up sign. I'm really happy he is the chosen one, Hermione told Harry, who nodded eagerly. Only one champion was left, that of the host, Durmstrang. The flames of the goblet turned red again, and Crumb caught the third parchment. A huge smile spread on his face as he read it, a proud smile. Maletta Crumb. He read out. What, Crumb? Harry whispered. Shish. Hermione hushed him, as a black-haired girl, with black eyes and quite bushy eyebrows walked past them, casting a superfluous glance at Harry. Crumb's sister. Must be. Looks like him a lot. Hermione replied as the third champion also left the hall. Then she turned to McGonagall. What do you think the tasks will be, Professor? I don't know. Minerva shrugged. We aren't supposed to know it. But surely there's a way to find it out. Hermione asked, grinning. But Granger, I mean Weasley. McGonagall sounded flabbergasted. That would be cheating. When the Triwizard Tournament took place at Hogwarts, Madame Maxime and Karkaroff got to know about the dragons by cheating. Hermione replied. They told Fleur and Victor. So, they knew in advance. Minerva furrowed her brow. Course they did, as did Harry. Harry. McGonagall furrowed her brow, giving Harry a side glance. Yes, he got to know about it by accident, and told Cedric, so that he wouldn't be the only one who didn't know. That's quite noble, I guess, but I don't want to hear about cheating this time. McGonagall stated. We are playing fair. Sure, Hermione smirked. I can imagine how fair Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will play this time. I'm just wondering what the tasks might be. Hermione mused. Any ideas, Harry? Well, ice hockey, polar bear hunting and igloo building seem pretty possible, said Harry with a wink, standing up and following Krum, Maxime and Aberforth out of the hall to talk to the champions in the adjoining room. Letter from Harry. Sirius burst into the kids' room where Ginny was playing with Lily. Oh, really? Her face lit up and practically ripped the paper out of the man's hand. While she was reading the letter, Sirius sat down on the carpet to help Lily with building a castle of huge, colorful bricks. What did he write? He asked, accidentally making the castle's tower tumble down. Silly, Lily yelled, her emerald eyes filling with tears. Oh, I didn't mean to. Sirius gathered the little girl into his arms. You know what? I'll restore it to its original state. He flipped his wand and the castle was standing again. Ginny looked up from the letter, smiling. You're good at restoring buildings, Sirius. Too bad Muggles still think Stonehenge was restored by Martians. Oh, yeah, all those scientists swarming out to Stonehenge, trying to find an explanation. And found none, she nodded. Did they really build a radio telescope next to the ruins, hoping to catch alien signs from the Horsehead Nebula? Yes, they did. Sirius shook his head, laughing. Crazy folks, Muggles. He suddenly realized that he had said something he shouldn't have. He looked at Ginny to see that she had dropped the letter, her face stony, her eyes fixed on Daniel's crib. A single tear coursed down her cheek. She didn't even reach out to wipe it. Ginny. Sirius stood up and walked up to her, placing his arms around her. I'm sorry, I always forget. That's you, Sirius, she cried. I cannot forget it, I cannot. She buried her face into his shoulder, sobbing. He had no idea what to say, so he just started stroking her hair, trying to comfort her. I know it's hard for you, but you are strong, Ginny. You are one of the strongest young women I know. You mustn't break down. You have to stand up and live as though nothing had happened. Your children need you, so don't give up, Ginny. I won't give up. She looked up, sniffing. Now her face radiated no sadness, but resolution. Do you have a tissue? Sure. So, what does Harry write? He got to know Dumbledore's brother. She replied, blowing her nose. Aberforth. The guy seems to be a bit of a lunatic, but at least he sings well. Is that all? No. Harry seems to hate vodka. She grinned, wiping away the last tears. Well, nothing can substitute for a nice warm butterbeer. Sirius nodded. Still, this Aberforth, his name sort of rings a bell. Where have I heard it before? Not from Albus, I think. He is the guy with the goat. She replied. Aha, I knew I heard his name somewhere. Or read it, he mused. That must have happened at least a century ago. Not even my grandparents were born back then. Anyway, what is he doing in Russia? No idea. Ginny shrugged. Innie. She looked down to see her daughter tugging at her rock. What? She squatted to be at the same eye level with Lily. I think she just wanted some attention from her mommy. Sirius said. This little princess is spoiled. Yes. He smiled at the small girl. You are used to get attention all the time, right? Sirius. Would you be so kind and look after her for a while? I'm tired, Ginny said, giving Lily a key. All right. He nodded, lifting the child onto his arm. Come on, dear, we are going for a nice walk in the garden, and catch some gnomes to play with, okay? As they departed, Ginny walked up to the crib of her son. The little boy stirred and opened his brown eyes. He inherited his mother's original eye color. The green flame torch didn't influence Ginny's DNA, after all. Hello. She cooed, reached out to the baby, who immediately gripped her index finger with one of his tiny fists. "Oh, what a firm grip you have," she laughed. "You are going to be a strong man, wizard or not. Don't worry, my son. Mum and Dad won't let you be harmed by anyone, we won't let anyone mock you, and of course won't allow Draco Malfoy or any future child of his come near you. They never mend their way, those Malfoys." She remembered a day, shortly after Christmas, during their last year at Hogwarts. It was sometime in January when she had to go down into the dungeons to ask Professor Snape for an ingredient that she needed for her potions homework. Snape was nowhere to be found. The corridor was quite dark, so she whispered Lumos and headed for the staircase at the other end of it, but she happened to stumble over something lying on the floor. She tripped, and fell right onto an unconscious Draco Malfoy. "Ouch," he yelled as he came round from the impact. "Oh, sorry," she mumbled, groping around for her fallen wand. "Hey, that's my most private part," he groaned, tossing her hands away. "Sorry, I can't find my wand," she replied, continuing her search. About half a minute later she felt something long and smooth on the floor. "Lumos," she said again and lifted the wand to cast some light on Draco. "Heavens," she breathed at the sight. Draco's beeps were torn and his face was smeared with blood. "Who did this to you?" "Not," he replied, trying to sit up. "He didn't manage." "But, why did he beat you up like this?" "None of your business," he replied coldly. "Help me get up to the infirmary, will you?" "Oh, wait a minute, I don't know how to conjure a stretcher, can you stand up?" "Don't think so, try," she demanded, holding out her arms to pull him up. He grabbed them and sat up, gritting his teeth. He must be in great pains, she thought, pulling him with all her might. Somehow she managed to make him stand, but making him walk was a much more difficult business. "Come on, Malfoy, show you're a man," she moaned as he leaned on her with all his 70 kilos of weight. "Come on, only a couple of stairs," she panted as they reached the bottom of the staircase. "A couple," he winced. "At least 300. About half an hour later they reached the hospital wing. By then Ginny barely had enough strength to open the door to Madame Pomfrey's residence. "My goodness." The matron clasped her hands and hurried up to them, taking over Draco's weight from Ginny's shoulders, making him lie down on a bed. "What happened to this young man?" Poppy asked, examining his bruises. "This wasn't caused by magic, someone had beaten you up really thoroughly, Mr. Malfoy." "But you can fix him, right?" Ginny asked, clutching at the bedpost, as though she hadn't felt strong enough to stand on her feet. "Yes, no problem." Madame Pomfrey looked up, then clapped her forehead. "Are you totally out of your mind, Ms. Weasley? I mean Mrs. Potter, you shouldn't have been heaving such huge weights. Oh my, you can barely stand." She grabbed Ginny's arm and ushered her to the bed next to Draco's. "I'm fine, Madame Pomfrey," she whispered, her face deadly pale. "Fine. Oh, you silly girl. You could have lost your baby," she tutted, casting a condition-stabilizing spell on Ginny. "Baby," Draco croaked. "She's pregnant again." "Yes, she is." Poppy nodded seriously, tending Malfoy's bruises. "And she brought me up here," his voice faltered. Before falling unconscious, the last thing Ginny heard was Draco say, "Stupid woman. Are you all right, love?" Draco heard a too familiar voice coming from the adjacent bed. "I'm fine, dear," another voice replied. "I was so worried," said the familiar voice again. "Why didn't you leave him there and ran up for help? Or why didn't you just say mobilicorpus? I didn't know that charm, Harry. Anyway, it was so sudden, so shocking, I couldn't have asked anyone for help, since everyone I knew was on the Quidditch pitch along with Captain Potter." She gave him a small smile. "And, well, I guess I wasn't thinking. What else did you expect from a woman? Especially from a Weasley?" Draco asked, still with closed eyes. "How long have you been awake, Malfoy?" Harry turned in his direction. "Long enough to hear you two going all mushy, yuck." Draco rubbed his eyes and sat up. "Don't you fear to melt away in the middle of such sappy scenes? Stuff cotton wool into your ears, if you don't want to listen, Malfoy," Harry suggested. "I'd rather cast a muzzle charm on you, Potter," Draco declared. "Anyway, Let me congratulate you, I hear you didn't waste your time knocking her up again. You must be very taken with yourself now. I'm not taken with myself, Malfoy. Harry crossed his arms. But I don't deny that I'm happy about the arrival of my son. Son, you know it already. Draco raised an eyebrow. Are you aware that your little wife almost lost your son when helping me? I know, but I simply don't understand. Harry pouted. You aren't worth that much. Always the sincere, Potter. Draco grinned. Yes, always the sincere. Harry nodded. I simply cannot lie to you. I always speak what I think. He shrugged with an innocent expression. So I feel I need to tell you that you look much worse than you did when Peeves so kindly painted you. Huh, you weren't even here then. Malfoy burst out. Colin gave me a nice birthday present, Harry smirked. Very nice, indeed. Ginny chimed in. It's hanging on the wall of Harry's room at Black Manor, in a gilded frame. What, Creevy, that little rat photographed me, that way. Exactly. Harry nodded, taking off his glasses to wipe away the tears of laughing. I love the orangutans, but especially your hairdo. I spent a lot of time furnishing my room and the last thing I installed was that pic, which became the crowning glory of my work. Seeing Draco's expression, Ginny started laughing so hard that she doubled over. Harry laughed together with her, but suddenly stopped, as he realized that she wasn't doubling over in laugh anymore, she was doubling over in pain. Ginny. He grabbed her arms, and she fell into his embrace, unconscious. Madame Pomfrey, Harry yelled. Come, something's happened to Ginny. The matron ran up to them, and Malfoy started craning his neck to see what was happening on the adjacent bed, but couldn't see anything because Pomfrey had jerked the screen around Ginny's bed. Oh, heavens, she's bleeding, Poppy cried, pulling Harry off his wife. Out with you, Mr. Potter. But she's my wife. Harry retorted. I want to stay. I said out with you. The matron shouted at him with such an expression that Harry thought better of speaking back. Hours had passed when Pomfrey finally came out, extremely exhausted. Harry, who had been pacing the ward, hurried up to her. How is she? A small smile appeared on Poppy's tired-looking face. She'll be all right, Mr. Potter. She's lost the baby, hasn't she? He asked. No. She was very close, though. Now she needs to rest. Total peace. That means no visiting her, Mr. Potter. I won't allow anyone enter the infirmary for a while. She's sleeping now. I suggest you go up to your dorm and have a sleep yourself. You seem to need it. Harry nodded and headed for the dormitory, but not with the intention of sleeping, but to grab his invisibility cloak. He threw the cloak upon himself and hurried back to the hospital wing, trying to be as silent as one could be. Soon he arrived at the door of the infirmary and he listened for a couple of minutes. After he made sure that Pomfrey had gone to sleep, he noiselessly opened the door and entered. As he approached Ginny's bed he saw a dark form concealing her from his eyes. Someone was sitting on her bed, with his back turned on the door, so he couldn't even see it open. Malfoy. He was the one sitting on Ginny's bed. Harry came closer, careful not to make the slightest noise. Moonlight flooded into the room, illuminating Malfoy's pale face, a face that had a strange expression on it now, an expression Harry had never seen on it before. I'm so sorry, Ginny. Draco whispered. I don't want you to lose your child because of me, I couldn't stand it. He was speaking very quietly, as though fearing that someone could hear him, as though fearing that Ginny could hear him. You know, you really shouldn't have helped me. Potter was right, I'm not worth that much. He shook his head in disgust, and tentatively reached out with his right hand, and placed it on Ginny's abdomen. Take your hands off my wife, you bastard. Harry felt like yelling, but bit his tongue to prevent himself from uttering a single word. His fists clenched as he watched Malfoy gently rubbing Ginny's stomach. Hey, kid, Draco whispered. Yes, I'm talking to you in there. Hold out, will you? Not for me, not even for that git of a father you have, only for your mother. He gulped. You have to be born, do you hear me? Have to. Okay. Be a good boy and love your mother, she deserves it. Wonderful woman. She killed Voldemort, do you know that? She just has to be loved. Harry shook his head in disbelief. Either Malfoy had got a serious blow on the head and gone crazy, or Better not think of it. Better not think of it. Ginny never got to know about Draco sitting on her bedside that night, because Draco was way too proud to admit it, and Harry was way too scared to tell her about what he had seen and heard, as though he had felt he had to protect his wife from Malfoy. Ginny never understood why those two men, who had reconciled back at the wedding, became so nasty to each other again. She never managed to comprehend why Malfoy treated her like a piece of dung during the rest of the school year. She never knew it was only a defense reaction of his. All she knew was that Draco was much more of a bastard after their short stay at the infirmary than he had ever been before. She never knew that he was jealous. Terribly jealous. Ginny was jerked back into the present by Daniel's whimpers. They'll always remain rotten to their very core. Ginny sighed, adjusting the little boy's quilt. Never ever believe a Malfoy, Dan, never. I almost lost you because of him and he didn't even thank me for helping. They don't deserve anyone's confidence, Malfoys. Your father shouldn't have trusted Draco for a single second. She heaved another sigh. I was so happy when Harry told me about their reconciliation. I thought the fighting was over. How silly of me, huh? Malfoys always be Malfoys and won't change. Innie. She heard Lily's voice and saw her little daughter ran into the room, holding a madly squeaking gnome. Look. Oh, have you caught it all by yourself? Ginny asked, smiling. Yes, Lily beamed. Only 17 months old and already knows how to fib. She'll be a great magical mischief maker, I tell you. Sirius laughed. Why, did you catch the gnome? She asked with an amused expression. No, Abu did. Sirius pointed at the window. Ginny walked up to it and couldn't help but laugh. Abu was chasing the gnomes like hell. The sight made her totally forget about Malfoy and all her sorrows. The day following the selection of the 3 champions, you couldn't hear anything else at Durmstrang but gossips about the tournament. People came up with such weird ideas for the tasks, that polar bear hunting didn't even sound ridiculous anymore. I bet they'll make them catch penguins. Graham Pritchard said at breakfast. Are you out of your mind? Natalie MacDonald replied. You can't find penguins on the Arctic, only on the Antarctic. Who cares? The burly Slytherin shrugged. Let's ask our champion. He pointed at Dennis, who approached the table. Hey, Creevy. What, Pritchard? Dennis sat down across him. What will be the first task? Malcolm Baddock, another Slytherin, asked. Dunno. They didn't tell us. All they said was that we'd have to find a very special and rare plant that has magical powers. A plant? Is that all? Finding a damned plant, Pritchard sneered. Anyone, even a filthy little Gryffindor like you, could cope with that. Thanks for the encouragement. I feel a lot better. Dennis grimaced. Anyway, Crumb and Dumbledore said it'd be a dangerous task, I mean the search. But first of all, we'll have to make research in the library. We have to find out what we'll have to look for so that we can prepare. I don't think it'd be so difficult to find out about that plant. Eleanor Branstone stated. I mean, there aren't too many plants around here in winter. Dennis shrugged. We'll see. I just hope you win the tournament, Dennis. Natalie said in a rather loud voice, casting a side glance at the Slytherins. I couldn't stand if that pompous Bobaddins guy won. Guillaume. Dennis chuckled. Yeah. Kind of a weirdo. Reminds me of a chap I saw at Harry's party in July. What was his name? Gilded. Gilderoy. Eleanor said, blushing. Oh, Ellie, you have a crush on Gilderoy Lockhart. Natalie chuckled. Or rather on Guillaume Locker. Eleanor flushed even more. Who wouldn't have a crush on him? He looks so good, she sighed, eyeing the French champion who was sitting at the adjacent table, laughing about something. All his 32 teeth glittered in the morning sunshine. I guess you're not the only one who has a crush in here. Natalie told her friend. Who else? Eleanor asked. Natalie pointed at a dark-haired girl at one of the tables closest to the staff table. What? Crumb's sister. Eleanor gaped. Why do you think she also likes Guillaume? Not Guillaume, silly. Her friend laughed. Who then? Dennis asked. Watch her a bit, Natalie replied with a wicked smile. Look at her eyes getting all misty while fixed on Harry, Dennis declared. Exactly, Harry. Woohoo, this will be interesting. Eleanor giggled. I wonder whether Harry already knows about his new groupie. I don't think so. Baddock grunted. He seems too occupied with playing the role of the lightning rod between Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore. Dennis nodded with a half-smile. McGonagall and Aberforth's relationship hasn't seemed to have improved. No, on the contrary. It has become definitely worse since their little incident on the skating rink. Aberforth continued behaving as nonchalantly as ever before, which only made Minerva become even more of an icicle than she'd been ever before. She was reluctant to talk or listen to him. Their relationship got reduced to the level of Aberforth saying, "Hello, dear Minerva, how pretty you look today." And McGonagall replying, "Good morning," and rushing by. "Well, I'm off to the library." Dennis stood up. "Have to start the research?" "Ask Professor Weasley. She'll surely help you with those books," Eleanor suggested. "Yes, definitely ask her, Creevy." Baddock sneered. "You'd never figure it out on your own." Dennis pretended that he hadn't heard anything and left. McGonagall, having finished her breakfast, stood up from the table. So did Aberforth. Before he could tell her anything, Madame Maxime stepped to him and called him aside. McGonagall heaved a sigh of relief. The Beauxbatons' headmistress, saved her from Dumbledore. She headed for the door when something occurred to her and she doubled back. Maxime was animatedly gesturing to Aberforth, but must have been talking in a hushed voice, since Minerva didn't hear a word. The man replied something and a limp departed. "I have a feeling that she was asking you about the first task." McGonagall stepped to Aberforth with a strict expression. "I seriously hope that you managed to keep your big mouth shut." "Big." The man looked amused. "Actually, I haven't spilled the beans to a limp, dear Minerva. No one but Victor, Harry and me know about the first task, I guess. If you would only stop calling me Minerva, Mr. Dumbledore." She furrowed her brow. "We aren't on first-name terms, are we?" "Oh, you are no fun, Mrs. McGonagall." "Or is it Miss?" "Miss, of course," Minerva snapped. "No wonder." Aberforth shrugged. "What?" She raised an eyebrow. "That you're still a Miss McGonagall. You're as cold as this place. And you think you're the one to apply some heat." She crossed her arms. "Me?" He laughed. "What a funny idea, but you may never know, I might get interested." He winked at her. "Why, you half-witted, scruffy-looking Santa Claus." She sputtered. "Santa Claus. That's cute." Aberforth straightened himself proudly. "I have some reindeers, after all. Good that you mentioned it. I have to visit them. The poor dears must be devastated, they haven't seen me for days." "Good for them," McGonagall replied coolly. "Tut, tut." Aberforth shook his head. "What? You are not as cold as this place." "Colder. You could really use a guy to warm you up." "You can be sure that that guy isn't you," she replied haughtily. "Why, Ms. McGonagall?" Aberforth asked gently. "I could close you into my arms and warm you up very nicely." "Me, in your arms?" She snapped. "The only way I would jump into your arms is if a yeti chased me." "A yeti?" He scratched his head. "Hard to arrange, but we'll see." He winked at her again and walked away. On his way up to his room, Harry got lost again. He wished he had a Marauder's map about Durmstrang, too. But unfortunately he didn't. He saw Catherine the Great in a painting on the second floor. She was rather occupied with buttoning her shirt and readjusting her hair. A man, half naked, half wrapped in a blanket, stretched and yawned on the bed behind her back. "Hello, Your Majesty," Harry greeted her. "Could you please tell me the way to my room?" "Go 2 floors up and turn left on the corner, then turn right on the next one," Catherine replied, a bit flushing. She beckoned Harry closer and whispered, "Do I look okay? Akaki Akakievich doesn't have a mirror." "You look absolutely perfect, Majesty," he assured her and headed for the staircase. He climbed the stairs and arrived on the 4th floor, where he accidentally walked through the ghost of Ivan Ilyich. "Oh, sorry, didn't see you were there," he apologized. "Oh, never mind," the ghost replied with a suffering face. "I don't care what people do to me, not anymore. They never liked me in my life, either." "Oh, that's sad. You have no idea how sad it is," Ivan Ilyich burst out. "I could somehow endure people's disrespect for me, but this pain is unbearable." "What pain?" Harry asked. "The pain in my left side. Terrible," the ghost whined. "I never knew ghosts could feel pain," Harry said. Of course we can. Not all of us, but I, personally, can. Of course the others say I'm imagining it. Just a phantom pain, they say, but they don't know anything. Ivan clutched at his side as though some really excruciating pain had been torturing him. Can I help somehow? Yes. Get Gerasim. Who? Harry blinked. My valet. Valet. Sorry. I don't know your valet, sir. What? Haven't you heard about me and my story? Ivan Ilyich raised his eyebrow. No, sorry. I'm sure you aren't interested, either. Ivan sighed. Not that it would surprise me. But I'm interested. Harry didn't want to hurt the ghost's feelings, having learnt of the case of Moaning Myrtle. Really? Ivan's eyes gleamed as he enthusiastically clasped his hands. So, where should I start? Well, at the beginning, I guess. With my birth. I don't remember that part. Ivan shook his head. Sorry, young man, I know you are interested in it, but I cannot tell you anything about my being a baby, so I think I'll start with the day when I decided to hang a new curtain on the window. Oh, come on, Ivan, leave this poor guy alone. The ghost of a pretty young woman floated out of the wall. Don't bore him to death. But he said he was interested, Anna. Ivan protested. Still, leave him alone. She turned to Harry, stretching out her hand. Hello, young man, I'm Anna Karenina, pleased to meet you. Hello. Harry held out his hand to shake her when he realized that her hand was intangible. Sorry. Never mind. The woman's ghost waved. I always forget it myself. I still feel alive, though it happened 100 years ago. What? Harry asked. That she died, Ivan replied. Oh, I see. Well, my name is Harry Potter. I'm from Great Britain. Great Britain, quite far away from here. Anna stated. How have you come here? By the school bus. Pity that we couldn't use the Hogwarts Express. Trains. Anna Karenina squealed. I hate trains. She burst into trains and floated away. Oh, my, what have I said? Harry frowned. What's wrong with trains? That she died under one. Ivan replied. Killed herself because of Count Wronski. Who? Joseph Wronski. The famous Polish Quidditch player who invented the Wronski feint. What? The ghost blinked. No, that was another Wronski. Never mind. So, where was I? Yeah, I decided to climb the ladder and hang a new curtain on the window. What are you reading with such interest that you don't even hear one's footsteps? Crumb asked. Hermione looked up. Oh, just some book I found in your library. Pretty interesting. What? Victor looked at the title of the book. Nah, Russian myths and legends. Or I'd rather call them fairy tales. There are lots of legends, for example the Greek ones, that have real events in their background, she replied. And these legends are really so interesting, for example this legend about the wizard twins, Aaron and Anor. Ah, silly tales. Victor waved, sitting down next to her. But truly amazing, Hermione insisted. Anor froze his brother so that he could be the leading wizard of Russia, then killed his father, who, before dying, sent Anor into a coma-like sleep. And the other story about the golden fish in Durmstrang's lake. Wonderful. Oh, come on, Hermione. Crumb slipped a bit closer to her. There's no magical golden fish in this lake at all. Legends tell about one living in the lake, but it's codswallop, in my opinion. Still, if you were interested in stuff like that, I could tell you old Bulgarian tales that my parents used to tell me when I was a small child. He slipped his arm around her. I'd tell you tales, wonderful tales, Hermione. Thanks. She stood up. But Snow White and Cinderella are nice enough for me. Crumb also rose to his feet. No tales, then, something else. What else, Victor? Hermione crossed her arms. Maybe, do you feel like visiting the Wizarding Quarter of St. Petersburg or Murmansk with me? You could buy something nice for your family there. Christmas is coming, after all. Well, she bit her lip. I've been considering going there, but even if I go, I'm going with Harry. Seeing the disappointment spread on Crumb's face, she added, I have already been to the Wizarding Marketplace at St. Petersburg, but Harry hasn't, and I suppose he'd also like to make purchases for the holidays. And now, if you will excuse me. Victor looked after the departing woman and heaved a deep, resigned sigh. Half an hour later Ivan finished his tale about himself falling down the ladder, hitting himself and getting very ill. At first Harry tried to show sympathy, but later on all he managed to do was nod and insert an UHUM, and a yeah, every now and then. Thankful for getting away from the ghost, Harry continued his way up to his room. As he turned right on a corner, something, or rather somethings, black and furry jumped upon him. Hey, get off, he yelled, ripping the two pogrebins off himself. Vendetta, cried one of them. Must have been a multilingual demon, pulling a long, sharp knife out from behind his back. Easy does it. Harry reached into his robes to get his wand, and didn't find it. The first pogrebin menacingly swished the knife, gaining on the young man. The other one triumphantly flipped something long in its hand, then threw it away, far away enough for Harry not to be able to get to it without getting knifed by a bloodthirsty furball. Hey, let's discuss this, guys. Harry backed against the wall. You don't speak English, huh? Only Russian and Italian. The pogrebins didn't seem to be in talkative mood, not to mention that the second one also pulled out a dagger from somewhere. Did they have pockets? Harry wondered. The two demons backed Harry to the wall of the corridor, viciously snarling and gnashing their teeth. Harry didn't have anything to defend himself with. He felt the cold of brick against his back. His eyes made a quick journey around to find something, anything to help himself, and then he saw it. In an arm's length there was a torch on the wall. Harry didn't hesitate. He snatched it out of its bracket to threaten the demons away. However, he never had time to see whether pogrebins were afraid of fire or not, because the wall he was leaning against suddenly moved. A part of it came into life and beeped Harry in. Harry fell onto a small, platform-like thing that set into motion under him, swooped down like an elevator. After about 2 minutes it stopped and Harry could stand up, the torch still clutched at his hand. What the? He murmured. He was in a pitch-black corridor. The only source of light was the torch. He held it up so that he could look around. The corridor didn't have anything special in it. In fact, it was totally empty. Not a painting, not even an armor was there to be seen. And then, Harry saw a door. He walked up to it, stretching out his torch-holding hand, examining the door. It was a thick, stone door with funny signs engraved in it. He was just about to try and open it when a cold voice spoke up behind him. Lost again, Mr. Potter. Harry turned around to see Professor Fyodrovna standing there with crossed arms. Well, kind of, he replied. You have no business here. Leave. She said. I haven't come here deliberately. Harry explained. I was chased by two pogrebins who wanted to kill me, then I happened to snatch this torch off the wall, then I fell off the wall. Really? She raised an eyebrow. How very interesting story. I suggest you leave the way you came here. She pointed at the elevator-like platform. But what if those beasts are still there waiting for me? He frowned. The great Harry Potter cannot deal with two weenie pogrebins. She asked in a rather mocking tone. Not if they are armed and I am not. Harry thought bitterly, but decided that he didn't want to seem weak, especially not in front of a woman. Right. He nodded. So you reckon this thing will bring me up to that hidden door? Correct. She responded. All right, Harry said and stepped onto the platform that immediately started traveling upwards. Then, minutes later, it stopped and Harry found himself facing the brick wall again. He touched it. It was solid. He saw a torch bracket on the wall, and with a sudden thought put the torch he was still holding into it. The wall rippled at once and Harry managed to step through it, into the corridor. The first thing he saw was the pair of pogrebins, waiting for him with nasty, huge knives. Still here, Harry groaned. Really, guys, don't you think it's time to stop following and trying to kill me? I'm really sorry about your uncle and cousin. The demons didn't understand him and stepped closer. Stupefy, a sharp voice cried and the pogrebins fell, unconscious. Harry turned in the voice's direction, to see Crumb's sister still pointing her wand at the demons. Thanks. He said. You're welcome. She smiled. I guess this belongs to you. She offered him his lost wand. Thanks again. He took it. Somehow, she managed to touch his hand when handing him his wand. Ms. Crumb. Just call me Miletta, Mr. Potter. She blushed a bit. Okay, Miletta. He forced a smile. Just call me Harry. Okay, Harry. She replied with a mellifluous voice. Harry. Yes, nothing. Gotta go, Miletta. Thanks once more. He said and hurried away, oblivious to the fact that she was following him with her eyes, clutching at her chest. As he turned left on the corner, Harry met with a rather sullen Crumb. Hi, Victor, what's up? Crumb just shook his head and hurried past him, muttering something in Bulgarian, something that Harry thought was some kind of cursing. When he finally reached his room, he heard Aberforth yelling, Hey, Harry. The old man ran up to him. Hi, Aberforth, can I help you? Yes. Dumbledore nodded. Get me a Yeti. A what? Harry blinked. Yetis live in the Himalayas. Anyway, why do you need one? Let me tell you while fishing. Fishing. The lake's frozen. We are going to cut holes in it. Aberforth replied enthusiastically. There's nothing as much fun as ice fishing. Very healthy. Oh, sure. Harry rolled his eyes. All right, I'll dress up and meet you down by the lake. Harry put on his fur coat, wrapped a thick, fluffy scarf knitted by his mother-in-law around his neck and also put on a cap. As he left his room, he saw a rather upset Hermione coming up to her room that was adjacent to McGonagall's. You all right? He asked. She burst into her room, slapped a heavy book on her table and said, Yes. That means a no, he perceived. Is it to do with Crumb? She looked up. Why do you think? Because I saw him 5 minutes earlier in similar mood. What happened between you? Nothing. She shrugged. And I'll see to it that nothing will happen, either. He's still after you. Seems so. She pursed her lips. But I don't want him to. I know you don't. He replied. You know what, Herm? I'm going to defend you from Vicky if you also defend me from his sister. His sister. She gaped. Yeah, that Malupa who, I fear she likes me. Hermione giggled. You poor fellow. You seem to be an ugly girl magnet. First Millicent Bulstrode, now this chick, really, even their names start with the same 3 letters. Isn't it funny? I don't think so. He shook his head, laughing. All right, try and keep Victor's hands off you and I'll try and not freeze out there while fishing with Aberforth. 2 hours later Harry returned with Aberforth to the castle, frozen to his bones. He had caught 7 fish with Dumbledore, who kept blabbering about needing a Yeti. Strangely, he wouldn't tell Harry why he needed it, so Harry didn't force him. With their hands packed with fish, they entered the entrance hall and Harry welcomed the slight warmth of the building. Professor McGonagall had just come down the stairs and looked daggers at them. After a minute or so Harry realized that the daggers were meant for Aberforth only, and not for him. He knew only too well what it was like to make McGonagall angry with himself and didn't desire to do it again. On the way up their rooms, they walked past the library and saw Professor Fyodrovna enter it. Coming to the kitchen, kid? Aberforth asked. A bit later, I've just realized I've forgotten something. See you at lunch. Dumbledore nodded. Give me that bucket, I'll take it down for the house elves. I hope they'll roast them for dinner. Harry handed him his bucket full of fish and waited until Aberforth got out of sight, then he stepped to the library door and peered inside. Tatiana Fyodrovna was sitting at a table, rather absorbed in reading a book. Now or never, he thought and hurried upstairs. He hoped he remembered the way to the mysterious vanishing wall and wouldn't get lost. After a while he arrived at the place he believed to find the secret elevator. Yes, this has to be it. He nodded in thought and pushed the wall. It didn't even budge. Oh, of course, the torch needs to be pulled out its bracket. He scolded himself for being so stupid and got hold of the torch. Now, let's go. He touched the wall again, but it was still solid brick. Is this the right place or have I got lost again? He looked around. No. He was sure he hadn't got lost. That woman must have shut down the entrance. He frowned. She saw me in there and cast a spell on the wall so that I couldn't get into there again, but why? Why does she want people stay away from that place? Is it another chamber of secrets with another basilisk? He truly hoped it wasn't. Okay, let's try another way. He murmured. Reducio. He pointed his wand at the bricks. This charm should have blasted the bricks away, but it didn't. The bricks seemed reluctant to leave their place. Defindo. He tried again. Alohomora. Nothing. Disappointed, and still itching to get to know what was in there, he left for his room. Dennis had spent the whole morning in the library, looking for the plant they'd have to find. He had dipped into a dozen books but didn't manage to find anything. He found a book about Russian plants, but none of them were evergreen. Atropa belladonna, Circea luteatiana. No, none of these. He sighed and slammed the last book shut. I've had enough. He stood up and headed for the door when a voice called after him. Mr. Creevy. He turned around to see Durmstrang's potions teacher, that Professor Fyodrovna beckoning him to herself. Yes, Professor. Can I help you? I guess I can help you, she replied with a smile. Dennis found her smile oddly repulsive. Not that she was an ugly woman. No, she was pretty, but somehow, he couldn't explain. He walked up to her. What do you mean, Professor? You haven't found anything in connection with the first task, right? Right. He nodded. But if you intend to help me, I must warn you that I'm not the type. I'm not a cheater. I never said you were. Anyway, she pointed at the seat next to her, indicating that she expected him to sit down. He did. I'm not the cheater type either, and wouldn't help a student, especially not a rival student. I'm rooting for Durmstrang, you know. Oh, of course. He nodded. Understandable. Yes. So, I take you haven't looked in this book. She handed him a very old, thick book with crumpled, yellow pages. No. His eyes widened. You've been sitting on this when you knew I was looking for the plant that could only be found in this book. His voice sounded accusing. Sitting on it, she crossed her arms. No, actually I haven't realized you were here, until you stood up to leave. I've been looking up a magical plant for a potion I'm going to make. Oh, sorry. He blushed. Never mind. Now here it is. Use it well. Dennis opened the book and started turning over the pages. There were lots of plants there, a whole chapter on Russian magical herbs and flowers. His eyes skimmed the pages, then he cried out with glee, Leontopodium nigrum. Black Edelweiss. Lives in high mountains, perennial, evergreen, blooms in winter. Its black blossom can easily be glimpsed in the snow, 5 to 15 cm high. Its white counterpart grows in the mountains of Central and South Europe, though its place of origin was Siberia, thousands of years ago. The black Edelweiss can only be found in northern Russia. Its ability of healing wounds caused by evil curses is well known. Dennis looked up. Thank you, Professor, but Tatiana Fyodrovna was no more there. Professor. He didn't even realize when she left. Why has she given me this book? Why is she helping me? She's a Durmstrang teacher. It simply doesn't make sense. He shook his head and returned to the description of the black Edelweiss. It was already 11 p.m. when Harry decided to go to bed. He had already put on his pajamas when he heard a tap on the window. It was the owl he had sent Ginny. He hastily took and unfolded the letter. Dearest Harry, I'm glad you arrived at Durmstrang without any difficulty. There's nothing interesting here, except that Sirius has taught Lily how to fib. Great achievement. She has also learned lots of new expressions, but, thanks to Sirius, most of them are bad words. You should come back and kick your godfather in the ankle. Fred and George visited us yesterday. Their shop is running better and better every day. Mum is absorbed in decorating the new house. Yes, imagine, Dad managed to persuade her to move out of the burrow. Good, Harry thought. Though the Weasleys had had a nice, big house built next to the old, shabby one, Mrs. Weasley had been reluctant to move in for a year after it was built. I think I hear wedding bells. Last time Percy and Penny visited us, she was wearing a ring that hadn't been there before. Though they didn't tell anyone anything, I immediately noticed it. Ron is unhappy without Hermione, so is Hagrid without a limp. And so am I without you. I love you, Harry. No matter what you think, I love you. I know I behaved foolishly last time. I shouldn't have. I was just so scared. I still am, but I'm sure I'll manage to come to terms with it. I wish I could speed up time to have you back for Christmas. Love, your Ginny. P.S. Tell me more about this Aberforth. He must be a very interesting person. Sure, He is. Harry smiled and looked out the window. And how much? He almost yelled. It was near midnight, and he saw Aberforth climb onto his sled and drive away. Where could he be going now? At the dead of night. He shook his head. Aberforth really was an interesting person, maybe even more so than his brother. As the sound of the sleigh bells died away, Harry climbed into his bed and took off his glasses. I love you too, Ginny, he whispered into his pillow and fell asleep. Next morning Harry woke in a good mood. He was very happy about Ginny's letter and longed to see her again. However, he wasn't sure whether it was a bit too early to go back to Great Britain or not, so he decided to write a letter to Sirius. Dear Sirius, yesterday I got a letter from Ginny. She wrote that she loved me and missed me. I also miss her, so much that it hurts. Or is it just my libido? That was a rhetorical question, smiley face. I truly miss her and long to hold her in my arms again. I'm considering to apparate home for a couple of days before the first task. It's not until 6th December. What do you think? Do you think she's ready for me? I fear that she might not be. It was only 2 weeks ago that I departed, so I guess it might be early. Tell me your opinion. Sirius, is it worth coming home? Has her mood improved? Answer ASAP. Harry. P.S. Don't you dare teach my daughter bad words, do you hear me? After he finished his letter, he left his room for the Ollery. He turned right on the corner and bumped headlong into Maletta Crumb. They both fell, the books she had been carrying scattered on the floor, and she, miraculously, landed in his lap. Ouch. He massaged his head. Sorry. Didn't see you. I should get new glasses. Not your fault, Harry. She smiled, slowly, way too slowly, entangling herself from him. In her effort to sit up, she, accidentally, brushed his thigh. I wasn't looking. She reached out for her fallen books. Let me help, he said, starting to pick up the books closest to him. Thanks, she whispered as he handed her 2 books. That was when she noticed something. A ring on his right hand. A wedding ring. You are married, she gasped. Yeah, didn't you know? No, she shook her head, turned on her heels and ran away. Harry would have sworn that he heard her sobbing. Oh, my, why do all ugly girls have to fall in love with me? He sighed and bent down for his fallen letter. Love affairs, huh? The ghost of Yevgeny Onegin floated out of the wall. I wish I also had one, but no, my dear Tatiana is lost for me forever. Tatiana, Harry raised an eyebrow. You mean Professor Tatiana Fyodorovna? Who? Onegin snapped. No, I don't mean this Tatiana, I mean my Tatiana. He waved. You wouldn't understand, anyway. Harry shrugged, taking off his glasses. I really need new ones, he perceived. I'm getting more and more short-sighted. Had I seen that Maletta? That wasn't your fault, Onegin replied, but I bumped into her. No, the ghost shook his head. She bumped into you. She had been waiting on this corner for about 20 minutes, peering in the direction of your room. Waiting for you to come out so that she could run into you. What, that be? Harry shook his head. That's my luck. First Millicent, now Maletta. I wish there was a Dudley around to marry her. A Dudley? What's a Dudley? Onegin asked. Never mind. Harry sighed and walked away. Good morning, Harry, Hermione greeted him. You look concerned. What happened? Maletta. He growled. Oh, I understand. She giggled. It's not funny, Herm. She's following me around. But you know what? She had no idea I was married. Now she knows, so let's hope that she'll stop tailing me. Don't you have another cousin by any chance? She smiled. I do. He grinned. But he isn't old enough for Maletta. We should find someone to set her up with, but that can wait. Now I'm thinking of visiting St. Petersburg and make my Christmas purchases. Care to come along? Sure. The family would appreciate getting Russian wizarding stuff. We could buy Fred and George a pair of those balalaikas. Imagine, they'd drive Molly crazy with them. See you at 10 o'clock in the entrance hall, then, she said cheerfully. Really, Herm, how are we going there? Apparate. No, you cannot apparate on the Durmstrang grounds. It works exactly like Hogwarts. You need to walk at least 1 mile away from the castle to be able to apparate. You could also use flow powder, but now we are going on Aberforth's sled. I thought he had left last night. I saw him leave. Did you? She looked surprised. No idea where he had gone, but he's back, just seen him. Then he maybe just felt like going on a nocturnal ride. You may never know when Aberforth's concerned. True. She nodded. Funny man, Dumbledore. I mean, funny men, Dumbledores. After having met in the entrance hall, they exited the castle to see Aberforth sitting in his sleigh, wearing his usual blood-red cloak and cap. The latter was trimmed with white fur and had a white pompon hanging from its end. Ho ho ho, he shouted gleefully, waving them. Come and get in, ladies and gentlemen. The sled is equipped with central heating. He pointed at 2 blankets, air conditioning. He carried on, letting the cold winter wind ruffle his beard, and room service. He pointed at a basket, presumably filled with food. Harry and Hermione got in and tucked themselves in with the blankets that must have been carrying a heating charm, because they were extremely nice and warm. Father Christmas has the same design of sled, Aberforth explained, small, but roomy enough for all the presents. Harry squinted at Hermione, who stifled a laugh. Aberforth, what are these paper bags for? Hermione asked, pointing at 2 bags hanging from the dashboard of the sleigh. I thought you were Muggle-born, Mrs. Weasley. Dumbledore replied with a wide smirk. Muggles have them on the airplanes, in case the plane gets into an eddy, and the passengers feel sick. Oh, she chuckled. How practical. But why are there only 2? I don't need it. Got used to it. Aberforth shrugged. I presume you also got used to hard flights, right, Harry? Harry nodded as the sled rose up into the air and set into motion. Aberforth, can Muggles see this sleigh? Hermione asked. Well, the old man's voice trailed off. In spring, summer and autumn I cast an invisibility charm on the sled, but I don't bother with it during winter. Whenever people see it, they believe to have seen good old Santa Claus. Even Muggles aren't that stupid. Harry replied. Or are they? When they saw Arthur's Ford Anglia flying over whole Great Britain, they got pretty confused. Newspapers were full of articles about it. Flying Ford Anglia, how strange, Aberforth said, as though flying sleighs hadn't been strange at all. And who was driving it? My friend, Ron, Hermione's husband. Don't even remind me of it, Harry, she sighed. That howler next day was really terrible. It was nothing compared to having to spend an hour in Snape's room. Harry grimaced. Anyway, now I admit that I felt sorry about not having a chance to drive that car. Driving cars isn't a big deal, Dumbledore stated. Driving sleds is another thing. Wanna try? He offered Harry the reins. May I? The young man's eyes widened. Course, Dumbledore replied. As soon as Harry got hold of the reins, the sleigh lurched forward, much quicker than it had been traveling before. Hey, Harry yelled to the madly racing reindeers. Slow down. Do something, Harry, Hermione cried, clutching at both men, fearing she'd be thrown off. How do you make them stop, Aberforth? Harry shouted as the reindeers dived. Just try to control them, kid. But ho-oh, Harry started to get desperate. Hermione had already squeezed her eyes shut, not wanting to see the ground that was approaching them by a breakneck speed. Or rather, they were approaching it way too quickly. Try to find harmony between you and them, Aberforth instructed. Harmony? Are you mad? They're just performing the Wronski feint. Harry yelled back, fearing that the reindeers wouldn't be able to pull out of the dive in time. Just do it. Harry shot an angry glare at Dumbledore and closed his eyes, trying to relax, trying to find peace and harmony. He let go of his disturbing thoughts, emptied his mind and only concentrated on the 8 animals pulling the sled. Suddenly, he felt them. Felt their minds, the life force they were giving out. And he knew that they felt him, too. Good. Dear reindeers, slow down, please. His hands weren't jerking the reins anymore, weren't even clutching them so tightly. He barely held them. He barely even felt the touch of the reins in his hands, as though they had been made of some very light material, not thick leather bands. He gently pulled them and felt the sled rise. Now he dared open his eyes. They were traveling at the same height again, the snowy plains stretching under them as far as the eye could reach. "It's okay, Hermione. You can open your eyes," he whispered. She, as white as a sheet, opened her eyes and looked around, then suddenly snatched the paper bag from its place, retching. "All right, Hermione," Harry asked. "Never felt better," she croaked, turning angrily to Dumbledore. "What was this whole stuff, Aberforth? Some joke?" The old man squinted jovially at her. "Harry wanted to drive. I let him. But you knew what would happen, didn't you?" she demanded. "Kind of expected it." He shrugged. "Tricky animals, reindeers, especially the sleigh-pulling ones. They are magic creatures, you know, and need to be treated with great caution." "Aberforth, I felt something," Harry said. I felt them through some inexplicable bind. Felt them breath and think. It was weird. Weird at first, but that's what magical reindeers do. They think. They cannot form words in their minds, but certain people manage to understand their will." "Oh my," Harry rolled his eyes. "I hope this doesn't mean I'm a Jedi now." "A what?" Dumbledore blinked. "Nothing," Harry and Hermione replied in unison. "Muggle stuff." "But really, Aberforth, how can reindeers be magical creatures, if they can't be found in our Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them book?" Hermione asked. "Oh, that." The old man laughed. "You know, Newt Scamander never believed in Santa Claus, neither in his reindeers. When he wrote his book, there was no proof that magical reindeers existed at all." "Aha," Harry nodded, handing the reins back to Aberforth. "I think I'd rather not try this again. I have a family to care for, you know." "You wouldn't need to worry about it, though," Dumbledore replied. "You know how to treat them. It's a great gift, Harry. Not many people possess it." "Cool." Harry crossed his arms. "That means I'm not only a Parselmouth, but a Reindeermouth as well." "You think I'm barking mad, right?" Aberforth grinned. "Trust me, I'm not. You're a lucky one, Harry Potter. Understanding these wonderful creatures is really a gift." "Do many people understand them?" "No, not many. I know of only a couple of people. You, me, the squib guy, Peter, who is responsible for the stalls, and Santa Claus. That's all. Of course there might be others as well, who haven't discovered their ability yet." "Lucky ones," Hermione remarked, her face still a nasty shade of green. She saw that Harry was affected by the word squib again, so she decided to turn the conversation to something else. "Is Santa Claus a wizard, Aberforth?" she asked in a sarcastic tone. "No, actually he's a muggle." "Then who does he fit into those narrow chimneys? And is he able to fly round the world in one night?" Harry asked, bemused. Now he was sure that Aberforth should be taken into Street Mungo or a local lunatic ward. "Well, let it remain my secret." Dumbledore winked at them. "Your secret?" Hermione raised an eyebrow. "Did he reveal it to you?" "Actually he did. I was 8 years old when I got ill at Christmas. High fever and everything. I was lying there and couldn't fall asleep. I heard funny noises and saw a fat guy dressed in red come out of our fireplace. I remember, I even asked him if he had been using flow powder. He said that he had no idea what flow powder was, then placed presents under the Christmas tree. He was about to leave when I asked him how he managed to come through the chimney, being so fat, and how he managed to get to all children in one night. He laughed and told me the secret, but made me swear never to tell anyone. So I won't." Harry and Hermione exchanged amused glances. "Are you sure it wasn't just the fever, Aberforth?" Harry asked. "You might have been hallucinating." "Might have." The old man winked at him again. "Oh, look, Street, Petersburg." Harry and Hermione leaned forward to admire the view of a huge city lying kilometers away. As they got closer, they managed to make out all the bulb-like spires glittering in the winter sunshine. It was a wondrous sight. When Hermione was just about to ask where they'd land, Aberforth directed the sled to a small hill outside the city. "Perfect parking place," he said, driving their transport into a cave in the side of the hill. Aberforth hopped off the sleigh as an old man with long, white beard and his hood pulled over his face walked up to them. "Hi, Aberforth," he said. "Hello, Andre, would you take care of them while we go shopping?" Dumbledore patted the head of the closest reindeer. "Of course." the other old man replied. Aberforth thanked him and hurried out onto the fresh air. The two young people followed him with their eyes. It's time we arrived, Hermione growled, happy to get off. I hate flying. After today, I can't say I love it, either. Harry made a wry face. Damn reindeers. Strangely, all 8 reindeers turned their heads back at him, and he would have sworn that they looked hurt. Well, at least Aberforth had some fun. He shrugged. Nearly got us killed, though. He didn't know whether I'd be able to communicate with these animals or not. It seems both Dumbledores we know like risks. It's in their blood. Now you tell me. She sighed. We'd better be careful with him. He's a mortal peril for everyone, even for himself. Yeah, even more so than Albus. Harry answered, walking past the hooded old man who was watering the reindeers. I'm just wondering why they had a row. Did they have one? Hermione looked intrigued. Aberforth said it was the reason why he had left England. I can picture the two of them, shooting jelly-leg jinxes and furunculus curses at each other. She chuckled, heading for the opening of the cave. Before they exited the cave, he leaned closer and whispered into her ear, do you think he really believes in Santa Claus? Aberforth led Harry and Hermione to a fur coat shop. The text, Rasputin's mink, fox, ocelot coats, their original owners never felt cold in them, was shining in the shop window, both in Russian and English. We don't need new coats, Aberforth. Harry remarked. Mine is warm enough, if only those Pogrebins would stop attacking me. We aren't here to buy coats, the old man replied cheerfully. Mine is also warm and elegant enough. He straightened himself proudly in his Santa Claus-ish coat. Then, what are we doing here? Harry asked. I know it, Hermione smiled. This is the entrance to the Wizarding Street, Petersburg. Really? The young man raised an eyebrow. Oh well, you've been here once, after all. Follow me, Aberforth said, and they entered the shop. It was a nice, elegant shop with lots of beautiful and expensive fur coats. There was a notice board propped against the wall, saying, we are looking for shop assistants. Aberforth, seeing the board, stifled a laugh. Harry had no idea what could be so funny. 2 shop assistants hurried up to them with wide smiles. Can we help you, lady and gentleman? They asked. Well, let us look around a bit. Dumbledore replied. We haven't decided yet what kind of coats we need. Certainly, sir. One of the shop assistants bowed slightly. They were very young and enthusiastic. This was their first day in this shop and they wanted to make a good impression on the customers and the owner as well. Aberforth headed for the back of the shop, pretending to be interested in a nice, warm coyote fur coat. And now, Harry whispered. Hermione beckoned him to a dressing room. He entered and saw 3 mirrors on each wall of the dressing room. Aberforth somehow managed to squeeze himself in either, and pulled the curtain to hide the cubicle. Aberforth, why do they need shop assistants if there's already 2 of them? Harry asked, looking around in the small cabinet. I'll explain later. The old man replied, his eyes jovially glinting. Watch this. He tapped the mirror on the wall in the middle with his wand. Suddenly the mirror's surface seemed to ripple and dissolve, producing a human-sized opening. Not bad, Harry said, and all 3 of them entered the wizard quarter of St. Petersburg. Where have they gone? One of the shop assistants asked the other. No idea, Ivan. The other shrugged. People just come in and disappear without leaving the shop. I know, Grisa, but it's simply creepy. I start to believe that this place is haunted. Ghosts come and take our customers. Nah, why would they? Grisa drawled. If there were ghosts in here, they'd take us first, wouldn't they? And what if it's some kind of a trick of our competitors? For example, those unbearable 3 sisters in the next street. They want to lure our customers to their shop. Even if they wanted, they wouldn't just kidnap them from our shop without us noticing, would they? Oh, look, a new customer. Grisa said. But, he's coming out from the back of the shop. I don't remember having a client looking like this today. Am I going crazy? No, Ivan sighed. We both are going crazy. I suggest we hand in our notices and go find a job in the 3 sisters' fur coat shop. Grisa nodded, and they both watched the man, wearing a robe-like overcoat, saying good day to them and leave the shop. 1 hour later, the owner of Rasputin's fur coat shop put the sign "We are looking for shop assistants" into the shop window, heaving a resigned sigh. It was the 64th time this year he was looking for new shop assistants, because none of those spent more than 3 days in his shop. Damn bad luck, he murmured, believing that the three sisters had tampered with his shop. He decided to make an inventory to see whether something had been stolen, but he already knew that nothing would be missing. It was the 47th time this year that he had made an inventory, but nothing ever was missing. He didn't understand it, not at all. He shook his head in disbelief, seeing that no one had stolen anything. Only his customers were missing. "I'm going to the police this time," he pledged. "Or to the court. No one's entitled to steal my customers." "Wow, I like this place," Harry said, looking around in the cobblestone street they got into. It was so different from the wizarding Cairo and Calcutta he had visited 2 years before, and even quite different from Diagon Alley, too. Somehow it seemed wilder. They crossed the marketplace where witches and wizards were waving fish at them, yelling that they were really delicious and had been caught in the morning from the Baltic Sea. There were a lot of old people among them. The old women were wearing large shawls, the old men cloaks with hoods that hid their faces. "Why are they wearing such funny hooded cloaks?" Harry asked Aberforth. "Well, that's the local custom for old wizards and witches. They don't like to show their wrinkly faces." Dumbledore shrugged. "See, not everyone is as lucky as me, to have a face as smooth as a baby's bottom." Harry rolled his eyes. Not that Aberforth didn't look cool for his age, but this baby's bottom thing was a bit of an overstatement. As they arrived at a round square with a frozen fountain in the middle, they caught a glimpse of a dancing bear. Seeing the surprise on Harry's face, Dumbledore explained that the bear had been tamed and taught to dance by bear leaders. It had always been a special spectacle at fairs since the medieval ages. "That bear," Aberforth added, "is the property of the owner of that inn over there." He pointed at a pub. "Tenkuyutsi Medved." "What?" Harry and Hermione asked in unison. "The Dancing Bear. That's the name of the pub. Special place." He winked at them. "I can imagine how special it is." Harry grinned, remembering the leaky cauldron. "And now, where do we go?" "Well, first I'm going to go there." Aberforth pointed at a bookshop called Bestseller. "It's the only bookshop in whole Russia where you can get wizard books in English. Care to join, Hermione? I heard you loved books." "Maybe later, Aberforth. First I need to buy presents for the family." "All right, then let's meet here in 3 hours, shall we?" Harry and Hermione nodded and continued their way along the street. "What exactly are we looking for, Herm?" he asked. "I have no idea what to buy for Ginny, Sirius, Ron and the others. We even should buy something for Victor, shouldn't we?" "Of course we should. I just don't know what." "Well, at least I know what to buy Molly." "What?" "Something typically Russian. A samovar. I guess this is the right shop to find it." She stopped before an iron vessel shop. "I don't really feel like going in there," Harry said. "I'd rather look at that arts products shop over there." "Okay, see y'all later," said Hermione and entered the iron vessel shop. Harry headed for the shop that sold all kinds of products of popular art. There were plates with painted bears on them, balalaikas, fur caps with the text "I Love Street Petersburg" embroidered in them, and a whole range of shelves full of funny-looking little figures that had only a head and a torso, but no arms and legs. "What are these figures?" Harry asked a pretty female shop assistant. "They are called Matryoshka dolls, sir." The young woman smiled at him. "Excellent present for children and childish adults." "Childish adults?" Harry grinned. "Arthur Weasley, maybe, asterisk. And how do people play with them?" he asked. "Easily. They take them apart and put them back together. I'll show." The woman took a 5 inches tall figure that strangely resembled Professor Trelawney from the shelf and pulled its head. The figure's upper and lower part divided to reveal a smaller figure inside it. The woman took the small figure and pulled it apart, too. There was a third figure in it, and a fourth in the third one, etc. There were 7 little dolls in each other. "Brilliant. My daughter will love this," Harry said. "And my father-in-law, too. He simply loves to take things apart then put them back together." "How many would you like to have, then?" the shop assistant asked. 2. Please. And could you suggest me something for a mother-in-law? Well, what about a nice, embroidered tablecloth? Not much later Harry stopped by a shop window that was full of bottles, a board hanging above them, quality Wizard vodka. Hagrid would love to try it. And Sirius, too, not to mention Fred and George. But they'll get their balalaikas as well. He was wondering, though, what the difference could be between simple vodka and Wizard vodka. In the shop the assistant, a man with a rather copper nose, explained that Wizard vodka could even more easily knock you out, because it also contained something called Vila Essence. Harry didn't want to know what the heck Vila Essence was. 10 minutes later he exited the shop, carrying several bottles of Wizard vodka. He had bought presents for almost everyone, with the exception of Ron, Hermione and Ginny. For Hermione he decided to buy a book in that shop Aberforth showed. As for Ron, he had no idea what to buy. He stopped before a sweets shop, but shook his head and continued his way. Russian chocolate was famous for being inedible for people who were used to Mars bars, or in Wizard's case, Honeydukes sweets. Buying a nice present for Ginny was also a problem. Harry wanted to surprise her with something special. But what? Harry started to realize that his packages were getting heavy. He put a quick spell on them to make them feather light and headed for the end of the street. The Muggle part of St. Petersburg must have been right behind the bakery, because he heard noises of car horns. The very last shop next to the bakery was a jeweler's shop. Aha! Harry's face lit up. As he entered, he saw a wizened little man standing behind the counter, deeply immersed in examining something with a magnifying glass. He didn't even notice the customer. Harry cleared his throat and stepped closer. The little man looked up and somewhat unwillingly put down the magnifier and the little red, glittering gem he had been examining. "Can I help you?" he asked. "Yes, actually you can. I'm looking for something pretty for my wife." "Ah, your wife?" The old man smiled benignly. "Is she a witch?" Harry nodded. "Do you love her very much?" "More than life itself," Harry replied. "She's my everything." "So she deserves something special," the old man mused. "Special, special, she's someone you wouldn't want to lose, huh?" "No way." Harry shook his head. "Once I almost lost her. You can't imagine what I felt then." "I guess I can." The old man smiled. "And you know, I happen to have something that would be just perfect for your wife. Something pretty and useful at once. Something to assure her security." "What?" Harry's eyes widened. "This gem here." The old man showed him the same piece of red gem he had been admiring when Harry entered. "Is it magical? How does it work? What do you mean that it can assure her security?" "This is a very new invention, young man," the shopkeeper replied. "This is called Gemma Vis Vitalis. It works in pair with another of the same kind of gem. These two gems have to be set into your wedding rings and they'll show you whether the other is all right. These gems are fueled by the magic in your bodies, and while the gem in your ring glows in a steady way, it means that your wife is all right. Her ring shows her the same about you. If something happens to either of you, the other will know it, because the gems notify you." "Notify? How?" Harry asked, intrigued. "If either of you gets into trouble, the gems in the other's ring start to flicker, showing the peril. But, even if it does, it's not much help if I don't know where she is at the moment," Harry remarked. He was determined not to buy any trash. "Oh, but you will know," the old man replied. "For there is an incantation that creates a bind between your rings, and through that bind you'll know where she is. That bind will be operated by the magic in both of you. Thus you'll find her wherever she is and she'll find you wherever you are." "What guarantee do I get that this thing works?" Harry was still skeptic. Well, tricky customer, huh?" The shopkeeper grinned. "Let's give a demonstration." Then, he reached into a glass case and pulled out a ring, taking one of the gems into his hand. He tapped the gem with his wand and whispered, "Compono gemma ad annulus." The gem suddenly merged into the ring. He took another ring from the glass case and repeated the spell, merging the other gem into the other ring. "There, here's this one, put it on." Harry did so, and the shopkeeper also put on the ring he was holding. And now, the other incantation. The old man tapped both rings with his wand, whispering, "Coniungo per vis magica." Then he walked up to the door and put a closed sign on it. And now I'm going to disapparate. Try and find me with the help of the ring. He vanished with a pop. But how? Harry shouted after him, but too late. Damn him, how will I find him now? He looked at his ring, then closed his eyes and concentrated on the other person connected to his ring. He felt a funny tug, as though something had pulled him, holding his ring finger. When he opened his eyes, he was sitting next to the old man in a rather noisy bar. "Welcome to the Dancing Bear." The old man cackled, seeing the astonishment on the young man's face. "Worked, didn't it? How much is it?" Harry asked. The last place Harry visited was the bestseller bookshop at the other end of the street. He was surprised to see that there were more books than in Flourish and Blots. Behind a high bookshelf he found Aberforth, who was flipping over the pages of one highly familiar book, Year with a Yeti by Gilderoy Lockhart. "This book's beeps," Harry stated. "Believe me, it was a set book in my second year. Lockhart never did those things he wrote about. Never even met a Yeti. Still, this is the only book I could found about Yetis." Dumbledore replied, "I'm going to buy it." Harry shrugged and moved on to find something for Hermione and Ron. Soon he caught a glimpse of a book called The Snitches of Eastwick. Right next to it stood a book called My Quidditch Career by Victor Crumb. Never knew he wrote a book. Harry took it off the shelf and opened it. It was some kind of a biography, but with lot of pieces of technical advice to Quidditch players. Ron will love this. He's always been such a great admirer of Crumb. For Hermione he bought a book called Pride and Polyjuice, A Witch's Guide to Exotic Potions. Before leaving the shop, Harry saw Dumbledore inspecting books on a shelf with only Muggle literature. After having finished shopping, Harry, Aberforth and Hermione headed for the exit entrance to Rasputin's fur coat shop. "Hello," Harry told the owner of the shop, walking past him to the door. "Good afternoon," Hermione added with a brilliant smile and rushed after Harry. "Have a nice day." Aberforth grinned at the resigned guy and left the shop. "I'm going to Moscow," the owner sighed. "To the High Court, and get the three sisters imprisoned, or should I see a psychiatrist instead?" The sun had already set when they arrived back at the Durmstrang Castle. "Oh, what a day," Hermione sighed contentedly. "Except from that mad reindeer ride, I thoroughly enjoyed it. But now I'm extremely tired." "Me too." Harry stifled a yawn. "Coming upstairs, Herms. Soon. I need to talk to Professor McGonagall first." She looked at Minerva, who was talking to a limp Maxime at the door of the Great Hall. "Good night, then," Harry said. "Are you coming up, Aberforth?" No," the old man replied, his eyes fixed on Minerva. "Gotta talk to someone." Harry walked upstairs and dumped all his purchases onto his bed, then started sorting them and stuffing them into the wardrobe. Having packed everything away, he was just about to start to undress when he heard voices from the corridor. "Don't you understand that I'm not interested?" McGonagall's voice shrieked. "But Minerva, Ms. McGonagall, I only wanted to apologize for being so rude to you the other day." "Rude? That's a grave understatement, Mr. Dumbledore." She spat. Tisk, you are overreacting things, Ms. McGonagall. You shouldn't get so nervous, it might be dangerous at your age." "At my age," she shouted. "Don't start that again. You're at least 40 years older than me, you crazy old scoundrel." "Scoundrel," Aberforth laughed. "I love the sound of that. I think you like me because I'm a scoundrel. Where do you get your delusions from?" Minerva snapped. "What makes you think I like you?" "No, Mr. Dumbledore, on the contrary. I like your brother, because he is a real gentleman, but definitely not you." "Oh, my brother," Aberforth snapped. "My oh so perfect, oh so wonderful brother. Go and tell him how much you adore him." "Adore him? I don't adore him, I just think that he's a gentleman and a wonderful headmaster," she replied. Yeah, whatever, Ms. McGonagall." Aberforth growled and banged his door shut. "Wow, that was some row," Harry whispered to himself. "But, why are they always quarreling?" Strangely he felt wide awake now, all his drowsiness had disappeared. Now he was curious. What was going on between these two people? And what had taken place between Albus and Aberforth Dumbledore decades ago? After he heard Minerva's door slam shut, he exited his room with the intention of finding Hermione. Maybe she knew more than he did. He had walked 2 floors down when he heard something. Something sounding like someone crying. Whoever they were, they needed to be consoled, and Harry was determined to help if he could. He turned left into the corridor on the 2nd floor. It was very dark, only 3 or 4 candles were flickering on the walls. There was a figure sitting in a doorframe, slightly trembling. "Hey, are you all right?" Harry asked, not knowing whom he was talking to. "No," the form replied with a familiar female voice. "Maletta." The girl looked up and wiped her tears away. "Harry, what are you doing here?" "And what are you doing here?" he asked back, crying. "Don't you see?" she replied defiantly. "And why are you crying?" He sat down next to her. "Because no one likes me," she sniffed. "Here." Harry handed her a tissue. "Thanks." She blew her nose. "Why do you think that no one likes you?" "Because it's really so." She shrugged. "My classmates hate me because I'm the sister of the headmaster and they think he's favoring me." "And is it true?" "No." She shook her head. "But people still think he does. They are sure Victor had tampered with the goblet so that it'd choose me." "Oh, I know how you feel. When I got selected by the goblet, as 4th champion, everyone hated me, even my best friend, Ron. They thought I had cheated to get into the tournament. But after the first task they realized that I was wrongfully accused and started treating me normally again. Maybe that's what your friends also need, time. You just fight for Durmstrang as well as you can, and believe me, they'll start respecting and liking you again." "I wish you were right," she sighed. "If only they'd stop hating me for being Victor's sister. They don't even know how much Victor isn't favoring me." "What do you mean? He even forgot my birthday. Today's my birthday and my brother totally forgot it." She burst into tears again. "Hey, it's okay, it's okay." He put an arm around her, patting her head gently. "He's very busy, you know. Having to arrange the tournament and everything. But it's still no excuse for forgetting about my 17th birthday." She snapped. "No, it's really no excuse." Harry agreed. "Has no one else remembered it? Your parents, maybe?" "Don't know. They haven't sent me any presents, so I guess they forgot it, too." A last huge teardrop coursed down her cheek. "I know how it feels when people forget your birthday. My Muggle relatives used to forget it every year. Those 2 or 3 times I remembered them of it, they gave me stinky socks and a Beeps hook as a present. I really know how you feel. If only I could help you make up for this terrible day." "But you can." She suddenly grasped his hand with tear-soaked, but delighted face. "Do you really want to cheer me up?" "Well, of course. Then come." She pulled him with herself, down the stairs, turn right, turn left, then finally she opened a door and tossed him in. "Where are we?" Harry asked her. "My room." She replied. "Your, oh, no." He started to protest. "I'm not supposed to." "Hey, it's not what you think." She blushed, leading him to the fireplace. "We are going to use flow powder." "And where are we going?" He started to dislike the situation. "To a place where we can celebrate my birthday," she said delightedly, taking a pinch of flow powder into her hand. "The dancing bear." She vanished into the flames. "That bar, again." Harry groaned, but took a bit of flow powder himself. He felt responsible for the girl's activities. He couldn't turn back and let her down now. "The dancing bear. Hermione ninny." Crumb called after Hermione as she headed for the staircase, carrying the packages she'd bought in the town. "Yes." She doubled back. "Could we talk, please?" He shot her a Bambi-like glance. "I'm tired, Victor. I've been shopping all day, and my journey to St. Petersburg hasn't been too pleasant, either." "It was Aberforth, right?" He chuckled. "His mad reindeers." Her eyes widened. "What? He made you drive the sled, either?" "Yep. And we almost crashed with a Muggle plane. But you managed to control the animals at the end, didn't you?" "What, me? Controlling those beasts?" He groaned. "No. Aberforth took the reins back in the last moment and so we survived." "Strange," Hermione whispered. "What's strange?" Crumb asked, intrigued. "Let's talk about it later, shall we?" "Why not now?" We could go someplace. Where? I thought we could talk by a bottle of wine or something. I know a nice, cozy place in St. Petersburg. I'm sure you'd like it. Well, actually I've just come back from there, but, okay. Hermione replied. I go up and change. I need to fresh up myself a bit. I'll wait for you here. Victor replied with a smile. Oh, and Victor, she turned back from the stairs. Yes, isn't that cozy place called the Dancing Bear, by any chance? Harry stumbled out of a fireplace into the small, cozy inn that was filled with laughing people. A band was playing Russian folk melodies and several couples were dancing in the middle. The air was filled with the smell of roast boar, or at least it looked like boar, but you may never know. Harry had once heard a story about Russian wizards eating wolves. Come. Miletta took him by the hand and led him up to a vacant table. Pleasant place, he said, sitting down. It reminds me a bit of the Three Broomsticks. Suddenly he remembered Sirius telling him about his secret affair with Madame Rosmerta. Why are you smiling like that? Miletta asked. Just a funny memory, he replied. I don't know about you, but I'm starving. I missed dinner, so, let's order something, shall we? All right. I haven't eaten anything since lunch, either. Waiter, please. Harry beckoned the pub's only waiter to their table. Yes, sir. Would you like to order a drink? Well, actually I'd like to order something to eat first. Could you suggest something special, but not too special? Not too special. The waiter raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by not too special, sir? He means he doesn't want to try the Dancing Bear's famous Arctic fox stew. Miletta said. Just bring us something normal, would you? Like roast boar? The waiter asked. Exactly. Harry nodded. Do you have some desserts as well? Of course we do, sir. From ice creams to chocolate mousses, anything. Then, would you? He beckoned the waiter closer and whispered something into his ears. Certainly, sir. The waiter beamed at him. Anything to drink? Oh, yeah, do you have champagne? But French, not Russian. I'll see what I can do. The waiter smiled and left. What did you tell him? Miletta wondered. You'll find out soon. He replied with a wink. All right, then keep your secret. She seemed to be hurt a bit. At least tell me about that funny memory you were smiling at. Well, it was about my godfather, Sirius Black. Oh, is he your godfather? She asked, surprised. The convicted murderer. Yeah, he's my godfather. And no, he isn't a murderer. Harry shook his head. He was wrongfully accused. I see. So, what was that funny memory? Well, Sirius told me once about a girlfriend he used to have ages ago. But it's not that interesting if you don't know him, and that woman. Are you and Sirius good friends? Or is he a father substitute for you? Father substitute? Harry frowned. No, I don't think so. But he's a great friend. He's the one who listens to everything I say. My only friend who always understood me. I thought you had another guy for a best friend. Someone called. Sorry, I forgot his name. Victor told me about your friendship. About you, Hermione and that boy. Ron. That's his name. Oh, yeah, Ron. Miletta nodded. Isn't he your best friend? Actually yes, he is. Still he isn't the one whom I could always count on. It is Sirius. I bet that godfather of yours is a cool guy. If you can discuss anything with him, even say. Yeah, even that. Harry nodded, grinning. Actually he was the one who told me things back in my 6th year. Told you things? She giggled. What things? Things that Snape tried to explain later, too, but didn't really manage. He chuckled. Snape, who's that? My potions teacher. For half a year he also taught defense against the dark arts, but I wasn't at school at that time. When I went back to school to finish my studies, Headmaster Dumbledore decided to make some reforms and included a new subject into our curriculum. The ministry wasn't too taken with it when they got to know, but, his voice trailed off, his mind started reeling backwards until February of that year. All 7th year Gryffindor and Slytherin students were gathered in the dungeons, not too eagerly awaiting their potions master. Ginny stifled a yawn and nestled herself into the crook of Harry's arm. She had been like that for months now, always tired. Harry put it down to the pregnancy. As she closed her eyes, Her head bent on his shoulder, Harry looked over her head at Malfoy. Draco suddenly looked another way. Harry was sure that he had been surreptitiously watching Ginny. Harry felt a strange cramp in his chest, as though someone had clutched at his heart, trying to crumple it. "What are you thinking, silly?" he chided himself. "Malfoy has a crush on your wife, so what? Ginny loves you and wouldn't even notice Malfoy if he had been dancing on Professor Snape's desk, wearing only a cauldron as a hat. But still, why do I feel so bad about it?" he wondered. Suddenly the door burst open and a rather miffed Professor Snape raced in. "Girls, gather your things and walk up to the Transfiguration classroom," he bellowed. "What?" Ginny opened her eyes. "Why do we have to leave?" "No idea," Harry shrugged. "Hurry up, will you? Professor McGonagall is waiting for you. I'm curious what this is all about." Ginny picked up her school bag and headed for the door along with the other girls. "Me, too," Colin Creevey said, taking Ginny's place on Harry's side. "What do you reckon, Harry? What's going on? Boys and girls have never been separated at classes yet." "Dunno." Harry shook his head. As the door shut behind the last girl, Severus Snape turned to them with a nasty expression on his yellowish face. "You might be wondering what this is about. Well, I need to inform you that the headmaster suddenly decided to include a new subject into our curriculum. This potions class will be replaced by—" "What, Professor?" Draco asked. "Say education," Snape replied coldly. "What?" the class roared. "Did you hear that?" Colin's eyes widened. "Is Professor Dumbledore mad, making us study something like that, and choosing Snape to teach it?" Harry shrugged, madly fighting with his facial muscles that wanted to spread a wide grin all over his face. He looked at the floor, knowing that he wouldn't be able to remain indifferent if he cast another glance at Snape. "Now you might be wondering why the headmaster decided to make you study such a, weird subject, and why he hadn't decided so earlier." The professor spoke up. "Well, I think I know his reasons. He introduced this new subject to impede certain things. In lower years this type of education might come at the right time, while in higher years, like yours, it might be already late." Now he glared meaningfully at Harry, who didn't see the professor's stare, since he was still examining the floor. Colin nudged him and he looked up. Now all the class was looking at him. "What?" he asked. Draco Malfoy sneered maliciously at him. Someone at the other end of the class giggled. Snape, after leaving the students a minute to glare at Harry, spoke up. "As you all know, or not," he looked at Harry again, "sexuality is something to be treated with great caution. Jumping into sexual relations without the adequate knowledge on protection may lead to rather unpleasant consequences." A couple of muffled laughs could be heard again. "Therefore you need to be prepared before you face a situation like this. Some of you might have already faced such a situation, but even if you have, most of you might have known how to protect yourselves against certain negative." Harry decided to continue gazing at the floor. After all, 20 boys looked at him again, knowing what Snape meant by most of you. It meant there were exceptions, and in this case it was Harry. "So, first I will talk about the contraceptive methods, then, if there's time left, I'll get down to the actual physical part. I just hope we won't have to take an exam in this subject." Colin whispered into Harry's ear, who couldn't stifle a chuckle. "What do you find so funny about my speech, Potter?" Snape asked. "Just to inform you," his voice rose in pitch, "this lesson has been included into the curriculum because of your sorry case, Potter. We are trying to see to it that no other students find themselves in a situation like you did last year, and I heard this year, as well," he added with a disgusted expression. "I'm sorry, Professor. I promise to shut up and listen," Harry replied. "That's better." Snape nodded. "And now, to the methods of protection. First of all there is a spell, called Anti-Conceptus Charm. Its incantation is Impedio Gravitatis. What are you waiting for? Write it down. You might not know when you need it." Every student started to scribble, with the exception of Harry. "Why don't you write it down, Harry?" Colin whispered. "'Cause I know that one. Tried it, it didn't work," Harry whispered back. Famous Harry Potter thinks he knows these things better than anyone else. Snape's harsh voice made Harry shudder and look up. "Would you be so kind and tell me why you don't bother to pay attention at my class, Potter?" I was paying attention, Professor. Harry sighed. I just didn't feel necessary to write down the incantation. And why not, if I may ask? Because I know that one, Professor. Know it? Severus raised an eyebrow. And did you know it last year, too? And 4 months ago? He placed the emphasis on 4 months ago. Yes, Professor, I did know it 4 months ago. Harry replied. And why not use it, then? Draco interjected. None of your business, Malfoy. Harry retorted. You are gravely mistaken, Mr. Potter. Snape said calmly. It is everyone's business in this class. The students are here to learn, from me, and from all possible sources of information, which includes you as well. Brilliant, Harry murmured. So we are here to air all my dirty laundry. How flattering that everyone's so interested. Shall I go into details, Professor? Where should I start? With my first time in the prefect's bathroom. Snape shrugged. However entertaining it might be for some of your classmates, I fear we don't have time for that. I simply wanted to know how you could impregnate Ms. Weasley, Mrs. Potter, if you knew that incantation. He said Mrs. Potter with a hint of sarcasm. I don't know, Professor. We've been using it, every time. He flushed a bit, and some boys started chuckling again. I have no idea why, but the spell didn't work. Most curious, Mr. Potter. Snape said. Well, I'm here to tell you about more than one method of birth control. Spells might not be powerful enough, so there are always the good old covers. Colin cut in. What, Mr. Creevy? Snape raised an eyebrow, clearly annoyed by being interrupted. Covers, you know, Muggle protection. Colin replied with a wavering voice, seeing the professor's baleful expression. And there are those pills as well, and Muggle protection is by far not as safe as the wizard methods, trust me. Snape replied. It is proved that the anti-conceptus charm gives 100% protection, if it's implemented right after the Say-UAL Act. But for those who find this not enough, there are still the good old potions. Somehow I had a feeling that he'd come to his damned potions at the end. Colin whispered to Harry. There is a potion called Kindkind, a German one. I'm going to write the ingredients on the blackboard. The professor turned away from the class, taking a chalk and starting to write the word Fluxweed on the board. The students copied the other ingredients: shredded boomslang, eel eyes and bad blood. After a while Professor Snape turned around to see that Harry Potter wasn't writing like the others. Do you know this one, too, Potter? He asked harshly. Harry nodded. Then name me the last ingredient that I haven't put on the board yet. A hair of a leprechaun's beard. Harry replied with a sigh. Snape's face revealed surprise. Most impressing. You might pass your potions NEWT after all, Potter. Harry cast a side glance at Draco, who looked rather displeased by the professor's statement. Any chance that you have also used this potion, Potter? Snape asked. Yes, I have, Professor. We wanted to make sure that Ginny wouldn't get pregnant again before graduating, so besides the anti-conceptus charm she also drank the Kindkind potion. She drank it, and still became pregnant. Impossible. Severus looked surprised. Not impossible, Harry shrugged. Even potions can prove to be wrong. An interesting point, Potter. If you manage to prove it in an essay why the charm and your potion didn't work, if they were made properly, that is, then you won't need to take your potions NEWT. What? Draco Malfoy hissed, scandalized. Harry shot a triumphant look at him and turned back to Snape. He might begin to like Severus, after all. And now that we have talked about the theoretical part, let's move on to other parts. The students, knowing what was coming, started laughing madly. Snape cleared his throat. So, say asterisk, something that some of you might have already done, so this part of the lesson mainly concerns those who haven't. He pulled out a large parchment from his drawer and pinned it onto the blackboard. So, the male and female genitalia. Harry yawned and looked out of the window. A little red bird was sitting on a tree branch, singing. It was the first bird he had seen for months, besides the owls and crows that were frequently seen at Hogwarts in winter. The bird's color reminded him of his pretty little wife, who was up in McGonagall's class, surely just as bored as he was. The thought of Minerva explaining say to students, especially to students in lower years, made Harry grin. I'm going to ask Ginny to tell me every funny details of McGonagall's class, he decided, bending his head onto his arms. And that is what you need to heed when you, Mr. Potter. Snape raised his voice. Colin nudged Harry, but he didn't budge. Potter, Snape bellowed, making Harry stir and look up. What? Sorry, Professor. He squinted at him drowsily. 10 points from Gryffindor for sleeping in my class, Potter. Snape said. Oh, all right. Harry stood up, gathering his belongings. Where are you going, Potter? Severus furrowed his brow. To fetch Ginny from Professor McGonagall's class. I think it's no use for sitting in classes like this. We are past the theories long ago. Practice is much more fun. And with that he left the classroom. Before he closed the door behind himself, he heard Snape saying, another 20 points from Gryffindor for your cheek, Potter. As it turned out, Ginny's class wasn't as terrible, because it wasn't held by Minerva, but Hermione. However, after the theoretical class, Ginny also preferred some practice, to Harry's greatest delight. And that was the last time they made love. Harry heaved a deep sigh. 8 months, 8 long months without any intimacy. He loved his wife and respected her wish to wait a bit, but it was getting too much for him. He seriously hoped that Ginny would be okay by Christmas, or was she already okay? Harry couldn't wait for Sirius' reply to his letter. Hey, where are you? A voice shook his out of his reveries. You seem to be so far away. Huh, oh, sorry, Miletta. I was thinking. About what? She smiled. Well, just, look, our dinner's coming. The waiter placed 2 plates of roast boar on their table, and 2 glasses of champagne as well. Let's drink to you, Miletta. Harry raised his glass. After having eaten and drunk, Miletta dragged Harry to the dance floor, determined to teach him the steps of a Bulgarian folk dance. Harry had never been a good dancer, so he soon convinced her to sit back down to their table. Miletta followed him, pouting. I feel like dancing. I could dance all night, Harry. Then dance. He shrugged. There are so many handsome guys here and most of them are better dancers than me. Miletta didn't reply, just sulked. Hey, cheer up and look what the waiter's bringing you, Harry said. The waiter approached them, holding a small tart with 17 candles. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday Miletta, happy birthday to you. Harry sang as the waiter placed the chocolate tart on their table. Oh, Harry, his eyes filled with joyous tears. Thank you. She grabbed the front of his robes, and pulled him to her, catching his lips with hers. Before Harry could pull free, a voice came roaring through the pub. Harry Potter. What are you doing there with my sister? The voice of her brother made Miletta jump and release Harry, who immediately looked in the direction of the fireplace where he saw 2 newcomers, Victor Crumb and Hermione, the former with an extremely angry expression, the latter with her mouth agape. He stood up as they approached them. Hello, Victor, Herm. What were you doing with my sister? Crumb repeated his question, furrowing his extraordinarily bushy eyebrows. His fists were also clenched. Me, nothing. Harry shrugged. You key-ed her. I saw it. Victor bellowed, seizing Harry's collar. You are mistaken. She key-ed me, not the other way around. And you want me to believe it? Victor thrust Harry with such a force that he fell onto the table, making it keel over, sending the birthday cake onto the floor. Don't lie to me, you bastard. By that time the landlady started screaming that they were ruining her pub. Victor, Hermione demanded. Let him explain and let him go. All right, let's go out. Crumb pointed at the door. It was snowing out there, but it didn't seem to bother the protective brother. Harry nodded and they headed for the door. Everyone in the pub rushed to the windows to have a good view. Miletta stepped to Hermione, wringing her hands. Oh my, this is terrible. Victor's going to kill Harry. I hope not, Hermione whispered. So, Crumb shouted. What? Harry asked. This, Victor replied, punching him in the face. Harry's nose started to bleed. That's it. Break his nose. Someone from the pub yelped. Hey, I didn't do anything, Harry shouted, ducking, this time managing to avoid a slap. I saw what I saw, Crumb retorted, his fist whooshing in the direction of Harry's cheek, but got stopped by Harry's hand in midair. Your eyes deceived you, told you that she key-ed me. Young Potter shouted, jumping aside from another blow. Anyway, it was a totally innocent key. She only keyed me because she was so happy. Happy, Victor growled. Happy because you were wooing her. What? I wouldn't start wooing her if she was the last woman on earth. Meletta gasped and clutched at her chest. What? How dare you decry my sister like that? Isn't she good enough for you? Crumb bellowed, this time managing to give Harry such a hit that he stumbled backwards and fell into the snow. His glasses broke, and Victor was massaging his sore hand. No, I meant I wasn't in love with your sister. I have a wife, you know, and love her above all. Then what were you doing here with Meletta? Don't try and tell me it wasn't a date. It wasn't a date, Harry replied. It was a birthday party that you forgot to give her, he said with detestation. A birthday party, Victor gaped. But her birthday isn't until May. Now it was Harry's turn to gape. What? Her birthday is 12th May. Crumb repeated. But she said today was her birthday and everyone forgot about it. You too. She was desperate and sobbed her heart out because everyone forgot it. I only wanted to cheer her up. Honestly. Crumb's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Harry's face, then he squinted at his sister, who was quivering in the doorframe. Suddenly he started to laugh. Harry looked bewildered at Hermione, mouthing, "Do you understand this?" She shook her head. I'm sorry, pal." Victor stepped to Harry, pulling him up from the snow. What? Harry wiped snow off his robes and readjusted his broken glasses. You've been had. This insufferable little liar here, he pointed at Meletta, managed to deceive you. And you're not the first to fall victim to her tricks. Glad to hear. Harry made a wry face, casting a side glance at Ms. Crumb, who immediately diverted her eyes, blushing madly. But still, Harry, what was that key I happened to see? Ask her. Harry looked at Meletta. So, sis? Crumb asked, his voice peremptory. Meletta's eyes filled with tears. Harry was sure they were fake tears again, and she ran back into the inn. Victor. Harry looked at Hermione, who was still standing in the doorframe. If we are already by accusations, what are you doing here with my sister-in-law? I only wanted to console your sister, but Hermione doesn't look like someone who needs consoling. By the time they arrived back at the inn, Meletta was nowhere to be seen. She must have fled back to the castle through the flow network. So, is it a date? Harry asked again. Don't be silly, Harry. Hermione replied, and you'd better change into something dry or you'll catch a cold. All right, I'm leaving. He pulled out his wallet and paid the waiter. Sorry for the mess. Never mind, sir. Things like this happen once in a while. The waiter smiled, counting his tip. Harry stepped to the fireplace to travel back to Durmstrang, but with a sudden thought he doubled back. You'd better knock some manners into your sister. Teach her to tell the truth. With that he turned back to the flames and said, Durmstrang. He stumbled out of the fireplace of Meletta's room. Seeing the girl sobbing on the sofa, he sighed. Damn, there are at least 100 fireplaces in the castle, and I had to come through this one. Asterisk. The girl looked up as she heard his steps. Harry. She hopped up and back to the wall, trembling with fear. I'm not going to hurt you, Harry said and headed for the door. After having opened it, he turned back to her. But you know, Meletta, it's no wonder that you don't have friends. With that he walked out, oblivious to the fact that this last sentence hurt her more than a hard slap in the face. I'm truly ashamed of my sister's behavior. Victor growled, sitting down next to Hermione. Of course I shouldn't be surprised, I know her, after all, but Harry surely thinks she's an immoral little witch. Almost, Hermione said calmly, except for the last word. Harry surely would say it with B as the first letter. Crumb looked at her and a small smile appeared on his face. You'd never say that word, right, Hermione? Hermione shrugged and sipped a bit of wine. Don't worry, Victor. Harry isn't the unforgiving type. He isn't mad at you, but your sister. Anyway, he's used to be beaten up by mad brothers being protective over their little sisters. What do you mean? Victor looked highly interested. I meant Ron. Hermione had to smile at the memory. You can't imagine his expression when he got to know that Harry got his little sister pregnant. What? They weren't married, then? Victor put down his glass to be able to pay better attention. No, how could they have been? Harry was in his 7th year, Ginny was only 16. Ron was murderous, of course. I can imagine that. Victor nodded, amused. Truth be told, I never thought that the immaculate Mr. Potter could ever. Neither did I and Ron. Hermione shrugged. You and Ron, Krum's voice trailed off. How long have you been in love with each other? Since our 4th year at Hogwarts, I guess. I remember how jealous he was when I went to the Yule Ball with you. She chuckled. Victor furrowed his brow. At that time I thought you loved Harry. No, I never loved him that way. Ron is my one and only love. I can't wait to go back to him for Christmas. She sighed with a dreamy expression, then suddenly regretted saying that, noticing the pain spreading on Krum's face. Anyway, really don't worry about Harry. He isn't vindictive. Hermione tried to direct the conversation to something else. I don't think that he'll give your sister fewer points than she deserves just because of this incident. Harry is very righteous. Next morning Harry was awoken by an owl tapping at the window pane. Although he felt a bit sick, he got out of his bed, put on a dressing gown and walked up to the window. He saw immediately that the owl was carrying serious reply. He really answered me quick. I only wrote him yesterday. He tapped the owl's head gratefully, thanking it for the quick delivery. He unfolded the letter. Dear Harry, I understand how much you wish to be with your wife, but I suggest you wait until Christmas. No more than 5 weeks. By then I'm sure she'll be dying to see you, too. Not that she isn't dying to see you now, but you know, absence makes the heart grow fonder, and the longer time you are apart, the happier the reunion will be, if you get what I mean. Winking face. So be patient, and remember, everything comes to him who waits. Sirius. Wait. Always wait. Harry sighed and dropped the letter. He wasn't feeling well. He put this down to the last evening's events and to the letter he just received. He felt dizzy and weak. He was just about to slip back under the covers when another owl with another letter arrived. He unfolded the letter and read, Dear Harry, please, forgive me, I didn't want to get you into such an embarrassing situation. I know I'm a despicable little bitch for deceiving you with tears, but it felt so good to be consoled by you. I would like to thank you for last night. It was the most wonderful night of my life until my brother caught us. Love, Maletta. You're right, Maletta, you're really a despicable little bitch. Harry murmured, crumpling the letter and stuffing it into the pocket of his dressing gown. He sat down on his bed, feeling not strong enough to stand. What's happening to me? He moaned, leaning onto the covers as a mad fit of coughing came over him. I haven't felt this bad when Lockhart removed my bones. It's almost as bad as being near a Dementor, but Dementors never made me cough. Asterisk. He didn't know how long he was lying there and barely heard when someone knocked on the door. It was Hermione, who, in lack of response, let herself in. Harry, why haven't you come down for breakfast? She walked up to him. Are you all right? You look so pale. No, I'm not all right, he croaked, sitting up, shivering. Hermione reached out to feel his forehead. Holy heavens, Harry, you are burning up. Come on, get back under the covers. I'll go and get the school nurse or doctor, or whoever they have. She tucked him in with an extremely worried expression. Thanks, he said with chattering teeth. Soon the school nurse appeared with the anxious Hermione, who, for the duration of the examination, was sent out. What is the matter, Hermione? McGonagall asked, as she saw her pacing before Harry's room. I don't exactly know, Minerva, but I think Harry's got a very bad cold. The nurse is examining him right now. It's no wonder. This castle is as cold as a fridge, McGonagall said. Hermione nodded, though she didn't really think that Harry caught a cold just because the castle was cold. She was convinced that it happened the previous night when Harry's beeps got soaked in the snow. It was at least -20 degrees out there. Finally the nurse exited Harry's room with a sullen expression. How's he? Hermione and Minerva asked in unison. Not well, pneumonia, the nurse replied. But he'll get well, won't he? I cannot tell it for sure. Pneumonia is dangerous. But with some pepper-up potion you surely, Hermione started. Pepper-up potion is good for a simple cold, but ineffective against pneumonia, the nurse said. I think all we can do is wait. The crises will come in 9 days. If he survives the 9th day, he'll be okay. Then, penicillin, Hermione asked. It cures pneumonia. Penicillin. Never heard of it. The nurse shook her head. Never. But it's the commonly used medicine for pneumonia. Hermione reasoned. You know it, don't you, Minerva? I think I have heard of it, but it's a Muggle medicine. Not available here. But it's surely available in St. Petersburg, isn't it? Hermione asked. It must be. McGonagall nodded. Then I'll go and get some for Harry. Hermione said resolute and marched away. Professor Tatiana Fyodrovna heard a knock on her office door and looked up to see Dennis Creevey standing before her. I never said come in. She perceived coldly, putting down her book. But if you are already here, go on and tell me what you want. I wanted to thank you, Professor, for the help. Now I know what the plant is we need to find, and I also know where it is to be found, so I can prepare. Good. She opened her book again, indicating that she didn't want him to bother her any longer. Professor. Yes. She sounded a bit irritable. May I ask why you helped me? Because I believe in fair play, Creevey. Fair play. Dennis raised an eyebrow. Helping a student like this wasn't his idea of fair play. Exactly. Fyodrovna put down her book, sighing. I was sure that Victor Krum had told his sister about the first task. And for the French champion, you know Professor Zvezda. Dennis shook his head no. She is the astronomy witch, the one who actually made up the first task. Yes, it was her idea. And you know, she is young and fallible, fell in love with that Guillaume Pierre whoever. I'm positive she told him about the first task. After that you were the only one who didn't know. I thought you deserved to know. That's all. If I'm not being too indiscreet, how did you know about the task? Wasn't it supposed to be a secret? Dennis kept inquiring. Professor Zvezda is a friend of mine. It wasn't hard to make her tell me. Actually she let it slip once, and as you know, once the toothpaste is out of the tube, it's hard to get it back in. Aha. Dennis grinned. Quite chatty, that Professor Zvezda, huh? Afraid so. She nodded. People of this kind are very easily controlled. By imperious, you mean? He blinked. Imperious. She laughed shrilly. You don't even need to use such a curse when you are facing someone with so little willpower. Pathetic, I tell you. Well, not everyone can be like Harry, after all. Dennis nodded. Like Mr. Potter. What do you mean? I mean you cannot control him by imperious. Not at all. He can fight it down, said Dennis proudly. Cool guy, Harry. I don't doubt it. Quite handsome as well, Tatiana replied. Oh well, I've got to prepare for my next lesson, so if you would only leave me alone, Mr. Creevey. Well, of course, and thank you, Professor. Dennis said. Shish. Tatiana suddenly raised a finger to her mouth, indicating for Dennis to shut up. There were voices coming from outside the office. What happened, Hermione? Harry's extremely ill, Victor. A tremulous voice replied. Ill, pneumonia. I guess he caught it yesterday night out in the snow, and if I can't get a certain Muggle medicine, he might die. Oh, shit, it'd be my fault. No, it isn't, Victor. You just wanted to defend your sister, that was natural, but, help me, Victor. You know the Muggle part of St. Petersburg, but I don't. All I know is Rasputin's fur coat shop, but I need an apothecary now. I guess I know one. Come, we won't let Harry die. The voices faded as the speakers moved away. Inside the office, Dennis gulped with a face as white as a sheet. Harry, he won't die, will he, Professor? I hope not. The potions teacher replied ever so coolly. A good friend of yours, isn't he? Very good, Professor. He cannot die. Not after having escaped death so many times. So many times. Tatiana looked intrigued. I know only about his little incident with you-know-who when he was a baby. Is there anything else? Course there is. Dennis nodded enthusiastically. He escaped you-know-who in 4th year as well, and then 2 years ago, though last time it was Ginny who did it. I mean she died for him, then Harry brought her back. Now wait a minute. Professor Fyodrovna cut in. What do you mean by saying that he brought her back? Harry descended into the netherworld and brought Ginny back with some mysterious torch. I don't know more. Dennis shrugged. Descended into the netherworld and came back alive, Tatiana muttered, mystified. Are you all right, Professor? Dennis asked, seeing her gone rigid, staring at the door like someone petrified. She shuddered and looked at him. Of course I'm all right, Mr. Creevy. All right, then, thanks once more for the help, he said and walked out of the office. I'm more than all right, you dupe. She smiled. You told me the best news ever. Asterisk. It was already sundown when Aberforth found McGonagall nervously pacing up and down before Harry's room. What happened, Ms. McGonagall? He asked. Oh, so terrible, Aberforth. She flung herself on him without noticing that she had called him by his given name. He instinctively gathered her into a firm embrace, patting her back. What, dear Minerva, Harry Potter is very ill. She lifted her eyes to meet his. Aberforth saw that she had been crying. What do you mean by that? What happened to him? Pneumonia, Aberforth. He's got such high fever. I've been helping the nurse, trying to make it go down with cooling charms and wet pack on his forehead, but nothing was effective. Pneumonia, that is really bad, Aberforth replied. Nasty muggle ailment, though I knew a wizard who managed to survive it. Just one, she shrieked. Shish, it's okay. Harry seems to be a tough guy, he'll survive. I hope that Hermione and Mr. Crumb managed to get that muggle medicine called penicillin for him, she sniffed. Penicillin, you mean? The man corrected her. Whatever. She replied, searching her pockets for a hanky. Here, Aberforth handed her one. Thanks. She sniffed. I couldn't stand if he died, so young, with such beautiful prospects, father of two, what if he dies? He won't, Dumbledore replied, hugging her again. She didn't push him away. Somehow she felt better in his arms. Minerva, Hermione came running in their direction. McGonagall jumped back from Dumbledore as though she had been burnt. Minerva, I've got the medicine. Oh, wonderful. McGonagall clapped her hands. Thanks heaven you managed to get some. The two women entered the room where the nurse was just trying a new cooling charm on Harry. May I help with something? Aberforth called after them. No, Minerva said harshly and banged the door shut behind their backs. Women. The old man sighed. In 1 minute they come and flung themselves on you, in the next one they send you to hell, who understands them? Hermione, Harry mumbled between two coughs. Good to see you. Shish, she said, sitting down next to him. Don't speak. Oh, Hermione, Voldemort was here, in a shower cap. He was having a shower and singing. I was made for loving you, baby. It was terrible, totally out of tune, he said with a suffering expression. You were having hallucinations because of the fever. McGonagall said. You are going to get a new medicine and it'll help you heal. Your fever will go down and you won't have any more hallucinations. I hope so. He nodded, perspiration beading on his forehead. Water, could you? Here, Hermione said, handing him a glass of water. He whispered thanks with misty eyes. His eyes weren't green, they looked rather gray at the moment. Ouch, what was that? He winced. An injection, Harry, you'll get better soon, Hermione said. Just sleep. Harry was having a nightmare again, this time without Voldemort and shower caps. It was about Ginny and Draco Malfoy. They were walking on a snow-covered plain when suddenly Malfoy disappeared out of sight. He heard screams and splashing of water, saw Ginny desperately trying to pull Draco out of somewhere, and then he woke with a start. Just a nightmare, Potter, another nightmare, he whispered to himself, panting. He had been having nightmares about Malfoy and his wife since that ominous night in the Hogwarts infirmary during their 7th year. Since then there had always been a thought nagging at the back of his mind, a feeling that he might lose his wife to Malfoy. You are being stupid again. He squeezed his eyes shut and leaned back into the pillows. Soon he fell asleep again, or did he? He couldn't tell what was dream and what was reality in his current condition. He saw the door to his room open and a form approach his bed. The form bent over him, then sat down, taking his hand. It's okay, Harry. The form had black hair, that was all Harry could tell in the darkness. You are going to be all right. You have to heal, do you hear me? I need you. The visitor squeezed his hand. You are still so hot. Did that muggle medicine not help? Then I will help. The figure pointed its wand at him and muttered something in an indistinguishable language. It wasn't in Latin like all other incantations. It sounded rather like some Asian language, Hindi, maybe. You are going to be all right now. I swear. The form bent down and keyed him on the forehead. Maletta, Harry whispered after the door shut behind the visitor's back, but he knew it wasn't Maletta. As the days passed, Harry got better and better. He was still weak, but he didn't have a high temperature anymore, neither did he have hallucinations. He was constantly surrounded by people who volunteered to entertain him, but he never told anyone about his last dream, about the mysterious visitor. He wasn't even sure it had happened at all. He thanked McGonagall for tending him with such care and Hermione for fetching him the necessary medicine. Dennis and the other Hogwarts students, except the Slytherins, visited him every day, and he received dozens of get-well cards from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang students as well, whom he didn't even know. So many cards. I bet they've all been sent by ladies. Aberforth remarked on the 1st of December. You look much better, kid. About time. You know, you'll have to be up and about in 5 days. Yeah, I know. The first task. Harry nodded. Are all security charms placed? Does everything go as planned? Of course it does, don't worry. The old man replied. I wish I could help. Harry sighed. You just care about your health, young man, and Victor and I'll care about everything else. Harry shook his head. That's simply not fair. When I was starting to feel useful again I came down with this illness. Now surely everyone here thinks that I'm, his voice trailed off. Weak. Aberforth finished the sentence. His eyes met Harry's, who nodded. I hate being weak, helpless, impotent. He flushed a bit. Not that way, I mean. I know what you mean. Dumbledore said, and I know what this is about. It's not about your inability to help us with the organization of the tournament. It's not that you couldn't leave the bed for weeks. It's still about your problem with your wife and son, right? Harry looked surprised. Who told you about them? Hermione. Hermione. Harry sat up. Oh, women. They can never hold their tongue. She just wanted to help, Harry. Aberforth reached out to put a hand on Harry's shoulder. She knew you'd never tell anyone here, because you think it's a shame. It is, Harry said. The old man heaved a sigh. It shouldn't be. You shouldn't feel ashamed about your son. Things like this happen in the wizarding world. My servant, for example, is also a squib, but he lives quite happily, believe me. I know, Aberforth, Harry replied. I feel so terribly ashamed, and not because my son's a squib, but because I feel ashamed of it. I hate and despise myself for it. And you cannot forgive yourself. Harry nodded. What kind of a father am I, Aberforth? A good one, I believe. Good. I'm the worst. Harry covered his face with his hands. No, kid, you feel ashamed that you feel ashamed. That means you love your son very much and will be able to be a wonderful father to him. Maybe, but that's not all. I know. There's your wife, too. I'm so afraid I might lose her, Aberforth. Harry sighed. That would kill me. She's my life. Dumbledore squeezed his shoulder encouragingly. You won't lose her. What if I already have? Harry insisted. I long to apparate home to her, but I'm also afraid of it. I fear to get to know what I'll find when I go home. I've let my wife send me away while I should have stayed in Great Britain. There was nothing you could do then. That's it. Harry punched his pillow with anger. That I can't do anything. Maybe you can't do anything right now, but things may change. Some things will never change. Harry replied defiantly. Have it your way. I see I can't convince you. Aberforth stood up to leave. You are angry with yourself, the world and everything, young Potter. And now I'm going to turn to the dark side, Harry snapped and watched the old man open the door. Sorry. He called after Aberforth. I didn't want to hurt you, you just wanted to help me. Dumbledore turned back from the doorframe. It seems I can't help you, kid. With that he left the room. Harry slumped back into his pillow and felt miserable. Gosh, I never thought I'd be as sour as Filch by the age of 19. He squeezed his eyes shut and tried to go back to sleep. However, he couldn't. Aberforth's words kept echoing in his mind. You are angry with yourself, the world and everything, young Potter, I can't help you. He shook his head. This couldn't carry on like this. He needed to get well, play judge in the tournament and bravely face whatever the future had in store for him, and he decided that it was exactly what he'd do. Be a man. There was a knock on the door. Come in, he shouted and, to his surprise, he saw Crumb enter. Hello, Victor, what's up? He tried to sound nonchalant. He was determined not to hurt anyone else so early in the morning. I've just come to see how you are doing, the headmaster replied, avoiding Harry's stare. Fine, thanks. It seems I'm going to stay alive, after all. You can count on me in 5 days. Glad to hear. Crumb pulled a chair next to Harry's bed and sat down. But it's not the tournament I wanted to talk to you about. What, then? I wanted to apologize. For thinking that you and my sister. Oh, come off it, Victor. Harry waved. I've already forgotten that. But I haven't. I beat you up and tossed you into the snow in -20 degrees. Had you not survived, it would have been my fault. I survived, so you don't need to worry about that. But I need to, Crumb replied. I feel pangs of remorse. I'd deserve to be punished. Punished? Harry stifled a chuckle. Well, had I died, I'd surely haunt you every night along with Onegin and Ivan Ilyich, and you'd have to listen to my whining as well. Crumb's mouth tucked into a smirk. You're not angry with me, then? No, Victor, Harry replied. And what about my sister? Told you I wasn't interested in her. Harry shrugged. That's not what I mean. Victor said. Are you angry with her? Let's say I've forgiven her, as long as she doesn't even come near me. Don't worry about that. I'll hold her off, even if I need to put Imperius on her. Locomotor Mortis will suffice. Harry grinned. Finally the big day had come. 6th of December. Harry was awoken by the excited buzz of the Durmstrang students. Although no student lived on the 4th floor where Harry's room was, the noise they were making reached the 4th floor as well. Harry stretched with a contented smile. In the last 5 days he was getting his strength back and had meals in the Great Hall with the others. On Hermione's advice he also spent a bit of time outdoors to get used to fresh air again. He missed the weighing of the wand ceremony, but according to Hermione everything went all right. He was feeling okay now, at least physically. During the past few days the words of Aberforth kept echoing in his mind, but he tried not to pay attention to them. Anyway, the excitement of the upcoming first task managed to take his mind off his family problems. Harry jumped out of his bed, dressed quickly and headed for the Great Hall. On his way downstairs he met with the ghost of Onegin, who didn't look a bit excited about the tournament. He was as indifferent as ever. Harry didn't care for him, neither for Ivan Ilyich, who was complaining about his pains more desperately than ever before. Neither of you will ruin my mood today. Harry grinned at the two ghosts and hurried away. Good to see that you have a great appetite again, Harry. Victor greeted him. Are you totally okay? I'm fine. Harry sat down, ravenous. While he, the teachers and most of the students were eating with relish, Harry couldn't not notice that Dennis wasn't eating at all. You all right, Dennis? He asked the young Gryffindor sitting at the neighboring table. Suppose so. Creevy nodded with a pale face. Poor one. Harry whispered to Hermione. I still remember my Triwizard tournament. I couldn't eat either. Could you go and encourage him a bit? Hermione suggested. That's exactly what I was about to do. Harry nodded. Hey, Creevy, nervous? Graham Pritchard asked, smirking. No, Dennis replied with shaking lips. But of course he is. Natalie MacDonald said. It's natural, but I'm sure he'll do it all right. I trust you, Dennis. Me too. Eleanor Branstone added. Thanks. Dennis gave them a small smile and stood up from the table without having touched his sandwich. Dennis, could I have a word with you? Harry stepped to him. Outside. Sure. They entered the entrance hall where no one was to be seen at the moment. I know how you feel, Dennis. Harry began. I felt the same 5 years ago. But you did it all right, Harry. I'm not sure I also will. But I am sure. A grateful little smile appeared on Creevy's face. Thanks, Harry, I really hope I won't disappoint you. You won't, especially if you have prepared. Have you? Course I have. I know what to find and where. Good. You found it out all by yourself, I presume. Well, you know what? It doesn't matter how you managed to find it out. Harry winked at him. Even I got help with the dragon task. Did you? Dennis blinked. Yes, actually I did. Harry shrugged. Mad Eye Moody tipped me off. Not of pure goodwill, you know. Dennis gulped. Did Professor Fyodrovna tip him off of pure goodwill? Well, she told him her reasons, still. I gotta go, Harry. To exercise some enchantments, you know. Dennis said and hurried off. Good luck, Harry shouted after him. How is he? Hermione stepped to her brother-in-law. How could he be? He feels as though he was going into the lion's den. Well, at least Crumb's sister doesn't look better than Dennis. Never seen her this pale. And that Guillaume Locker, self-confident, as ever. He ate well, must have slept well, and he was looking rather sure of himself. I think he must have been tipped off. Just like Miletta and Dennis. Harry grinned. Dennis. Hermione raised an eyebrow. I understand if someone here told Miletta, but who would tell Dennis? Oh, tell me it wasn't you, Harry. It wasn't me, I swear. Though I really don't know who it could be. Aberforth. Maybe. He used to be a Hogwarts student, after all. Well, it doesn't matter. All that matters is that Dennis has to win the tournament for Hogwarts. Really, Harry, now that it's already the day of the first task, would you tell me what it is? Hermione asked with an impish smile. Harry led her to the window. Do you see those mountains over there? By 10 o'clock all the students had left the castle, gathering at the foot of the nearby mountains. Do they have to climb the mountains or what? Eleanor wondered. Dunno. They have to get some plant, don't they? Natalie said. Yeah, Dennis told us something like that. Do you reckon he knows what that plant is? I hope so. Malcolm Baddock cut in. You, Malcolm. Eleanor blinked in surprise. I thought you hated Dennis. I really don't like him, but you know, he's still the Hogwarts champion, and I'd rather be rooting for him than for that bee-owned Apollo or Crumb's ugly sister. Nice to hear that, Natalie remarked. Shortly before 11 o'clock all teachers and judges arrived, along with the 3 champions. Madame Maxime was proudly walking up to the others, arm in arm with Guillaume Etienne Pierre Louis Eugen de Locker, who was wearing a broad smile, showing all his 32 gleaming teeth. Harry was strongly reminded of Gilderoy Lockhart, and that gave him the feeling that Guillaume might not be an honest fair player. His gaze met that of Miletta Crumb, who was practically trembling. Good luck, Miletta, he told her as she passed by him. She didn't even look back at him, which could be due to her extreme nervousness or her fear of Harry because of her little lie that got both of them into such an unpleasant situation. As all 3 champions lined up before the judges, Aberforth Dumbledore rose to speak. Welcome to the first task of the Triwizard Tournament. Fervent clapping followed his words. As you all know, the 3 champions, Miletta Crumb, Guillaume Locker and Dennis Creevey, will have to accomplish 3 magical tasks. For each task they can get 50 points, and the one with the most points will be the winner at the end. Today's task is going to start in a couple of minutes. The crowd squealed with excitement. The 3 champions have only been given a clue that they will have to find a special magical plant, but they had to find out what it was, and where to find it. Harry's glance shifted to Guillaume's face, who cast a surreptitious glance at Professor Zvezda, astronomy teacher. The young teacher blushed and diverted her stare, while a triumphant grin spread on Locker's face. Aberforth, meanwhile, was carrying on with his speech. If they managed to find it out, then they could prepare for the task that is to be accomplished on the Blue Mountain here. He pointed his wand at the highest mountain. I hope that all 3 champions have succeeded in finding out what the plant concerned is. I'm not going to name it. You either know it or not. As you know, the plant that must not be named lives only on the Blue Mountain, and has an exceptional power to heal serious injuries caused by curses. The champions have about 4 hours before sunset, and it is strongly advised to find it before it gets dark. There is only one specimen of the you-know-what living on the mountain, so all 3 champions will need to hurry to be the first to get it. There will be of course some interesting traps and jinxes on their way up the mountain, but if they knew what to look for, Then they also know where to look for it, and what to expect. Well, not everything, of course, but hopefully you all have managed to prepare yourselves for dealing with the dangers of a mountain. The champions don't need to worry, they won't be entirely alone, because we'll be following their movement on magic maps. Aberforth grinned at Harry, who had told him about the Marauders map, and together they designed such maps of the Blue Mountain. And now, it's time for you to start. Ready? Dennis, Guillaume and Meletta nodded. All right, then. 1, 2, 3. Green sparks shot out of Aberforth's wand, and the three champions started on the path that led up to the top of the mountain. Do you see them? Asked Hermione, holding her omnioculars to her eyes. Nay, their path must have bent somewhere and now they are on the other side of the mountain. Harry replied, looking at the map. Yeah, they're on the other side, I just hope Dennis is well. He's a Gryffindor, Harry. He'll do all right, she said. Meanwhile, the three champions were climbing the mountain, following the narrow path. After an hour of walking, the path branched off into 3 paths. I don't care which way you go, but I'm going separate from you, Guillaume Locker stated, and took the path to the right. I guess I'm going on the left path, Meletta said. You'd better not follow me, Creevy. You would only hinder me. Dennis shrugged and took the path in the middle. After 10 minutes of walk he lost sight of the other 2 competitors. The thick, snowy rocks of the Blue Mountain hid them from his eyes. Dennis sighed, not too happy to be alone, but hoping to be the first to glimpse the Black Edelweiss. Suddenly he came to a halt. His path ended. There was a thick wall of rock in front of him. Where now? He mused, looking up. Oh, there. He saw that his path continued 3 meters above. He contemplated for a minute whether to try and climb, but decided against it. All rocks seemed too slippery with ice and he had never before climbed a mountain. Wingardium Leviosa, he said, making a swish and flick, then pointing the tip of his wand at himself. He had never seen people using the levitation charm on themselves, but he couldn't think of anything better. To his great satisfaction the charm worked on him. Soon his feet touched solid rock again. Phew, that was cool, he told himself, wishing that someone had seen him now. He had no idea that someone had really seen him. He continued his way up the path that kept curving and ramifying into several paths. Whenever the way ramified, Dennis chose one of the paths with instinct, hoping that he made the right choice. He couldn't be sure, though. To add to his insecurity, he had a funny feeling of being watched. He looked around, but saw no one at all. As he turned left on the path, he caught a glimpse of a flower, the very first plant he had seen so far. The flower was blood red. Strange, Dennis thought. There isn't supposed to be more than one kind of plant on the Blue Mountain in December, is there? He knelt down to examine the flower and started to feel more and more insecure. What if it isn't the Black Edelweiss we have to look for? What if that potions teacher gave me the wrong book to mislead me? She's rooting for Meletta, after all. What if the required plant is this red thingy? But there wasn't another winter flower mentioned in the book. He shook his head. Get a grip, Creevy, and have a try. Fortune favors the brave, and you're a Gryffindor, after all. He convinced himself and reached out for the flower. As soon as he picked it, the hillside started to shudder all around him, and especially over him. Avalanche. Oh, damn it, Dennis picked the decoy flower. Harry groaned, looking at the little map that indicated an avalanche. Avalanche. Hermione paled. But Harry, that's extremely dangerous. He might even die. Dennis knew that he was in trouble. Big trouble. An immense shower of snow started down the hillside, advancing on him with a thundering roar. Think, Dennis, think. He told himself, madly trying to remember a spell that could help now. Avalanche, avalanche, what is the spell? I've read it, I know, but, knives, aha. Knives de Monte Devolute Sisto. He shouted, pointing his wand at the huge amount of pouring snow. The avalanche had almost reached him, but at this instant it stopped and the snow settled peacefully onto the slope again, as though there had never been an avalanche. Phew, that was close. Dennis wiped his forehead. He stopped it. Hermione jumped for joy. Well done, Dennis, Harry said proudly. Looking at the map, seeing that the little dot labeled Dennis Creevy moved on, walking up on the hillside again. But Harry, you said that you and Aberforth had placed some security charms. Hermione said. Such charms wouldn't have led an avalanche to start, would they? Well, you know, we placed the decoy flower there, so that if one of the champions sees it and isn't sure what he should be looking for, then he might pick it. In the instant you pick it, you set off the avalanche, but don't worry, the security charms were well placed. Had Dennis not been able to stop it, the charm would have been automatically activated and would have stopped the snow a second before it reached him. Not dangerous, but a bit of a nasty shock for the careless champions. I see. She nodded. Although it was -20 degrees, Dennis was sweating profusely. He wiped his forehead, not wanting his perspiration to freeze. It was hard work, mountain climbing. Where are you, Edelweiss? Where are you? He muttered as his path turned left. He was surprised to see the entrance of an ice cave in front of him. He looked around to see whether there was another path, but there wasn't. He had to enter the cave. The cave was huge. Not wide, but very long with an extremely high ceiling. Dennis was positive that he would get to the other side of the mountain again if he walked through it. To his surprise, the floor of the cave wasn't rock, nor ice, it was water. He couldn't imagine how water hadn't frozen in here, it must have been some kind of magic. Now how am I going to reach the other end of the cave? He simply didn't feel like swimming in such a cold. On the other hand, he was sure that it wasn't advisable to swim in that water at all, because the surface of it was bubbling madly. It might contain dangerous materials. All right, I'll sail through, then, Dennis said and conjured a boat just big enough for one person. He launched it, and was just about to go aboard when the small wooden construction started to give off fumes, then caught fire. Dennis watched as it submerged into the water. This is some kind of acid, or worse, he stated. But how am I going to cross it, then? I cannot levitate myself long enough to reach the other end of the cave. He heaved a deep sigh and crouched down to examine the liquid. Suddenly a strange figure materialized in front of him. It was a man dressed in some ancient-looking armor and a helmet with two horns protruding from it. The guy strongly reminded Dennis of a Viking warrior. Good day to you, young champion. The man bowed slightly. My name is Heimdall, the guard of the Rainbow Bridge. The Rainbow Bridge, Dennis blinked. I thought it was some legend. A fairy tale. The man smiled furtively. Believe me, it isn't a legend. The Rainbow Bridge truly exists, up in Norway. But if you are its guard, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be in Norway, guarding your bridge? Ah, I asked a good friend of mine to take care of it for the duration of the first task. Heimdall replied. I was asked by Aberforth Dumbledore to come here and play a bit. He's also a good friend of mine. So I came and I'm ready to help you by conjuring a small replica of the Rainbow Bridge, on which you can cross the cave. And what do I have to do for that? 'Cause you aren't doing this gratis, are you? No, of course not. Heimdall shook his head. You have to fight me. If you win, I'll give you the bridge. And if not? Dennis asked suspiciously. Then you can go back the path you've come here, the guard replied, smiling. If you are still able to walk, that is. Oh, great. The boy sighed. All right, how do we fight? Wizard duel. Wizard duel, what's that? Heimdall asked. I meant real fight. With these. He conjured two swords out of nowhere, throwing one of them at Dennis. The boy caught, and almost dropped it, it was so heavy. How am I supposed to duel with this? This must weigh at least 30 kilos. He said reproachfully. The guard shrugged. Then make it be lighter. Oh, of course. Dennis slapped his forehead and accomplished a charm to make the sword light enough for him to hold, but heavy enough to strike with it. He also took off his fur coat, so that it wouldn't hinder him in the fight. And now, we duel. Heimdall bowed, so did Dennis. The guard was the first to strike, but Dennis managed to duck out of the way. He was a small boy, after all, and now it was a great advantage. Heimdall struck again, and Dennis parried it, making their swords clash with a loud clink. Not bad, boy, the guard said appreciatively. It seems I'm a natural talent. Dennis grinned, and moved a millisecond late, so Heimdall's sword made a long gash into his robes, slicing into his flesh as well. Ouch, he hissed, jumping back, touching his bleeding arm. Conceited, aren't we, little friend? The guard asked, grinning. Don't think so, Dennis retorted, making his first offensive. For Heimdall, fighting was nothing but a bit of everyday training, so Dennis' ridiculous strike didn't frighten him at all. Easy does it, little friend. He laughed, and with a swish, he knocked the sword out of the boy's hand. Dennis immediately reached for his wand to get the sword back, but before he could have shouted the summoning charm, Heimdall dropped Dennis' weapon into the water. Oh, no, the boy screamed as he saw his sword plunge into the poisonous lake. Oh, yes, Heimdall smirked and pointed the tip of his sword at Dennis' throat. Dennis gulped and muttered something incomprehensible. Heimdall thought he must be praying. You're defeated, the guard stated. Not yet, the boy spat. What makes you think that? Heimdall asked jovially, looking directly into the boy's eyes. Just this. Dennis reached out and pushed the guard backwards. Heimdall let out a yelp and fell on his back, dropping his sword. Dennis immediately shouted Accio at the sword and pointed it at the guard's throat. I've won. Yeah, you've won, Heimdall growled, sitting up. I should have noticed you jinxing me with a hidden wand. Clever tactic, though. Now would you take this curse off me? He pointed at his legs. Sure, if you conjure the bridge first. All right. The guard nodded, taking a horn out of his pocket and blowing it. As the horn's sound reverberated on the cave's walls, Dennis saw some transparent, bow-like thing appear above the water. The thing rippled and turned from transparent into a disarray of colors that finally organized themselves into order. On the right-hand side it was lilac, next to it red, then came orange, yellow, green and blue. The rainbow was completed. Dennis reached out to touch it. It was solid, and presumably thick enough for a man to walk through it. Thanks. He smiled, put on his coat and stepped onto the bridge. Oh, he turned around, pointing his wand at Heimdall's legs. Finite locomotor mortis. Thanks. The guard called after him. It was fun fighting with you. I hope at least one of the other two champions also come this way. I'm always up to a good scrap. Dennis chuckled and started down the bridge. Goodbye, Heimdall. Bye, and good luck. Ah, so Dennis Creevy battled and defeated my friend, Heimdall. Aberforth whistled admiringly, looking at the magic map of the mountain. Not bad, kid, not bad. The rainbow bridge ended at the exit of the cave. Dennis stepped out and welcomed the fresh winter air. He saw that he was at a much higher point of the Blue Mountain than he had been when entering the cave. Was the cave not horizontal? He mused. But it looked horizontal, strange. Must have been bewitched. He looked down from the path and saw several small points beneath him. He had arrived back at the front side of the mountain, and he was seeing the judges and the other students below. I can see Dennis again, Harry told Hermione, holding his omnioculars to his eyes. He looks all right, but the worst is yet to come. He is going to reach the Devil's Slope in a couple of minutes. My, I wouldn't be in his place. Dennis looked around after having exited the cave. There were two paths there, but both led up to an extremely steep slope. Do I need to climb this? He groaned, pulling out a small pair of binoculars from his coat pocket. Oh, yeah, I need to. He breathed, as he caught a glimpse of something small and black at the top of the slope. The black Edelweiss. Suddenly he felt full of energy and confidence, being so close to his destination. He started climbing the slope, but soon realized that it wasn't as easy as he expected. The snow was frozen up here, making him slip down after each step. It's so close. There has to be a way to get up there. It's so damn high to levitate. He muttered, groping around for a protruding rock to hold onto, but there was none. The slope was sleek and totally devoid of rocks. Dennis had seen Muggles climbing mountains on TV, and remembered that they were using spikes that they pushed into the small crevices. He flipped his wand, conjuring a peg, and embedded it into the ice with another flick. He tried it, and it held strong enough to bear his weight. He conjured another dozen pegs, boring them into the icy slope, this way creating a series of footholds. He started to climb. One peg, the next one, another again. He was getting nearer and nearer to his destination. the peak, where the desired flower bloomed. He started sweating again, his mouth felt as dry as a parchment, but he kept climbing. Having stepped on the last peg, he reached out for the Edelweiss. However, in the same second another hand also reached out for it, from the other side of the cliff. Creevy, Locker, that's mine. No, I saw it first. I'll curse you, you filthy little. Leave my Edelweiss alone. Eat dung. Beat it. Guillaume Locker's beyond head appeared from behind the cliff, as he climbed over the ridge. Sawed off, Creevy, he shouted, pointing his wand at him. You sawed off, Locker. Dennis bellowed. A-A-A-A-A-R-R-R-R-R-G-G-G-G-G-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H. Help. A female voice tore into the air. Maletta. Dennis turned back from Locker, looking down the slope. Maletta Crumb was being attacked by something big, white and furry. Guillaume, using the lapse of Dennis' attention, picked the Edelweiss and descended on the other side of the cliff, without caring for the damsel in distress. Dennis, however, forgot about the flower and was desperate to help the girl. He sat on his butt and slipped down the slope. If it hadn't been about rescuing someone from lethal danger, he would have enjoyed it. Maletta, I'm coming, he yelled with his wand at the ready. Hey, you big furry oaf. I'm here, he waved, trying to distract the attacker's attention. HMPH. The big, furry oaf grunted and turned to Dennis. Petrificus totalis. The boy yelled, and the beast stiffened, then fell into the snow with a loud thud. Where are they? I cannot see them, Hermione said, looking into the omniocular. Neither can I, Harry replied. They must be hidden from us by a cliff or something. He looked at the map he was holding. Oh, come on, Dennis. You're so close to the Edelweiss. Look, Harry, I see him. He's climbing. Hermione squealed with excitement. Yeah, he's using pegs like Muggle mountaineers. Great, Harry said, watching the scene through his omnioculars. He's going to get the Edelweiss. Go, Dennis. Hey, what's happening up there? Hermione gasped. There's someone, beyond. Locker. Harry spat, casting a glance at the map as well, where a dot with the label, Guillaume Locker, was to be seen. He's going to hurt Dennis. No, something's happening. Dennis is, leaving the Edelweiss and slipping down the slope. What the hell got into him? Harry shouted. He was so close. Oh my, what is happening to Creevy? McGonagall's worried voice cut in. Dunno, Professor. Something must be going on at the foot of the slope, but we can't see it from here. Harry replied, looking at the map again. There's Maletta and, there's a fourth dot, Hermione, but, what is that thing? A fourth dot, she gasped. Yeah, and, it seems that Locker got the flower. He sighed. Very good. Guillaume is talented, indeed. Olympe Maxime stated proudly. More than 1 hour passed before the spectators saw the first figure return. It was the Beauxbaton student, holding the black Edelweiss, grinning smugly. Wonderful. Olympe clasped her hands. Well done, Guillaume. Thank you, headmistress. The bee-owned boy nodded, handing her the Edelweiss. Flower to Z flower. Oh, my, Madame Maxime blushed and took the Edelweiss. And where are the others? Victor Crumb asked. No idea, Guillaume shrugged. What happened there on the peak? Harry asked. We saw you and Dennis fight over the Edelweiss, then he disappeared. The bee-owned boy shrugged again. This is fishy, Harry whispered to Hermione, who nodded her agreement. Oh, there they come, Aberforth shouted, pointing his finger at two figures walking down a snowy path. They both looked extremely tired, and in Maletta's case, bruised, too. What happened? Maletta. Victor ran up to her, embracing her tightly. What happened to you two? Minerva clasped her hands. You look like as though you had been run over by a hippogriff. It was a yeti, Maletta Crumb sniffed, her whole body trembling. It attacked me. Yeti, Hermione gasped. There are no yetis in Russia. They reside in the Himalayas. That's right, Victor nodded. How on earth did a yeti get here? Does anyone know? He looked around with a serious expression. Aberforth Dumbledore, trembling from head to toes, raised his hand slowly into the air. Aberforth. Crumb raised an eyebrow. What do you know of this? Well, Victor, The old man looked at his boots. So, the Yeti, he was brought here by me. You, everyone gasped. But why on earth did you bring a Yeti? Crumb shouted. I didn't want to hurt anyone. I actually put him out on the White Mountain, not on the Blue Mountain, so he must have wandered over from one mountain to the other. I never thought he might attack a student. He is a very peaceful creature, indeed. Peaceful, it almost killed my sister. Victor croaked. Why did you bring here that beast? Don't call Snow White a beast. Aberforth retorted. Snow White, Harry and Hermione asked in unison. Yeah, that's his name, 'cause he's so white and cute, Dumbledore replied. Cute, that monster, Maletta shrieked. It wanted to crumple me. And where's that Yeti now? Crumb asked. Up at the foot of that slope. Dennis pointed at the Devil's Slope. I stupefied it. It might have woken up since then, I don't know. We've got to catch it so it won't endanger anyone. Crumb stated. I shall fly up there and bring the beast down. I'm coming, too, Harry said, lifting his wand. Accio Rocket 4000. Crumb did the same, called for his own broomstick. In a couple of minutes both brooms arrived from the castle. Just like in the old times. Harry thought, grinning, and mounted his broomstick. Half an hour later they returned with a snoring Yeti that they were hanging like a marionette with charms while they flew on their broomsticks. When they touched down onto the snow it was already dark, so several magical torches had been lit. All students and teachers were still standing there, at the foot of Blue Mountain, very excited. They all wanted to witness the judges give points to the champions. As Harry and Victor made the Yeti's body descend into the snow, it gave out a growl and opened its sky-blue eyes. It blinked stupidly, looking around. As he caught a glimpse of Aberforth, who was standing about 20 feet away, he stood up and started running in the old man's direction. Minerva, who was standing in midway between the Yeti and Dumbledore, screamed and flung herself on Aberforth's neck. Impishly grinning, the old wizard gathered her into a protective embrace. While the Yeti didn't stop, he ran up to the old man and McGonagall, and pulled them both into a firm hug. Minerva nearly fell unconscious and Victor was about to shout stupefy at the Yeti, when Dumbledore yelled no. Why, he's attacked you. Crumb pointed his wand at the Yeti. Oh, no, Aberforth laughed in Snow White's grip. He's just greeted me with an embrace. See, he entangled himself from the Yeti's arms, still holding McGonagall with one hand. He's as peaceful as a bunny. Couldn't hurt a fly. Good boy, Snow White. He tapped the Yeti's back. Good boy, Hermione blinked. But, that's a beast. Beast, him, no, Dumbledore smiled. He's an oversized teddy bear, nothing else. I'm sure he only wanted to play with you, Ms. Crumb. He turned to Maletta. Play, the girl gaped. He was chasing me first. Sure, he was playing a game of tag. Dumbledore replied, but his favorite game is hide and seek. He is a real master in it, aren't you, Snow White? The Yeti humped again, looking from one person to the other. He really didn't look like some dangerous beast. Dennis realized that it must have been the Yeti who was following him, giving him the feeling that he was being watched. No wonder that he didn't see the Yeti, it blended with the snow. But, you still haven't told us why you have brought this animal. Hermione told Aberforth. Oh, well, the old man grinned at Minerva, whom he was still holding. It was because of Minerva. Me, McGonagall gasped and quickly entangled herself from his embrace. Yeah, Aberforth shrugged. You said the only way you'd jump into my arms was if a Yeti chased you. So I've brought you one. After the laughter died away, Crumb told Aberforth that he had to transport the Yeti back to Tibet. The old man looked sad, but nodded and promised to take Snow White home that very night. I think I know when he brought the Yeti here, Harry whispered to Hermione. The night before we went shopping to St. Petersburg. That night I saw him leave on his sleigh. All right, then, Crumb spoke up. May I ask the judges to put their heads together and give points to the champions? Remember, each champion can get 50 points put together, so all judges may give them points from 0 to 10. I hope you get 50 points, Dennis. Maletta said with her eyes downcast. You saved my life. I, on the other hand, don't deserve to get any. How can you say that, Maletta? Dennis shook his head. You reached the Devil's Slope, and I'm sure you also fought yourself through a lot of traps. Right. Well, there were a couple of them, that's right. She shrugged. Guillaume Locker stepped to them, wearing a huge grin. You'd better not expect many points, you couldn't get the Edelweiss, after all. Eat dung, Dennis said, turning his back on the French boy. After 10 minutes of discussion, Crumb turned to the crowd, clearing his throat. The jury has made its decision about the points. They are the following. Mr. Guillaume Locker, who managed to fight down all obstacles in his way and even succeeded in getting the black Edelweiss, but didn't care to help Ms. Crumb, is rewarded 45 points. 45. Locker blanched. I should. Avenue got 50. Z's is because you. He growled at Maletta. You shouldn't. Avenue got into trouble with Z Yeti. As if I wanted that beast. Maletta snapped. Ms. Crumb, Victor continued, managed to reach the Devil's Slope, where she got hindered by a Yeti. However, she was late, and the two other competitors reached the slope much quicker. We reward her 35 points. Maletta's face beamed with happiness. See, you got quite many points. Dennis smiled at her. Mr. Creevy, Crumb carried on, had the most difficult and dangerous way to the Edelweiss, still he reached it at the same time as Mr. Locker. However, when he saw that Ms. Crumb was in trouble, he didn't hesitate to help her. Mr. Creevy abandoned the Edelweiss to save Ms. Crumb's life. He is therefore rewarded 45 points. What? Dennis blinked. 45. You deserve it. Maletta flung herself on Dennis' neck. Thank you for saving me, my hero. You're welcome. Dennis blushed. I can't believe we are going home tomorrow. Harry sighed happily. 2.5 weeks had gone since the first task, and now it was 23rd December. Yeah, I can't wait to see my Ronnie. Hermione nodded, fixing the wrapper on a package with her wand. Poor Madame Maxime, though. Poor. Why? Harry raised an eyebrow. She has to stay here with the Beauxbaton students. She cannot meet Hagrid. Oh, really? Poor Hagrid. He must be devastated without his little wife. Is that true that they're planning on having children? Hermione asked, tying a blue ribbon on the package. Yeah, Hagrid said something like that back at my birthday party. Harry reached out to place his finger on the ribbon, so Hermione could make a tighter knot. Thanks. She smiled at him, but seeing his face, her smile vanished at once. She reached out to squeeze his hand. I should have known better than to come up with this child thing. No, it's okay, Herm. I'm over it. Really, are you sure? Her stare bore deeply into his. Harry cast down his eyes. No, Harry, is there anything I could do? No, it's me who has to deal with this. Me and Ginny. And that's what is bothering you, right? She said with a knowing sort of expression. Suppose so. I'm not sure she'll ever be able to have say with me without worrying. She'll always be afraid that it might happen again, that she'd give birth to another squib. No matter what we do, whatever protection we use, there's always the possibility that she might get pregnant, and I fear that she wouldn't want to have another child. And you? Hermione asked. Do you want more children? Of course I do, he replied. It's so wonderful being a father, seeing your kids be born, grow, learn to walk and talk. I wouldn't mind having non-magic children, but Ginny, she would. A couple of weeks ago I had a discussion with Aberforth, and he pointed out that I was angry. Not only with myself, but with the whole world. I was accusing everything and everyone for Daniel's lack of magic skills. And he was right. I've thought it over 100 times, and I've managed to come to terms with it. I don't care if my son's a muggle, I really don't. But Ginny does, and she'll always do. You're a bit afraid going home now, aren't you? Hermione dropped her package on top of the other dozen packages, all Christmas presents for her relatives and friends. Yes, Harry replied, but not to her, rather to his shoes. I'm afraid. Sirius wrote that Ginny seemed quite all right, in my absence. I don't know how she'll behave when I arrive. I don't know whether she'll be as happy to see me as I will be to see her. I've missed her so much, Hermione, and I've missed say with her. He turned away, feeling that he was turning red. You surely think that I'm a say * maniac or something. To his surprise, Hermione laughed. No, Harry. She put an arm around him. I'd never think you're a say asterisk maniac. Truth be told, I've also missed say with Ron. My first thing to do at home will be to rip his beeps off," she added with a wink. "Ron's a lucky chap," Harry grinned. "I wish I could do the same with Ginny. Rip her beeps off." He diverted his stare. "But I know I can't. She has to make the first step." "What if she won't?" Hermione frowned. "I don't know," he sighed. "But there's a strong chance for me to go mad with a bit more time of say asterisk deprivation." "Aren't you doing it on your own?" She made a curious face. "But Hermione," he snapped, "it's sick doing it alone." "But tried it, haven't you? Every boy above 13 tried it, Hermione." He folded his arms. "But it's better with Ginny." Harry was surprised to hear her chuckle again. "This isn't laughing matter." He tried to scowl at her, but his attempt at looking serious was thwarted by her mad giggling. He also started to laugh. "The castle will be empty without you, Hermione." Victor sighed after dinner, when all the other teachers had already left the staff table. "Empty. But there are all those hundreds of children, and Madame Maxime, Aberforth and Professor McGonagall." She suddenly slapped her forehead. "Oh, my, Victor. Minerva will go mad when she gets to know that Aberforth is going to spend the next weeks here." "Poor Minerva. They are mad at each other for some reason." Crumb nodded. "I just don't know why." "Victor, how can you be so blind not to realize that they fancy each other?" She smirked. "But I though they hated each other." Victor shrugged. "And why are you so blind, Hermione, not to realize that I fancy, that I love you?" He added in thought. "And what about the Yule Ball, Victor?" she asked. "Which day is it, exactly? I'm not familiar with the customs of the Orthodox Church. So, when do you celebrate Christmas?" "On the 7th of January. Crumb replied. "You come back from Great Britain on the 4th of January, right? Then you'll have only 3 days to prepare for the ball." He leaned closer to her. "Buy something cute in Diagon Alley. Something resembling your dress from the former Yule Ball. You looked enchanting in those periwinkle blue robes, Hermione." "Thanks, Victor." She flushed a bit. "I have a new dress looking very similar to that one, the same color and everything. I'm going to wear it at Christmas for the very first time." "Then, this will go well with it." Victor placed a small box into Hermione's palm. "What's this?" she asked. "My Christmas present to you, Hermione." Harry was just about to slip out of his slippers and into the bed, when there was a knock on the door. He opened it to see Maletta Crumb standing there with downcast eyes. Hello, Harry," she mumbled. "Hello, Maletta. To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit?" Harry crossed his arms. "It's 11 o'clock, if you haven't noticed." May I come in?" she asked with a pleading stare. "That's not exactly a good idea." Harry shook his head. "What's this?" He perked up his ears, hearing someone approaching, singing. "Aberforth," she breathed. "Come on, then." He gripped her arm and pulled her into his room, just in time before Dumbledore turned into their corridor. They heard the door of the old man's room slam shut. "He almost caught a glimpse of you," Harry said irritably. "What do you think he'd have thought, seeing you standing in front of my door at such a late hour?" "What would he have thought of me?" "He'd have thought that I had a relationship with you." "Would it be that terrible?" she asked. "Yes," he retorted. "I'm an honorable man, you know. I have a wife and children. And you're not the type seducing your friend's little sister, right?" "That's what you wanted to say?" she asked with a grimace. Harry turned ruby red. "Listen, Maletta, please, stop following me around. You're a very nice girl, but I'll never be in love with you, so you are just wasting your time. I'm sure there are other guys who'd like you, for example Dennis." "Dennis," she grunted. "What makes you think I could ever like Dennis?" "Well, I saw you embracing him after the first task, and I kind of thought." "You shouldn't have. I was simply grateful to him. It was not love. This is." With that she gripped Harry's face and keyed him fervently. For a couple of seconds Harry tried to push her back. But she held him in a vice-like grip, her lips seductively moving on his, her tongue finding its way into his mouth. After the first seconds of futile resistance, Harry seemed to have forgotten about his decision to reject her. He let her hands roam over his back, her lips descend onto his neck. He brought her lips up to his again, and kissed her with all the past 10 months' suppressed desire, his hands slipping under her robes until she moaned his name with a hoarse, so un-Ginny-like voice. That was when Harry opened his eyes and pushed away her hands. "Harry, why have you stopped?" she asked, making a step in his direction. He retreated, running his fingers through his hair in nervousness. His eyes wandered down to his pajama trousers. "Oh, shit," he spat and pulled his dressing gown together to conceal the obvious bulge. "Harry," she whispered. I'm sorry, Maletta." He looked away, adjusting his glasses. "I have no idea what got into me. For a moment I thought you were Ginny." "Ginny," Maletta uttered the word with disgust. "Your wife?" "Yes, my wife." He nodded, turning his back on her, so that she didn't see him pointing his wand at his loin, whispering diminuo. "Your wife," the girl took another step in his direction, "your wife, who has been refusing to sleep with you for ages." "What makes you think that?" He turned back, frowning. "I happened to overhear a discussion between Hermione and Aberforth. She told him that you were deprived. I thought you needed someone who would give you what your wife doesn't." She reached out to touch his face, but he recoiled. "I don't need anyone," he said sternly. "Just 1 minute ago you seemed to need someone," she said with a mellifluous voice. "To need me," she stepped to him, placing her hands on his chest, gently caressing him. "You need me, Harry, and I'm ready to give you anything. Just what I need. A 16-year-old chick who happens to have an overprotective brother. Can you imagine what Victor would say if he got wind that I shagged you?" She shrugged. "He wouldn't need to know." "What if you got pregnant?" Harry reasoned. "I know spells and potions that in some cases refuse to work," he pointed out. "And what about losing your purity, huh? People would get to know, for example, a future boyfriend or husband of yours. Is that what you want?" Maletta waved nonchalantly. "Losing my purity, huh? Haven't you heard of the spell Reparo?" "Reparo?" Harry blinked. "Heavens, Maletta, I can't believe I'm here having such a conversation with you. Get out of my room and let me sleep." "All right," she spat, "but don't expect me to console you when you come back from England after a disappointing, free Christmas with your sweet little wife." "Expect you to console me?" He laughed. "Ridiculous. You are ridiculous," she snapped, turning her back on him, heading for the door. At the door she turned back. "Anyway, I just wanted to come and apologize for that little deception, and I wanted to wish you a Merry Christmas. But I'm not apologizing anymore, after what you have done to me." Before she slammed the door shut, she added, "Have a terrible Christmas." Harry could have sworn that the whole castle heard their quarrel and already dreaded the morning when he had to face Hermione, or rather, Victor Crumb. Who knows what Maletta could be telling her brother now? What if she managed to feed Victor a lie that he, Harry, had actually wanted to be her? She was up to anything, after all. She would make a perfect Slytherin. Harry thought and pulled the bed covers over his head. Harry couldn't fall asleep all night. Still, it wasn't him who looked the worst the next morning, it was Aberforth. "Are you all right?" Harry asked the old man as they walked down the corridor to the Great Hall. "Right," Aberforth sniffed with red nose and bloodshot eyes. "I'm feeling terrible, my boy. But, last night, you were singing. I thought you were okay," Harry said. "Singing? Must have drunk too much." Dumbledore shrugged. "But why did you drink that much?" "Had to. I needed to forget." The old man was on the verge of tears. "Forget what?" "Snow White. I took him back to Tibet yesterday evening," Aberforth said, tears welling up in his eyes. Harry was strongly reminded of Hagrid mourning over the loss of Norbert. "Hey, it's all right. He's better off in his homeland, isn't he?" The young man patted Dumbledore's back. "But, he'll be so lonely without me," Aberforth sniffed. "We used to play a lot, and now he has no one to play with." Harry rolled his eyes. He was sure that it was Aberforth who needed the Yeti and not the other way around. "Hey, cheer up, it's almost Christmas." "Christmas? Oh, yeah." The old man nodded. "Shame that Durmstrang doesn't celebrate it before 7th January. At least I hope Minerva will like my present." "You really like her, don't you? Harry grinned. Yeah, Aberforth nodded. Then stop crying, if you don't want her see you like that. Harry pointed at a figure approaching them. Oh, Minerva, Dumbledore whispered, straightening his back. Are you all right, Mr. Dumbledore? McGonagall asked, seeing the tears in the old man's eyes. Sure, dear Ms. McGonagall. Just an insect, it flew into my eyes. Into both of them. She raised an eyebrow, turning to Harry. I need to give you Mr. Crumb's regards, he had to leave for a day for Moscow. Ministry of Magic business. He wishes you a very Merry Christmas, Mr. Potter. Harry felt that a great weight was off his mind. Maletta surely hadn't told anything to her brother. Well, that's nice of him. Pity that I couldn't say goodbye to him. I'd like to wish you also a very Merry Christmas, Professor McGonagall, and you too, Aberforth. Happy Christmas, Mr. Potter. Minerva gave him a smile. Give my regards to Ginny. I will, Harry. Hermione ran up to him. Are you ready with your packing? Of course. When are we going? In an hour. Hermione replied, beaming. Victor got a support key to Diagon Alley. Get your stuff ready and be in the entrance hall in 40 minutes. We are going home. Harry followed her with his eyes as she raced down the corridor to get her things. Yeah. He swallowed the lump in his throat. We are going home. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.